I mean, that's not the American tradition. We really are quite a warrior people, and we're slow to anger, but boy, when we do get angry, we really let it
fly. We don't know what
fly.
our own value is. We have been told we are valueless. We have been told that what we produce is worthless.
But that doesn't mean we bought it. And I'm
Well,
saying that after something like that, even if you took out 6 American cities, Howard, the American people would be pissed. I'm convinced.
I would love it if the American people would come together, and I've seen them come together on several occasions.
Well, I think you're underestimating them.
Yeah, that could easily be, but I would like to see. Well, no, you probably don't. I was in the middle of a book called Reinventing Capitalism, Putting Soul in the Machine, precisely to get rid of this notion that we are a consumer culture and to demonstrate that we're one of the most creative cultures. In fact, we are the most creative culture. I mean, Western civilization in its entirety, as it exists today, is the most creative civilization this world has ever seen, and that every single idealism, every single sense of ideals has said it will lift the poor and the oppressed, and no one has lifted the poor and oppressed better than post-industrial or industrial modern Western civilization.
That's a fact. So, I mean, don't undersell it.
Well, I wanted to oversell it by writing a book, but now I am being told, write the book. It's called, so far, the Secret Osama, The Naked Sayings of Osama bin Laden, because even my friends who are supposed to be Middle Eastern experts, when I quote Osama to them, say, where did you get that? Do you understand Arabic? No, I simply got it out of diligence and persistence. Mm-hmm. But apparently I'm going to have to put these speeches of Osama together so other people can read them too.
Apparently. First time caller line, you're on the air with Howard Bloom.
Hi, how you doing, Howard?
Hi.
I've got a question. It's kind of deep. I hope you can bear with me, but I promise you I will thoroughly explain it. For a long time, I have exactly what you're saying, I've correlated with how Nostradamus and the book of Revelation from about chapter 12 to the end. And basically, what people forget is they always think of the beast, okay, and the mark of the beast. But they forget about the false prophet, which is the last one. And I guess what I'm saying, Nostradamus also said the same thing. They're expecting this beast to come along, and take people over.
Caller,
Book of Daniel,
caller, hello, stop,
about the end.
caller. You can't hear me.
Gabriel says to Daniel, he says, let's see here.
All right, caller, apparently you can't hear me, so I'm going to terminate this. I'm going to just take that caller's thrust, and it's clear what it was. All right, is this the Bible unwinding? Is this the end times? Is there? I don't know if you're a religious person, Howard, and you can look at it from that perspective, but have you ever looked at it from that perspective?
Well, the Bible is very accurate in that it makes certain basic predictions that come true over and over again. And, World War I was the catastrophe that war to end all wars. World War II was a catastrophe that killed 55 million people. There have been catastrophe after catastrophe after catastrophe. What scares me is that if Osama has his way, he will plunge us into the next Dark Ages. Now, the Dark Ages engulfed the West for 700 years. When Rome was toppled, when the Pax Romana was destroyed, half of the population of Europe died of malnutrition and plague. And something even worse can happen if the embers that are left behind of New York and Washington glow with nuclear radioactivity. So yes, the beast can return in his own way. And yes, this could be an end time.
So this could be, he could be the beast. These could be the end times unfolding in front of our very eyes.
But without necessarily the rapture. I don't think the rapture would happen.
All right, wildcard line, you're on the air with Howard Bloom.
How you doing, Art?
I'm doing all right, sir.
My question is, I'm getting ready to leave for Iraq next month. Does your guest think that we've pretty much won that, or has the big battle, is it yet done?
Boy, is that ever a good question. All right, fine. Iraq.
Okay, there's something that Osama understands that we don't understand. We think in terms of exit strategies. We think in terms of quarterly dividends. We think in very, very, very short-term terms. Osama thinks in long terms. realizes that some projects are not completed in a year, in 10 years, even in 40 years. Some projects are completed over generation after generation after generation, working diligently at something. And the Iraq War cannot be measured at this point for its success or failure. If we realize that we're in a war, the war between Islam and the West has been going on since 640 AD. That's 1,350 years approximately. Osama knows that. He has one of the most profound senses of history of any world leader today. We have to know that our project, modern Western civilization, has been going on since 1776. That's a very short period of time. And if we're going to keep it going, the best is yet to come. But we're going to have to really dig in our heels and persist generation after generation after generation. No, the Iraq War has not been won. Should we measure it by how it stands today? Absolutely not. We have to realize that we're in a war that's going to last a very, very long time. And we do have to
Do
prevail.
you think the American people realize that, Howard?
No, but they have to. And that's why the caller who said that we need perceptual weaponry was absolutely right. We need a change in perception. And that's why I'm working on these books instead of my scientific books.
Yes, well, it's quite an understanding to have. And, you know, when you draw the example of how well we understood Hitler and look back on our reactions to Hitler early on, it's got to be sobering for those who are thinking the way we're reacting to Osama bin Laden right now. Very, very, very sobering. Howard, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. And we'll continue to take questions for Howard Bloom. What he has unlaid before us this morning is truly, truly a frightening scenario. This is a group of people unknown in size, but certainly with intent well known. The intent to kill us, to erase us from the face of the globe, because we certainly are not going to be converted. From the high desert in the middle of the night, discussing things that I guess you think about on nights like this, I'm Art Bell.
Talk with Art Bell. Call the Wildcard line at area code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Man, there's a lot of ways to have the hell scared out of you, and tonight's show is definitely one of them. Howard Bloom will be right back. This is an awfully good question. Stephen think it's Wellfleet, Massachusetts, asks, please ask Howard Bloom, where is Osama bin Laden? Oh, well, what a good question. I think wasn't he thought to be hanging around the Pakistani border? I mean, isn't that conventional wisdom?
Well, conventional wisdom is the Pakistani-Afghan border.
Yeah.
And frankly, I am the last person in the world to ask where Osama is. I know where his mind is. I know where his emotions are, only because of reading his speeches, but where he is physically, nope, sorry, don't have any information that the rest of the world doesn't have.
Good answer. All right, fine. Let's see who's out there. First time caller line, you're on the air with Howard Bloom. Hi.
Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hey, you still there?
Yes, are you?
Yes.
Okay, then.
I'm from Tampa, Florida, and Radio 97 WFLA. And we have a sizable Chechen community here, and Tampa, Florida is also
Chechen?
Central Command.
Yes. Did you say Chechen community?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
And I watched a movie, a series called The Grid, and a lot of these Chechens are white Caucasian. Has Al Qaeda ever recruited Chechens into their fold?
That's an interesting
Al Qaeda
question.
has done an awful lot more than recruit Chechens into its fold. Al Qaeda has been at some points running the Chechen war. One of our major problems is that our press deceives us, and I have no idea why. When Osama makes a speech, he's very clear about the fact that there is a global jihad going on, and he lists the countries that are frontline states. Chechnya is way up at the top of the list. So is Bosnia. So is Nigeria, the Sudan, Somalia, southern Thailand, the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, and the list goes on and on. Now, every time the press reports on a difficulty in one of these parts of the world, it says that these are difficulties caused by separatist groups. Separatist groups implies that these are groups that want freedom, that want an individual nation state. And that's not the case. These are groups that want a worldwide caliphate.
Howard, is there anything you can tell us about how Al Qaeda is structured? Is it a cellular type of thing? Is it set up in cells? Are there sleepers? Has this been going on for a very long time? Again, a reach of trying to understand capability, and I understand.
Well, the international effort goes back to at least 1991. That's 13 years. That's a long time. Are there sleeper cells? Yes, there are sleeper cells. We learned that from 9/11. It took at least 5 years to put 9/11 together. Is there superb coordination? Yes, absolutely. There's no way that 9/11 could have been pulled off without superb coordination. And again, Osama was not thinking in terms of exit strategies and quarterly profits. He was thinking in terms of a 5-year plan that was part of a multi-generational plan. Does Osama also operate by putting information out publicly so that as many groups as possible who are independent of Al Qaeda can nonetheless participate in helping Al Qaeda achieve its goals? Yes, absolutely. That's why this information on Sonar is out there on a very public website. That's why a great deal more information is public. That's why a person like me can find Osama's speeches, even if it wasn't intended.
All right,
in
Howard,
my eyes.
Howard, how does the CIA, since we don't understand, if we do understand some of the structure, we don't understand the strength, the ability of our enemy, is there some way the CIA can proceed to gather that information?
I think it has to be gathered, and again, I am not an expert. I'm an expert in other cultures.
Right.
I'm an expert in the underlying biology behind cultures.
Right.
And I'm an expert in mass emotion. And this is definitely war, and a crusade of this kind is one of the ultimate tests of mass emotion. I'm not an expert in intelligence, but my sense is the same as yours, that we need more and more people penetrating Al-Qaeda cells so they can come back and tell us what they are discovering.
Boy, I hope we're doing that work. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Howard Bloom. Hi.
Hi, Art. Hi, Howard. This is Dave and Christopher. As far as how angry would us Americans get, well, I can tell you, sir, that as one angry American, if these people pulled this shot and started nuking our cities, not only do I believe that Pakistan should be retaliated upon, But when it comes right down to it, people that have been blundering through history for at least the past 300 years and have told us point blank, we'll sell whatever we want to whomever we want, they should glow in the dark. I suggest we have a large order of French toast on the day that we're hit.
Well, see, now you'll get that from a lot of people, but I'm not sure that you don't end up with some sort of complete Holocaust out of it. I mean, China's involvement, maybe what's left of the Soviet Union to some degree. God knows what could happen once they begin to fly. There's a lot of war-gamed scenarios, and most of them end about the same way, you know.
Well, there's one little reassuring note here,
Yeah,
and
that'd be
that
good.
is that if we manage to do what we've been up against possibly doing ever since the 1950s, which is destroying the human race, and if we go even further and nucleate this place so much that we destroy the entire multicellular experiment,
Yes.
there's a whole other life form just waiting to take over and feast on the remains. And it's unicellular life. It's the bacterial community, which has already learned how, I mean, it's got a research and development capacity that goes beyond Osama and you and me, and it's already learned how to handle high degrees of nuclear radioactivity.
Yeah.
And it does it. It is a bacterial called radiodurans, which manages to back up all of its information systems in tiny, compacted little pockets, so that no matter how badly its genome is damaged by radioactivity, it can reconstruct it.
And so the real answer
So
is,
life will go on with or without us.
and it shall be the bugs inheriting
Yes.
and feasting. What a lovely scenario. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Howard Bloom. Hello.
Hi, this is Michael in Norfolk, Virginia.
Yo, Mike.
I'm always fascinated to hear Howard Bloom speak. He's so articulate and fascinating thinker.
He certainly doesn't hold back on things.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. Unfortunately, though, he hasn't gone to the bottom line on what we're talking about here tonight. If we take his figure of 2 billion Muslims,
That's
we're
the
talking.
Muslim figure.
Pardon me?
He said that's
the
their,
Muslim figure.
their
Okay,
figure.
well, that's the Muslim figure, but he used it one time as though it was his own. So I think he must lean in that direction. But anyway, whether it's 1.2 billion or 2 billion, if we take that figure and we assume that what he says is correct about Osama bin Laden and those who think like him,
Yes.
we are talking about an Islamic world government is what they are shooting for. Now, but the bottom line for what Howard Bloom is talking about is also one world government of a different kind. It's of a democratic kind, or at least something that vaguely resembles democratic notions. So if the ultimate contest is to decide which ideology is going to rule the world, we understand that what we have in store is the possibility of human extinction in trying to decide that argument.
It would certainly seem possible, yes.
So we want to try to avoid that.
And how would you do that?
Well, we have to do it by acknowledging that we are all talking about one world government of some kind. And unless we can be honest enough to talk about that, to acknowledge that, and to begin negotiations from that point, we're going to extinction.
I doubt there's going to be a negotiation about this, Howard.
Well, no, the other side doesn't want to negotiate. Michael, I agree with you completely. When I was first asked to think out the question of whether we should be making war in Iraq or not, I came to I couldn't say whether we should be making war in Iraq specifically. But the one thing I could tell you is we're headed exactly where you said. We're either headed in the direction of total extinction, or we're headed in the direction of a Pax Islamica, that is
Yes.
a global caliphate,
Yes.
one world government
Or-
run by Islam.
Or
Pax
Aristotle.
Americana,
Yes.
with the kind of democracy that you're talking about, or a Pax Sinica, that is a world government run by China. Remember, China is doing very well these days. And China, again, imagine that you are China. You're in the ideal position. If Islam and the West fight each other to the point of exhaustion,
Yes.
who will take over? China. China's got a population
Well,
of 1.2 billion, and it's
that's-
got a
yeah, but it's
growth rate
still-
of 9% a year.
But Howard, that's still a big risk for China to sit back and either aid covertly or just watch it happen, because once they start flying, the probability of China being included or including themselves at some point is almost inevitable. I mean, as I was saying, every war game that the war gamers play just about ends up the same way, and when they start to fly, they really fly.
Well,
In other
but-
words, ultimately, something's going to push it to the brink.
Right. There's always that possibility, but China's made this mistake before.
Yeah.
China has counted on the barbarians to eliminate each other,
Yes.
not counting on the fact that once a barbarian has become strong enough to eliminate another barbarian, it's also strong enough to eliminate China. So there's a history of making this mistake in the past. It's a gamble.
Oh, boy, I guess. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Howard Bloom. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm trying to keep this grounded a little bit. Now, what I gather from, I received some literature that talks about white magic and black magic. Now, what I found in the process is,
We're not talking about magic at all.
well, no, but that is the problem, because you're talking about Osama bin Laden. Hello?
Yes, hello.
Osama bin Laden,
Yes.
and we're getting confused on what they want to blow up. It's not that. What it is how do they want to live is what it is. How do they want to carry on day-to-day activities?
All right, well, but the answer is that they don't. Many of them, the radicalized certainly, have proven how many times, sir, would they have to prove to you that their main concern is not living. Their main concern is converting or eliminating. Howard?
Well, their main concern is the afterlife.
Yes,
This life is but a short thing.
exactly.
And the afterlife goes on forever. However, there's also an answer to your question. How do they want to go about living? Prayers 5 times a day,
Yeah.
ritual washings, bowing to Mecca 5 times a day in unison,
Sure, sure.
traveling to Mecca once in your life, giving a significant amount of your income to charity, that's zakat, and living according to the laws of Sharia. That is, living according to the holy laws that were handed to Muhammad himself. That's it. That's all they want. And that's what Muhammad tells you. What do we want from you, he says. All we want from you is Islam. And I've just described to you the daily way of life of Islam.
First time caller line, you're on the air with Howard Bloom. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, this is Roger in Fort Worth, Texas.
Hi, Roger.
You guys, one thing no one ever talks about is the education of the American people. And I'm telling you that most people that I talk to have no concept of what's going on in the world for us, the danger we're in. They really don't. They just don't understand. You know, this election, for instance, between Kerry and Bush, it's just amazing how little people know about it, and they certainly don't know anything about the Muslims. I just don't know how in the world we're ever going to win this thing. We just can't seem to get totally united.
Well, in the long term, I think you put your finger on one of the most important things on the planet, and that's education. Islamic kids, many of them, are being raised to be in favor of violence from the time they're 5 years old.
Many of them. Give
Yes,
us
many of them,
yeah,
not all of them. Remember, there are so many.
I am remembering, and I'm trying to determine. I'd like a number. When you say many of them, how many of them are being inculcated with these values?
Well, my estimate was 10%, which would be 120 million people, which is roughly the population of England and France combined.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. When I sat down with my Islamic friends and started throwing that figure around, they looked at me aghast. They said, "Are you crazy? It's more like 70%. Now, I don't want to believe that. I really do not want to believe that.
I don't want to believe it either.
But even if it's 10%, then it's 3 times the population of Germany when Germany was under Adolf Hitler.
That's sobering. All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Howard Bloom. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, listen, I wanted to ask a question about Iran.
All right.
Okay, if Iran was interested in just shaking some things up, if they would stick a nuclear bomb, say in Baghdad, for instance, and they set it off, what percentage of our troops in the period would be likely to be killed in that? What percentage of our forces?
My God, you're really you're hitting something very interesting. My friends in the intelligence establishment, first of all, one of them, who is the former head of one of the most important parts of the CIA, which I can't mention because I'm not even supposed to imply that he has read this nuclear Augusta 90B sub scenario. However, he calls it completely plausible. The folks who are more measured about it say, well, I think they'd only use these things to hit our assets in the Middle East and as far as Australia. Now, our assets in the Middle East, as you're implying, we've got something like 130 to 150,000 troops minimum in the Middle East, and as I understand it, and again, this is not my area of expertise, but as I understand it, that's approximately a third to a half of all the deployable forces that we've got. So a very significant amount of our forces could be wiped out in the Middle East. Now, the reason I'm saying the Middle East and not Baghdad is that Baghdad has a special symbolic significance. Baghdad is the capital of Islam. Baghdad is the capital of the caliphate, as Osama sees it. So I do not see Osama ever touching Baghdad with nuclear weapons.
Fascinating. So if he had them, the likelihood is he would use them here. But what the caller asked about was Iran.
No, he would use them. I think that he would use them to take out as many, and Iran would use its weapons. This is what it's implied in the statements that I just read, that it would use its weapons to reach as many of our Middle Eastern capacities as possible. But again, we have so much invested in the Middle East right now. We even have so many, we're totally dependent on 11 aircraft carriers for our force projection capabilities.
Yes.
Those aircraft carriers can be wiped out by missiles. That is specifically missiles that just skim over the tops of the waves, and those are missiles that exist carrying nuclear weapons. China has some of those missiles, and frankly, that's what the submarines were originally designed for, Exocet missiles.
Yeah, something downline from the silkworms or whatever.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Well,
so our entire force projection capability and a very substantial part of our military capability, that is our Army, can be wiped out in the Middle East. I hadn't thought of that, but it's a very good question.
all right. Your book is The Global Brain. That's current book, right?
Right.
Global Brain, The Evolution of Mass Mind from the Big Bang to the 21st Century. I would recommend it to all. Anybody who's listened tonight has heard Howard, by all means, go grab the book. Howard, it's over.
Art, you're a pleasure.
So are you. That's it for this one. Thanks, Howard.
Okay, have a good night.
And you too. Take care. There you have it, Howard Bloom. And as I said, if anything ever scared the hell out of you, this one would have done it. It certainly managed it with me. So again, as we leave you, we don't know their entire capability, but I don't think there's any question at all about their intentions. As for the rest of it, you're an adult, digest it, and see what you think. From the high desert, in the middle of the night, doing what we do, I'm Art Bell. Good night.
Do you drink diet soda?
From the Southeast Asian capital city of the Philippines, 7,107 islands, Manila, I'm Art Bell. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, whatever the case may be, wherever you are across all these wonderful time zones on our globe. It's great to be here. This is coast to coast, actually continent to continent, worldwide, coast to coast AM. So it is, of course, as usual, my honor, my pleasure to be escorting you through the weekend, and a very good weekend it's going to be. Listen, I've been missing open lines, so we'll do a lot of them this hour. In addition to that, next weekend I have asked for a full night of open lines, so next weekend we'll do a whole open line segment, and I will have a special line up, as we so frequently have done over the years when we have open lines. And this is what it's going to be. It's going to be people who believe, that means all of you, people who believe they have experienced conscious, that's the key word here, conscious slips or even travel to parallel or even non-parallel universes. We don't really know what the nature of another universe is, do we? We do, however, know that a lot of people have claimed to have traveled to these places. Now, I don't want to get it mixed up with people who went to sleep and had a neat dream, all right? So I do believe there are other universes, and I think most modern theoretical physicists certainly think there are other universes, so we'll look for people who have traveled to them and perhaps descriptions of what they're like. That'll be next weekend. Now, at the moment, at this very moment, I would imagine, I'm being inducted into the Nevada Broadcasters Hall of Fame. And I would like to thank Karen Jackson, who is there accepting for me, all those who nominated me, and so forth and so on. For those who have been continuous broadcasters or broadcasters for 20 years or better or something like that. At any rate, I am being inducted, so it's a great honor. And Karen, thank you for accepting for me. I'm about as far away as you can be. If you look at, I think, New York, and then you spin the globe, here in Manila, we're probably just about exactly the other side. Unless it's out in the Indian Ocean somewhere, we're exactly the other side of the world, right here. Now, the webcam shot this night is of, actually it's daytime here, but the webcam shot is one I took the other night of Makati, which is Metro Manila. And what I did is I went up to our roof here in the condo for two reasons. One, to get an idea of what the vista is like, a floor and a half, or a floor actually above me. And in that photograph, you can clearly see what it is like, at least in one direction. That is Makati, Metro Manila. And that is as seen from my roof. Now, I was up there for two reasons, actually. The other reason was to survey for the possibility of an antenna up there. Now, that's about 200 feet up in the air, folks. And if I can get an antenna mounted up there by hook or crook, or peso, I'm going to do exactly that. So I was up kind of surveying the roof and took that photograph opportunistically. All right, let's look briefly at the world. Never a very pleasant thing to do. Israeli commandos raided a Hezbollah stronghold deep into Lebanon on Saturday, engaging in a fierce gun battle, and the Lebanese government threatened to halt any further troop deployments to protest what UN officials are calling a violation of the six-day-old ceasefire. Israel said the raid was launched to stop arms smuggling from Iran and Syria to the militant Shiite fighters. An Israeli officer was killed during the raid, 2 soldiers wounded, one of them seriously. An arrest, boy, this was a wild one, wasn't it? Came out of nowhere. That initially brought relief to the family of JonBenet Ramsey has unleashed an onslaught of unwelcome attention. And the girl's father is not happy about this at all, according to his lawyer. You can imagine the press is right back on it. Coalition troops have clashed with insurgents in 2 battles Saturday in Afghanistan. Fighting there that left 4 U.S. and 2 Afghan soldiers dead, 6 other Americans wounded. So it's still going on there. This is incredible to me, more than 100 young women who expressed interest in joining the U.S. military in the past year were apparently preyed upon sexually by their recruiters. Women were raped on recruiting office couches, assaulted in government cars, groped en route to entrance exams. In fact, a 6-month Associated Press investigation found more than 80 military recruiters were in fact disciplined last year for sexual misconduct with potential enlistees. The cases occurred all across branches of the military and in all regions of the country. calling their lives blessed. More than a dozen young women and girls from polygamist families in Utah spoke at a rally Saturday calling for a change in state laws there and the right to live the life and religion they choose because, quote, of our beliefs. Many of our people have been incarcerated and had their basic human rights stripped of them, namely life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This according to a 19-year-old identified only as Tyler. I didn't come here to ask for your permission to live my beliefs. I shouldn't have to. That's a tough one. I wonder how a lot of you feel about that. The religion, or at least a lot of it there, does believe that more than one wife is perfectly appropriate. And yet they live in a country where most of the people, of course, do not feel it's at all appropriate. So what do? Japan has suspended imports of U.S. long-grain rice following a positive test for some just trace amounts of genetically modified rice not yet approved for human consumption. Japan's health ministry imposed the suspension Saturday after being informed that U.S. federal officials did in fact find trace amounts of the unapproved strain had been discovered in commercially available long-grain rice. All right, that's the situation in the world. Well, not entirely. In a moment, we'll have, as Paul would say, the rest of the story. Damnedest things happen on talk radio. I just had a talk with my board op during the break, and it seems like last week I had a caller who asked a question that frankly stumped me. Of course, it was about gel bras. Now, as you all know, any sort of liquid is absolutely banned on carry-on luggage onto an aircraft, and so she called me up and said, well, hey, Art, I know it's silly or something like that, but what about gel bras? And I how in the hell am I going to answer that, right? So I said, I have no idea. Well, I guess Ian picked up on that. They had a few jokes about it. The airlines apparently said, no, they're not banned, or somebody called the airlines and asked if they were banned, and I guess they're not banned. And then, lo and behold, a short while later, the Homeland Security people called and said, come to think of it, yes, they are. So now we need not fear exploding breasts on airliners, I guess. My God. Sorry about that. I'm sure if that had not been brought up on the program, that I'm sure that restriction wouldn't apply. Fairly sure. All right, well, let's look at some of the rest of the news before we take some calls. Seoul, South Korea. South Korea has revealed that it is continuing to observe the actions of North Korea, but declined to comment on media reports that the North is apparently getting ready for an imminent nuclear test. Quote, we are monitoring movements in North Korea in preparation for any possibility of a nuclear test, end quote. That's Lee Jong-jun, who is with the South Korean Foreign Ministry, speaking to the AP. He said that though they are observing closely, he could not comment directly on the report regarding the test. ABC News quoted a senior military official as saying they suspected an imminent test since there were suspicious vehicle movements near the test site. Also, an unnamed senior department official said, quoted, as a view of the intelligence community, that a test is indeed a real possibility. In July, North Korea conducted several missile tests, many of which ended in abject failure. But analysts feel the main aim of the test was to get the U.S. to the talking table. Many of the experts have been concerned about possible options on the part of North Korea, including nuclear tests or other forms of military provocation. Now, this, of course, brings on echoes of Ed Dames' longtime prediction of the next nuclear explosion being in North Korea. Looks like he may be correct. Maybe. Because a certain Iranian politician is predicting some sort of catastrophic, his word, catastrophic event on August 22nd, so it may be a race to see who does it first, the North Koreans, or wouldn't it be a shock if Iran were to light off a nuke? Anyway, the world is quickly becoming a far more dangerous place in more ways than one. In a rural, impoverished area of South Africa, a very scary outbreak is occurring, primarily among AIDS patients, a type of TB that is extremely drug resistant. Now, this TB would not be restricted just to TB patients, but once on the loose, of course, well, you can imagine the rest. How dangerous is it? Of 53 patients who have this form of lung infection in a research study, 52 have died. That's 52 of 53. Two of the people who died were, in fact, healthcare workers. A doctor on staff suspects it may have killed other hospital workers who sought TB treatment at private clinics after becoming infected. It does mean that these people are virtually untreatable, according to the doctor, Dr. Tony Mall, the AIDS treatment director at the Church of Scotland Hospital in South Africa. Mall spoke to ABC News by phone, saying that's why we had the high death rate. There was simply nothing we could do in terms of offering medication. The discovery was made when Mall and several other researchers collected sputum or lung secretions from about 1,540 patients who had visited hospitals between January of 2005 and March of 2006. 35% of them, or 536 patients, had, in fact, TB. Another one, a once very rare drug-resistant germ, now appears to cause more than half of all skin infections treated in the U.S. emergency rooms. This is according to researchers who documented the superbug's startling spread in the general population. Many victims mistakenly thought they simply had a spider bite or something that wouldn't heal, not a drug-resistant staph bacteria. Only a decade ago, these germs were hardly ever seen outside of hospitals and nursing homes. Doctors also were caught off guard. Most of them unwittingly prescribed medicines that simply don't work against that bacteria. Quote, "It's time for physicians to realize just how prevalent it is," said Dr. Gregory Moran of the Olive View UCLA Medical Center, who led that study. Another author, Dr. Rachel Gorwitz of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, said, "I think no one was aware of the extent of the problem." Now, again, this is a skin disease, this skin-eating disease that is once again returned. All right, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take some phone calls about right now, and we're going to see how many we can fit in between now and the top of the hour. Again, next weekend, we're going to do a whole open lines program, and we're going to have a special line open for those people out there, those of you out there who feel you have traveled consciously. That doesn't mean I had a dream, Art. That means consciously traveled for even a short period of time to another universe, parallel or otherwise. At the top of this next hour, Joshua Warren is going to be here, and we're going to be talking about ghosts, among other things, incidentally. Ghosts or pet ghosts, or ghosts that at one time were pets. Now, I'm a very, very, very firm believer, as you know. I've got two of my cats here, Abydos and Yeti. And if you're a cat person, if you're an animal person, and you look into their little eyes and you live with them 24 hours a day, there is no question they have souls. And I know that that will disturb a lot of people out there. But if they have souls, as I believe they do, because they have every personality trait you could ascribe to a human being, save talking really is not a personality trait, is it? Otherwise, jealousy, happiness, sadness, depression, joy, playfulness, I believe self-awareness, all of these things are present in animals, dogs and cats, and probably other animals that we don't live as closely with, so we simply would not notice. But they have souls, and if they have souls, then why would they not be every bit as capable of becoming a ghost upon leaving this life as any other mammal And I'm not even sure it's restricted to mammals. All right, let's ply the lines and see what we find. Wildcard line? Hello there, you're on the air.
Thank you for taking my call. It's Chuck from St. Louis, Missouri.
Yes, sir.
Well, first, one quick thing I've been meaning to ask you. Did you ever get my email regarding the back doctors and then the Philippines?
Regarding the what in the Philippines?
Back doctors in the Philippines.
I'm sorry, I'm not getting it. The what doctors?
When you posted the pictures of your new wife,
Yes.
I sent you an email asking if they have good back doctors in the Philippines.
Oh, back doctors.
That was supposed to be a joke.
I see. I do see now. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Actually, I've had a couple of bad days here with my back. My back is a lot better because I've lost some weight. But just sort of skipping over the intended humor in your comment, it's been generally pretty good. Save the last couple of days, my back has been pretty good.
All right, that's good to know. And then my main comment is when I was in the hospital last summer, for minor stuff, it wasn't anything serious. I came up with an idea to build a 1/1/1 scale of a time portal model.
A time portal model?
Yeah, it's going to be interactive. You can input commands and all that stuff. It'll light up and everything, but it won't actually work. It'll be like a video game.
Huh. Well, good, because most of the other people that I've had communication with regarding time travel over the years are now among the missing. Principally, of course, Dr. David Anderson. Boy, he was quite a guy. If anybody knows where Dr. David Anderson has disappeared to, I sure would like to know. And, of course, others, as you're well aware, who have talked of having or about ready to use time machines. These people have just gone. I mean, they really are gone. A wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Is this Art?
It is Art indeed.
Art. Wow. I can't believe I'm talking to you. You're on the other side of the world. Hey, this is Roger, a.k.a. Slowpoke trucker out here, trucking across Nebraska. And before I get to my thoughts on polygamy, just want to let you know that I have been a long-time listener since I started driving truck back in 1990.
Okay, sir. Listen, let's jump on polygamy, as it were. Does life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, in your opinion, include polygamy?
Well, Art, I just want to say that I don't think it would be the lifestyle that I would choose, but I do believe that this is a free country and we have the rights to freedom of religion. Mm-hmm. And I believe that the Mormon people that practice polygamy, they should be allowed to do that because that's their religion.
Sir, listen, I really do think that I agree with you. I certainly don't agree with the concept of polygamy. I think that one woman is more than sufficient to attempt to handle at any given time. However, if they feel that it's part of their religious belief and it really is a strong conviction to the point of a religious belief, then who are we to be interfering with them? Hmm? It's not as though they want us dead. It's not as though they want to drive airplanes into our buildings. They simply want to be able to have more than one wife. So, yeah, I can't think of any compelling reason, frankly, not to. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, howdy, this is Bernard, Williamsport, Pennsylvania.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to bring something to your attention. I was listening to the radio here this weekend, and I heard a story I haven't heard anywhere else about David Copperfield living in the Bahamas in some group of islands, supposedly found in his little group of islands a fountain of youth. He hired scientists to check it out and stuff, and I was wondering if you heard anything about that.
Oh, no, sir, I have not. However, I would like at this moment, if I can do so, to place an order for several liters. You see, I've converted over here. Several liters of whatever it is that he's found.
And what he says, he claims that dead leaves that fall into this water miraculously turn green again, and ailing and dead insects come back to life when they fall in the water. And they said they're not letting anybody swim in it or drink in it yet until he has his private scientists figure out what's going on down there. If you could check that out on the internet or something, get back to us, let us know what's going on. That'd be great.
I'll let you know. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
In the meantime, you take care. We'll take a break here at the bottom of the hour. Yeah, several leaders would do. Send it on to Manila. I'd be glad to supply an address from Manila in the Philippines. I'm Art Bell. We'll break and do more. Stay right where you are. In a 2005 poll covering 33 countries, Americans are the least likely, except for the Turkish respondents, to assert that humans developed from an earlier species of any kind of animal. Iceland, meanwhile, has an 85% acceptance rating for evolution. The blurb on the site for Science magazine is less circumspect about the findings. Quote, the acceptance of evolution is lower in the United States than in Japan and or Europe, largely because of widespread fundamentalism and the politics of science. The fact that science has been politicized in the United States. How about that? More of all of you in a moment. Chris in Cooksville, Illinois, regarding polygamy says, hey, Art, I agree with you. But, we live in a country where gay couples are denied the right to marry, so I'd have to say the Mormons are probably out of luck. Well, I don't know ultimately about that, Chris, because we also live in a country where the right to burn the American flag, as nauseating as that prospect is for most of us, has been affirmed by the U.S. Supreme Court, right? So ultimately, I think when all of this gets to the U.S. Supreme Court, it's probably going to be affirmed. Freedom means, according to the court and past decisions, exactly that. Freedom means freedom. And as long as you're not stomping upon somebody else's foot, apparently the freedom part of it is relatively absolute. Let's go to the first-time caller line. Say howdy, you're on the air.
Hi.
Hi.
Well, I'm Brandy from Toledo, Oklahoma, and I was listening to the one man talk about time machines and time travel.
Uh-huh.
And if I had a time machine, I would travel back to the time of King Tut. And that's probably where Dr. Anderson is, chilling with King Tut.
Why would you go to King Tut?
Because of the pyramids.
Because of the pyramids.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's okay, Brandy. I think that's an admirable a destination to have in mind. I've also thought heavily about it over the years. I would go to the time of Christ. There's nothing that I would more like to see from my... I actually sat down and watched a number of religious movies. I watched The Ten Commandments here recently, and a couple of others. To have seen all that for yourself, to have seen the parting of the sea, to have seen the healings that are recorded and all the rest of it, would make faith so easy, wouldn't it? Trying to gather an absolute faith otherwise is very difficult for me. I'm a very hands-on kind of person. And so I'm working very hard on this faith business, but to have actually seen it, to go back to the time of Christ and to see Christ and to see for yourself what occurred would be, I don't know, absolutely awesome. Let's go to the international line and say, yo, you are on the air. Hello? International line, you're on the air. Yes, hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, this is Tina from Wagner.
Okay, welcome.
Hi. I want to ask you about a shadow man that I saw once.
A shadow man?
Yeah.
Are you sure it was a man?
No. It was a
Okay, so you saw a shadow person.
I saw a shadow person.
Mm-hmm.
And, I don't know what to say about it. And I phoned a medium and asked her what it was, and she said it was a relative coming to visit, and I wasn't sure, so I talked to a different medium, and she said it was to get help.
To get help.
This was years ago, and I don't know what it was. It was a black cloaked figure with some sort of hat, but the cloak and the hat were kind of together.
Mm-hmm.
It was dark, so I didn't see any facial features.
And it was doing independent movement. You're sure you were not seeing a shadow or something like
I
that?
tried everything to create to recreate that, and nothing worked. I knew what I saw.
Okay, all right. Well, you're one of now millions. That's a subject actually originally broached on this program, and I suppose years before in other various forums, but certainly it was lit on fire here. We obviously live on the planet with other. What's the right word? I don't have. I hesitate to say life forms. We live on the planet with other spirits of some sort. Are they human? Were they human? I have no idea, none whatsoever. But it's obvious that there are others here. Now, the shadow person business got started and took hold and has stayed with us. And obviously, there's something to it. I mean, I've seen these figures myself, most frequently caught sort of in the corner of the eye and your peripheral vision. And you can see a quick movement. More and more people beginning to report movement in the middle of their vision, not just in peripheral vision, but right in the middle of their vision. Beings, frequently, as she pointed out, cloaked in some manner, usually in a dark garment of some sort, frequently moving fast. Now, I've thought a lot about it, and I'll tell you what I think. I think that we live in an age of computers, most specifically computer monitors, and that after spending enough hours in front of a computer, your eyes, in fact your brain, begins to get adjusted to the refresh rate of the computer, which is very different than your brain's normal refresh rate, if I could put it that way. And that sort of opens a little window that allows you to see, for at least a brief period of time, into a world that you would otherwise not see into. And so you see these strange, unaccountable beings of some sort. So I have no idea what to call them, and as a result, we've called them shadow people. Very, very interesting stuff. Let's go to Rose, I think, in Alaska. Hello there, you're on the air.
Hi, Art, how are you? This is not Rose, but this is a listener from Boston.
I can tell it's not Rose. It's Joe from Boston, right?
I want to talk to you about two subjects, and I want your honest opinion. I've never met these women. They're Filipino women. I've met them. I mean, I've never really gotten to talk to them a lot, but one of the questions I asked them, I correspond with one on the internet, and one is a credit card lady. I asked this question, and I heard you mention it, and I tested it. I said, is it true, girls, that you people don't stray that much down there? You're very dedicated. She said, absolutely. The girl I know is separated. They don't believe in divorce. They don't like it when they hear about families that are in this country, but they do not stray. These ones, before I even got into the conversation, that was one of the questions I asked them, and I guess you're right.
Well, that's absolutely true. Actually, divorce is not legal here.
No, they're separated.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, but she says, we don't stray. We don't go out with other people. We have a friend.
Look, there's nothing, Joe, that is universally true. I'm sure that it occurs.
Well, she said that too, but she says, on the whole, we really don't believe in going against our man.
That's a pretty fair statement, yeah.
Yeah. Now, my last topic is, I like your comment on Gonzalez. I heard on the news that he's trying to get warrantless searches into people's homes, and I'd like your comment. I know you're a libertarian, you're against that, but I wanted to hear your comment on it.
Well, my comments are simple, and yeah, you're damn right I'm against warrantless searches into people's homes. Look, we do have a Constitution. We still have a Constitution strained at the edges, though it may be. And warrantless searches into people's homes? No. In fact, I'm not even sure about warrants. I think frequently they're obtained under somewhat shady circumstances. So warrantless searches? Not a chance. Not a chance. I suppose there's a definite need for, warrant searches where they actually have to go to a judge and prove that there is a compelling reason to violate somebody's civil rights. But warrantless searches, no, that was an easy no, buddy, a very easy no. First-time caller line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, hi, Art. This is Kathy. How are you?
Quite well, Kathy.
Right, well, I have a story about my son, and first off, I want to say that we're, I believe in God, but we haven't gone to church a lot. So, at the time that he told me the story, he had probably been to church maybe 3 times. And he had asked me, he said, Mom, if I tell you a story, will you think that I'm odd? And I said, no, of course not. So he started telling me the story, and I about drove off the road because we were in our car. So when we got back home, I set him down, and I had him tell me the whole story. It took about an hour.
Well, I don't have an hour,
I
so
know
give
that.
me
I'm
the
gonna
short
break it
version.
down for you. I'm gonna break. He said that he was on the playground, and he kind of went out of his body, and he was back at the foot of Christ. And he said that he actually saw Christ being crucified. And I said, well, how would you know that? And as the story went on, he smelled the smells, he felt the wind, and he said it was a feeling that he had never felt before.
Well, that's going to qualify for exactly what I'm talking about, or I'm going to try to talk about next week. Over the years, we've had a zillion reports of this kind of thing. She said that added to it were the smells, the tastes, the sounds of being there during the moment of, or the moments of the crucifixion of Christ. So I believe that people have, in fact, traversed briefly, for brief periods of time, other universes, parallel or otherwise. They have briefly, for some reason, some slip, some little window in time or space, moved from here to there and experienced other things. So that's why next week I'm going to be looking for people who can actually describe for us a conscious movement into another universe. And again, just so that we don't have the concern of it having been simply a dream, I inserted the word conscious travel to another universe, conscious travel to another universe. So not one night when you went to sleep and had a wild dream, but something that obviously really occurred while you were conscious. Now let's try for Rose in Alaska this time. Hello, Rose, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. I'm just calling to update you on the village of Hooper Bay.
Okay, yes, please.
Governor Murkowski went to the village and declared a disaster immediately as he seen the fire and everything else and the houses that went down. And everybody's doing good. The elders, they're taking care of the elders and, of course, the children. And it's getting cold, of course, very fast up here, so they're doing things to help them build homes and that sort of thing. And the people of Alaska have been very, very helpful. And
People of Alaska, Rose, are wonderful. I want to ask you a question, Rose. You sound like you're a native Alaskan.
I am. I used to Eskimo.
Yeah, an Eskimo. Okay, I saw a movie the other night, Rose, that I bet you've seen called Snow Walker. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't.
Oh my gosh. Well, you've got to give it a try. It ran on one of the movie channels the other night, and again, it's called Snow Walker. There was a fire there, and of course, that's a very serious fare, particularly when it gets cold. Fire is something definitely to fear in Alaska. As you know, I spent 3 years in Anchorage working for KENI in Anchorage, Alaska, so I learned a lot about Alaska. But, God, what a great movie. It's kind of one of those, I don't know, not that many people have heard about it kind of movies, but if you see it listed, and I do believe it's running right now and is probably going to run around the 23rd to the 26th of this month on one of the movie channels, by all means, catch it. It's one of those sleepers that's just incredible. It's about a crash that occurs in the real outback in Alaska. And I don't want to give away the plot, really, but just trust me on this one. It's worth seeing. Let's go to yet another wildcard line. This one in Salt Lake City, Utah. You're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. How are you doing? First of all, make sure that people know that polygamy is not part of the Mormon faith anymore, but there's fringe groups out there, and let me tell you, they are wrought with sexual abuse, and they just discriminate against women to where they have no rights.
Well, that could certainly be true in part, but obviously, Dave, there are a number of people who truly believe that polygamy is part of their lifestyle and part of their religion.
Well, I was brought up that way. My father.
Well, there you go. There you go. So what I was trying to say earlier is, if we live in a country where the U.S. Supreme Court can declare that burning a flag is part of the freedoms we enjoy, then probably the pursuit of happiness could considered to be that of a polygamist as well.
Well, the women aren't happy. There's no happiness in that.
Well, how can you speak for them that way?
Because I was with my mother. I saw what she went through.
Well, you're speaking of one particular case.
Well, have you seen Big Love?
Have I seen what?
Big Love. It's on HBO.
No, that's one I missed, I guess.
You can probably catch it on demand right now, and they're starting to film a new season this year.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure you're correct, and I'll try and catch it. I'm sure that there are negative aspects to it as well, and there's probably abuse involved in some of it as well. But there's nothing absolute, and to name one case, I don't think makes a case completely. And again, I know that it's a stretch for many of us to think of polygamy as part of freedom, but it's also a stretch to think of burning the flag as part of freedom. And yet it has been declared so, hasn't it? Let's go, well, let's see, east of the Rockies. We'll go there. You're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Hi, thank you kindly for taking my call.
Sure.
This is Rob from Toronto. I've been a listener. Actually, I started listening just as soon as George Norrie started working full-time during the week.
Mm-hmm.
What I wanted to talk about, Art, was I was watching a TV program. It was, can I name the channel it was on?
Sure.
It was on the Discovery Channel, and the show's called Daily Planet. They were talking about these crafts that are twice as big as an American aircraft carrier, and they'll be using them in the future, and they're completely silent. They're going to be using them in the future to transport goods from China to North America and around the world. And I was really surprised that George hasn't brought it up, or another Coast to Coast listener, they haven't brought that up.
Well, I haven't heard about it either, so that's probably why. Can you perhaps send me something in print? I'd be glad to read about it and then read about it to the audience. So you can get me something in print, buddy. I'll get it out there. Believe me. So somebody sent me a photograph earlier that stopped me dead cold in my tracks, and it was a photograph of a triangular object that was exactly what I saw in the desert with Ramona that day, and I'll simply never forget it. As far as I was concerned, it was no craft that we certainly had. I mean, look, what I saw defied gravity. What I saw was utterly silent. There was no apparent propulsion system. It was large. It had to be heavy. Could it have been lighter than air? Yes, I suppose that's one slim possibility, but that certainly was not my impression of what I was seeing. What I was seeing, in my opinion, came from elsewhere. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Yes, this is Michael from Indio, California. How you doing tonight?
I'm fine, Michael.
Well, it's not nighttime in the Philippines, I understand. I wanted to tell you there was this TV show on last night, Weird Travel, from the Travel Channel, and they were discussing UFOs, and there's parts of the world where they're considered UFO hotspots. I've seen some video camera footage of what they call a flying humanoid that was reported in Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
You're aware of the flying humanoids?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, well-
Flying humanoids. Flying people, in other words.
Well, yeah, but they are considered aliens. And there was a report from January 2004. This was on a TV special. A police officer in Mexico City claimed he was attacked by one, and he fought his way out, and the creature got away. He was so
Okay,
scared.
well, listen, we're at the end of the hour, so I'm going to have to break away. Flying humanoids. I guess they would be considered alien, wouldn't they? All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, Joshua Warren is going to be here, and we're going to be talking about ghosts of various sorts, including the ghosts of pets. From Manila in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. Idiots from Manila in the Philippines. How y'all doing? Coming up in a moment, Joshua Warren. You know, life is short. That's something the coroner following my late wife's death pounded into me, and boy, is he right about that. Life is short, and one of the things, no matter what your age is out there right now, no matter where you are listening, one of the very big things since the inception of Coast to Coast AM has been the discussion of ghosts. And it seems to me there would be no topic on a program of this sort, or really any other program, not that they all touch on it, or that many of them do, should cover that would be more important than ghosts. Because I guess we all want to know, is this it? Is this all there is? Or is there in fact something that follows? Do we really have an immortal soul that either goes onward or is manifested in some manner as a ghost here on Earth or whatever? So ghosts have been a fascination for me, well, always. And of course, this year, as always, I will do a show on Halloween, Ghost to Ghost AM. Coming up in a moment, Joshua Warren wrote his first book at age 13. His first book at 13. Since then, he's had 6 more books, including Haunted Asheville, The Evil in Asheville, and his latest book, How to Hunt Ghosts. Joshua is the president of his multimedia productions company, Shadowbox Enterprises, LLC. He's also the founder and president of the Paranormal Research Team, LEMUR. That would be the League of Energy Materialization and Unexplained Phenomena Research. In addition, each January, Warren produces and hosts an interactive paranormal conference. So, in a moment, we'll talk about ghosts. The Evil in Asheville. Interesting. My mom is in Asheville, North Carolina, so certainly he would not have been writing about her. Joshua Warren, welcome to Coast AM, or back to, I should say.
Thank you, Art. It's certainly my pleasure.
Great to have you here. It was, I think, all the way back in 2001 we last spoke, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Joshua, what's special about North Carolina? Why Haunted Asheville? What's special about Asheville?
Well, you know, Asheville here in the western part of the state is in the middle of the Blue Ridge Mountains, and according to geologists, these are probably the oldest mountains in the entire world. So right off the bat, you have layer upon layer of history here. I mean, these mountains were once higher than the Rockies, and they've just been worn down to now the highest peak, still east of the Mississippi, is over 6,000 feet tall. And there's also something else quite peculiar about Asheville, because if you start here and you draw a line heading east, you pass through the Brown Mountain Range where the mysterious Brown Mountain lights are seen, and then you hit an area called the Devil's Tramping Ground, this barren area where nothing at all has grown for many years, and there's stories about the devil sort of walking in circles and planning against mankind. And eventually, if you keep drawing that line east, you get to the coast, and that is where the first English settlement was set up in 1590, now known as the Lost Colony, because they all disappeared. And then that area on the coast is also known as the graveyard of the Atlantic because of so many ships that have sunk there. And if you extend that line all the way out to the Atlantic, finally you hit the island of Bermuda, the top corner of the Bermuda Triangle. And so there's some mysterious alignment, apparently, that is between Asheville and so many other places where paranormal phenomena occur. And so I'm certainly lucky to be native here and have lived here my entire life.
Joshua, we have areas of the ocean that are completely devoid of life, and I think science is pretty well determined that the reason for that is most of the toxic chemicals that we're dumping into the Mississippi that ultimately go down into the Gulf, and at least produce some of these areas that are devoid of life. But on land, I had not heard of such an area, and it would seem to me science would be very, very interested in what could possibly cause an area of no growth whatsoever. Have you, has anybody looked at that to try and understand why?
Well, I've never seen any really serious in-depth study, but at this point, I mean, the most likely sort of logical answer, if you want to use Occam's razor, is that at one point in time there may have been some sort of a system in place where horses would walk in a circle around a mill, and there were traces of salt that were dissolved in that area for many, many years, and that maybe the salt there had prevented any long-term growth. But there's no proof that ever happened. Otherwise, I've only heard the people who have visited the site leave scratching their heads, and so we really don't have any idea why this barren circle exists, and you can see why so many people think it may have something to do with a more spiritual or energy-like anomaly.
Perhaps so. Joshua, what is a ghost?
Well, according to my definition, and I produced this definition after looking at many, many others and trying to take into consideration everything. A ghost is some paranormal aspect of the physical form and or mental presence that appears to exist apart from the original physical form. Now, that may seem like a tedious definition, but it's certainly necessary to account for the broad spectrum of phenomena reported, and that word appears is especially significant because that shows that the experience of seeing a ghost is something that we cannot necessarily always differentiate from a subjective hallucination. And so I myself I'm interested in looking at the subjective experiences, but I'm even more intrigued by seeing what relationship they might have to something in the external or objective environment.
All right. Is it your view that a ghost was once a living thing, whether it be an animal or a human being?
In some cases, certainly, but the problem with that is that we have ghosts of inanimate objects that are reported as well. I mean, you have ghost ships like the Flying Dutchman around the Cape of Good Hope, or we have the ghosts of stagecoaches as well as the horses that are pulling them. We have ghost cars, and so we certainly should never limit our idea of ghosts simply to something that was at one time living. And you find that some ghosts appear to be interactive, conscious, aware, unpredictable. Other ghosts seem just the opposite, very redundant, very predictable, not aware, not interactive, almost like an imprint being replayed like a loop or some sort of electromagnetic signature on a tape recording, say. And so these are two distinct, different types of ghosts. And yet, when both manifest, we find the same types of signatures in the objective environment when, in fact, there is something that we can measure.
All right, now wait. The same type of signature. Now, whether it's an inanimate object or it was an apparently once living thing, you say you find the same kind of signatures. What kind of signatures are you talking about?
Well, I am especially intrigued by electrostatic charges that seem to build up at the time these things occur. And indeed, if I were only looking at the energy fields that I could measure,
I, based upon that, could not directly tell you if it was living or non-living, and so it makes me right off the bat question the boundary between living things and non-living things. I mean, after all, we are all essentially composed of the same elements. But the electrostatic and the electromagnetic signatures are the ones that seem to be most prevalent and most reliable. For example, I can take electrostatic generators like a Wimshurst machine or a Van de Graaff machine and produce hundreds of thousands of volts, which are actually quite safe to experiment with because amperage is, really where the
Very low current, yeah.
And so you can use these charges, and we do it all the time in a laboratory, create not only three-dimensional light forms, but you can move objects at a distance without any physical connection. You can give a human the sensation of physical touch. You can give that person cold chills, make that person's hair stand on end. I mean, you can basically create all of these earmarks that we associate with a ghostly manifestation by utilizing electrostatic charges. And once an electrostatic charge moves, well, then it becomes an electromagnetic wave. And so you could pretty much say that electrostatic and electromagnetic are more or less different sides of the same type of thing. But
all right, it sounds like you've done a little on the technical side of this. So you've done actual investigation where you've gone into the field and measured an electrostatic charge in an area where there was some sort of manifestation going on at the time?
Time and time again, yes.
Time and time again?
Yes.
All right, what is it you use, Joshua, to measure this?
Well, there is no such thing as a quote-unquote ghost meter, and so right off the bat, any reliable paranormal investigation team will take in every single tool that team can find in order to measure every aspect of the environment, because right off the bat you have to know what the normal conditions are so you can weigh something paranormal or anomalous against it. But the things that I find react most frequently at areas where hauntings are occurring or something ghostly are simple electrostatic field meters. And once you get over 1,000 volts, and of course this is a DC electrostatic charge, in an area where there is no objects around and there is nothing that you can find changing in that environment, well, then you start seeing something interesting happen measuring that alone. Then you start looking at the electromagnetic changes. And I mean, devices such as, there's one I enjoy employing called a tri-field natural EM meter. It will show you when there are changes or shifts happening at a very, very small electrical scale. Or on a small electrical scale at a very tiny level. And those are the things that I enjoy employing most, and yet at the same time, there are tools that the average person can retrieve from his or her house and use for a very broad general investigation that will also yield some results to tell you if maybe it's worthy of further research.
For example?
Well, one of my favorite devices to actually measure electrostatic anomalies is a simple fluorescent bulb. You see, if you take a fluorescent bulb and you bring it into an area where there is a buildup of electrostatic charge, by simply holding this thing in your hand, it will start to glow and flicker.
Oh, that's absolutely correct, yes.
Yeah, now the ends should not be attached to anything at all, because all that matters is having a flow of charge going through the gas inside the bulb.
That's right.
It takes a little bit more charge for this to happen than, of course, you could measure if you had one of these devices specifically geared to that purpose. But, that's the best thing the average person can use. Aside from that, if you want to measure electromagnetic or magnetic anomalies, a compass, of course, is always supposed to point north. If it doesn't point north or it starts spinning or doing something weird, well, there's probably a magnetic anomaly there. And you can also just turn on an AM radio to a blank frequency, and if there's some sort of electromagnetic interference, well, you're going to hear that on the band as well. And so I really do my best to try to look at different types of
basic tools that are affordable and available to the average person that you can use to investigate these things, so that if you have enough there that makes you feel that it's worthy of further research, well, then you can decide to invest the extra money and learn even more about your phenomenon.
No, it absolutely makes sense. A fluorescent bulb light would act exactly as you suggest. An AM radio would certainly indicate any interference going on in the area, so that would work. And what was the other?
A compass.
A compass, that's right, of course, a compass. And that might even tell you the direction from which it's coming. How frequently have you been able to correlate these items acting in the manner you suggested with some sort of paranormal activity going on?
Well, over about the past 15 years, and I'm simply pulling this out of my head, I would say I've seen a clear correlation, according to my data, at least, probably 50 times, maybe something like that. Which is fairly significant. I've been to between 500 and 1,000 supposedly haunted places over the years, but this activity is extremely rare. I mean, for example, after having been to so many places, and by the way, I don't just study ghostly phenomena. I look at, and my team Lemur looks at cases that are paranormal across the entire spectrum, because if you yourself define what you are looking for, then a lot of times you limit what people will report to you. But nonetheless, after having investigated so many places, only once have I actually seen an apparitional form with my naked eyes. And I must tell you honestly, despite having all the data there, if I had not seen one of these forms with my naked eyes, I still would have a lot more doubt about the reality of these phenomena, because it's just something that you have to experience for yourself. It's like all of these UFO videos. You can see the videos every day, you can see the pictures, but if you see something personally, it doesn't really set home with you.
I'm very well aware, Joshua. I, of course, have seen my own UFO close up, close encounter of the real close kind, and you're absolutely correct. Well, on the other hand, I've never seen a ghost. Now, I wonder if you've looked into other aspects of your research. For example, as you know, I interview these folks who do EVP research. Have you looked into that very far?
Yes, and I have a sort of strange and complex fascination with EVP, and I'll tell you why. If we were ever able to create a device that is literally like a telephone to the other side, which is sort of ultimately what EVP is all about, well, then we wouldn't need any of these other tools. I mean, this warehouse of technology that my team and I have built up over the years, and we lug around in caravans of cars, would be unnecessary, because we'd be cutting straight to the chase. We'd be able to talk to people on the other side. And so therefore, this goal of having that communication device is a paramount ideal. On the other hand,
wait a minute. Let's qualify this a little bit, Joshua. The folks that I have on the air here do, for the most part, blind recording, and they get voices that are apparently from the other side. I firmly actually believe they are from the other side. Now, George Meeks and others were doing some experiments that involved what you were just talking about, kind of a telephone to the other side. In other words, ongoing, contemporary, right now, two-way communication with somebody on the other side. Meeks was doing that, and I wish somebody else would pick up on that work. But even the work that's being done by my two friends in Utah from GIS is compelling work. Very, very compelling. I can't imagine where else these voices are coming from. Can you?
Well, and ironically, by the way, George Meek is from Franklin, North Carolina, about an hour and a half down the road from me here.
There you go.
So, yeah, it goes back to the possible connection to the location. I've never seen any body of work, of EVP work, that is comprehensive and accurate enough to stand up to the scrutiny of the scientific method. Now, that is not to say that these folks are not indeed communicating with the other side. But as you know, one of the frustrating things about scientific research is you must have repeatability. You must be able to adapt something to a controlled situation in the laboratory, and you must be able to tell other people, here's how to do this, and they should be able to go out and reproduce it.
Wait a minute now. With EVP, Joshua, they can do that. Not that it can be repeated on absolute demand, but I've had countless numbers of people after programs that we've done of the GIS go out with recorders themselves and inevitably, or more times than not, come back with an EVP. Not that they can get it on demand, but they usually come back with one, Joshua.
Well, I've got an EVP as well. You know, I have gotten voices as well, but you have to have that on-demand factor. You see, that's the problem. You are a perfectly living physical person, and still, I might call you 100 times, and you only pick up the phone once or twice, and you aren't a ghost. So how difficult is it to call somebody on the other side and get them to pick up enough to give us a reliable sort of or a reliable ratio of feedback? So that's the problem. You see, if EVP were something that would eventually lead us in the direction of getting that reliable communication, it is the most important thing we could utilize.
Joshua, hold that thought. Hold that thought. We'll come back to EVP. We've got a breaker at the bottom of the hour from the Philippines, Manila. I'm Art Bell. That's fact. Hello there from rainy Manila in the Philippines, Southeast Asia. My guest is Joshua Warren. We're talking about ghosts. We're talking about, and this is the first time we've done that, really. Inanimate objects as well as objects that at one time were animated. That's very interesting because as I think about it, the things Joshua named were at one time pretty much connected with human beings, right? Ghost ships, that sort of thing. They were one time connected with things that were, people that were living. So I wonder if inanimate objects actually have the ability to reappear or hang in the ether as things that once had a soul do, or they simply reappear because they were part of many lives. I don't know. Something we'll think about. Joshua Warren, back in just a moment. Okay, we'll talk a little more about EVP, but I do want to touch on that. Joshua, I'm really interested. The inanimate objects you spoke about, it did occur to me that you're right. I mean, there are ghost ships, there are ghost planes, there are, there's this and that, things that appear and disappear that people see, but these are things that at one time or another were pretty much all connected to living human beings. Isn't that true?
The most prominent examples are, however, the funny thing, the tricky thing about that question is that the data that we have, for the most part, about ghostly phenomena, I guess you could say maybe altogether, is based upon human observation. And so you're talking about places where humans usually are in order for these things to be observed. But in some cases it goes, perhaps, it might be pushing it because we do have things like time slips, as we call them, where someone actually turns around in an old house and sees that entire house the way it was 100 years before renovations, and everything, and the whole environment looks different. Now, still, like you said, I mean, there is a connection to humans because we're basing it on a human observation. So it's almost like the I guess the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, the idea that you can't truly measure something in its basic essence because that the very fact that you are observing it changes what is being observed. And so that's why this is so very complex, because you have to place ghostly experiences and ghostly encounters in context based upon the observer's position to get a full round scope of the experience. Whereas even though we may have all this other data we can apply, data in and of itself doesn't really tell you necessarily anything about what's happening if you don't have the human observer there to interpret it.
Okay. Joshua, I want to ask you about something. And this is probably, I don't know, I might have discussed this before, but I don't think so. It's been very hard for me to talk about. After my wife passed in January, I went through a period of time, very, very close in. I'm talking about the first few days after she passed, Joshua. I'm normally a guy who likes the house nice and cool. I will turn the air conditioners down, and I just love it cool. That's just the way I am. I've always been that way, and I guess I always will be that way. However, in the first several days after my wife passed, I was absolutely freezing, Joshua. I mean, I was freezing. So I turned the air conditioning up. It got up to around 80 degrees in the house, and that's just unheard of for me. I keep it at about 68 or better. And it got up to about 80 degrees, and I was still, Joshua, I'm telling you, I was so freezing cold. My teeth were chattering. I could feel it in every bone and sinew of my body. It got so damn cold that I had to go into the shower, turn the shower on hot, and I literally sat in the shower and let the hot water beat on me, and it didn't get better for about 30 minutes. It was the doggonest thing I ever felt in my whole life. She was there, or somebody was there, and I'm convinced it was her, Joshua. Have you heard reports? I know there are many reports of cold associated with some sort of presence. What can you tell me?
Well, right off the bat, that makes me feel that there's a good chance that not only Ramona may have been there, but she may have actually been trying very hard to manifest. And the reason I say that is because we have gone to so many of these places that are haunted, where these cold spots float around, and we use all kinds of temperature gauges, and we don't find any significant measurement to show us that there actually is a drop in the external temperature. However, you can feel it. And so that's why we went into the laboratory and we started doing experiments with what we call an ion wind. And when you have a flow of electrostatic charges moving across your flesh, I mean, it can absolutely freeze you. It feels icy cold. You wouldn't know the difference if I took, a canister of compressed air and blew it across you. And we find that when there is intense movement of electrostatic charges, you get that ion wind that makes you feel cold. Now, there is no actual drop in temperature, so that's the funny thing about it. You can measure the electron or the electrostatic flow.
Oh, no, I can tell you for a fact. I mean, I actually watched the temperature go up to 80 degrees, and I was still, what's the right word? There was no relief for it. I was freezing cold, teeth chattering cold, that kind of cold, and it was up to 80 degrees. So you're absolutely correct. I could look at the thermometer and I could tell it had reached 80, and I was still freezing. Now, this happened on like 2 or 3 days in succession, very close to her passing. So there was something going on. Now, I can't rule out the fact that it was in my mind, but I'm telling you, it was as real as anything else in my life, as real as the desk I'm touching here, banging on. So,
and that's the funny thing about it. When it comes to something like the feel of a room or something like the smell, I mean, how often do you hear about someone saying, I smell a cigar or I smell a flower? We don't have a meter right now that we can walk into a room with and measure a smell. And yet, it's a real thing. It's a tangible thing that makes an impact. It makes certain neurons fire off in our brains. And that's the thing about ghostly phenomena at this point. It makes us beg this question of what is the boundary of reality compared to ourselves and our technology. And the fact of the matter is, we ourselves, as humans, are meters, so to speak, ourselves. The problem is calibrating the meter. What do you calibrate the meter by? But when you say that you have this feeling of cold,
I feel like that there was probably a flow of electrostatic charges causing this, considering there was no other explanation that you could document, and that is a classic sign of someone who is trying very much to manifest, and I wonder, did you ever ask her if she would come back?
I talk to her constantly. I don't think I ever made a specific request for her to come back. No. I still talk to her. And anyway, I just wanted to pass that on to you that that was as real as can be. I've never, ever felt anything like it in my life. There was no relief for it, save jumping in a hot shower. And even then, the relief didn't come for about 30 minutes. So it was just amazing. And in movies that you see about ghostly phenomena, they always show, in fact, they go to the degree of showing as though it were below 32 degrees and you can see the person's breath and that sort of thing. But you're saying that is not the way it really happens.
Not based upon the data that I've been able to personally collect.
All right. Let's talk for a moment about, you've apparently written a brand new book. You've got a new book called Pet Ghosts. Is that right?
Yes, Pet Ghost, Animal Encounters from Beyond the Grave, and right off the bat, I think that the title may sort of limit the perception of what the book is about, because it's not just about cats and dogs and stories along those lines. I mean, this is really a book about non-human apparitions altogether, and looking at what is this potential border between humans and other creatures, and even exploring the fringes, looking at, say, Bigfoot or Mothman or the Loch Ness Monster, and examining them. Are those things animals, or are they something of a semi-physical nature? And so, yeah, Pet Ghost is really a book about non-human apparitions.
Non-human apparitions. All right. Well, let's actually, though, touch on the pet part of it for a moment, because I just cannot tell you how many emails I've had from people who tell me that their dog or their cat absolutely has been back. They felt them on the bed with them. They felt the little paws going across the bed. They've seen things disturbed in the house that pet loved before. How common?
Well, it's extremely common. I didn't even realize myself how common it was until I started actively seeking it, because people look rather flippantly upon animals altogether. And there are a lot of complexities when it comes to the subject matter. I mean, for example, if you're outside and you see an animal or running around, or a bird flying through the trees, in many cases you have no way of differentiating between this creature being a physical, tangible organism and something else. Oftentimes, animal ghosts, or as I call them, phantomals, they look just as physical as living creatures. But, one thing I find intriguing about this subject is that usually when an animal ghost comes back, it's for a limited period of time. I mean, maybe a week to a few weeks. In fact, there were hundreds of stories that I didn't include for Pet Ghost simply because it was that basic. I mean, well, I hear my dog whining, or I feel a brush on the leg, but there wasn't a real story there, so to speak. In other cases, however, you have places where there seems to be this really special connection between the environment and the animal, and it allows that creature to come back again and again, and those are the places where we even have stuff like dinosaur ghosts being reported.
Now, there's a new one. Is it your belief, Joshua, that animals have a greater propensity to come back from the other side than do humans?
I don't think there's anything greater about it. I think it's about equal. And, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, looking at the connection between animate and inanimate objects and their relationship to ghosts. I'm criticized sometimes by people of faith who say, well, only humans have souls and animals don't. For you to make that claim is an insult to humans. And I say, well, when you look at humans and animals under the microscope, I mean, at the smallest levels, there is nothing really there that you can use to tell the difference between us.
Not as far as I'm concerned, Joshua.
if you live with an animal, inside dog, or in my case, inside cats, and you look at every aspect of that animal, there is nothing, in my opinion, that separates them and us other than the ability to vocally communicate. Everything else, jealousy, anger, happiness, depression, playfulness, even self-awareness, curiosity. I could go on and on and on and on with a list, but the people who live with pets know that I'm right. They have all of these things. So other than the ability to vocalize, as far as I'm concerned, my cats and dogs and probably other mammals have souls. Now, that's going to engender a lot of criticism, as you mentioned, because, well, it's not supposed to be. We're supposed to be the only ones with souls, but I don't believe that, Joshua.
Well, and even beyond that, it's not even necessary to have a soul to be a ghost. So, I mean, you could say that issue of having a soul or a spirit is even irrelevant altogether. But if you want to look at it that way, then yes, there is no difference between us and them at that level. And I mean, both of us are primarily empty space and water to start with. And then beyond that, we're just a loose mixture of these other elements that we share in common with inanimate objects. And so, yes, I agree with you entirely on that point that people, or the reason people find such a connection with their animals is that because, we are so similar to them. And the only difference that we have between them may be no different than what we see with humans in many cases. I mean, there are people out there who are in a state where they cannot speak or they can't relate to us, say someone who's on a life support machine. Does that mean this person is any less human than we are? No. I mean, that we are all essentially made of the same substance, and what I've found is that there is no reason to believe that animals are any different in terms of their propensity to come back from the other side, so to speak.
Do you see any difference, Joshua, between what we call a ghost, whether it be that of a human or an animal, and what human beings regard as alien spirits or alien creatures? Are they the same sort of thing?
Well, that is a question that I have learned so much more about answering just since last fall, because last fall, I went to Roswell for a week and did research there for a program the Discovery Channel was planning to air, which oddly enough is in the can, and yet they have decided not to air it, even though we had some amazing stuff captured.
Why are they not going to air it?
They have not given any sort of specific explanation for why they won't air it. And in fact, months ago, Jim Mars, who also was involved with the project, brought it up on Coast to Coast when George Norrie was on, and many people contacted Discovery and were demanding to see this thing, and it's sort of mysterious why they will not air it, because I have done so much research, I've seen so many images of paranormal phenomena, and we captured something on 7 or 8 high-definition cameras in Roswell that I have never seen in my entire life. The program was called X-Ops, and assuming that you're never going to see this, I may as well go ahead and tell you what it looks like.
Yes, by all means, because perhaps it will tell us what it is they were afraid to air.
We were at Hangar 84, which is where, according to popular lore, the bodies were brought after the crash. And one thing that I should mention is that when we went to Roswell, we weren't just going there to do the same old story about the alien crash and the people who had seen this and that. No, the new twist was that now people in Roswell are actually seeing the ghosts of the aliens. And I mean, I'm not talking 1 or 2 people out there you might find a little wacko. I mean, these are some quite reliable people who have a great deal of credibility, people in the medical profession in particular, who are working at the area that used to be the old Roswell Army Airfield Hospital, who have been seeing the apparitions of the aliens. And so
show.
All right, and so what exactly did you capture on, did you say 7 or 8 high-def cameras?
There were 7 or 8 high-def cameras there, and I don't know how many of them captured this, but I assume they all must have. At one point, we did a seance in Hangar 84. Now, I personally am not big on seances. I was just there with my equipment to document what happened, but there were a couple of psychics on the team, and those people led the seance. And at one point, in the middle of the session, and I mean, this was a dark, cold, windy night in Roswell, what appears to be what I can best describe as a huge snake-like figure appears over our heads and slithers across Hangar 84.
And they caught this on camera? They caught this on camera and they're not airing it?
High-definition camera from multiple angles. Now, you explain that to me. I mean...
Oh, no, there's no way to explain that.
That is, it's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen in my life.
Unless they thought they were being bamboozled somehow or another.
Well, we all saw that and we said, wow, we have hit the jackpot. We came here and actually got something that is so compelling. I mean, this is going to be a...
Well, all right, the producer, who was there, along with the cameraman and all the rest of it, they must have had some comment about what was caught on camera, right? They must have gone, oh my God, look at this.
Oh, yeah, they were just ecstatic. I mean, it really was that point where to me, it was a distinct point, and I think for them it was a distinct point where this crossed over from being another prospective program to this is a classic show. We have...
All right, Joshua, hold it right there. We're at the top of the hour. It sounds like they caught the smoking snake, so to speak, and in Roswell. Can't beat that. From Manila, in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. It is. I know the people at Discovery pretty well. There's some pretty good people, and I can't for one second imagine they would catch something really significant like a snake-like apparition that would appear over a group of people doing a seance in Roswell, New Mexico, and then not air it. So perhaps somebody at the network would like to get hold of me and explain to me why this is not being aired. We'll find out more about what's not being aired in a moment with Joshua. But if anybody at the network would like to get hold of me, I'm Art Bell at AOL.com or Art Bell at Mindspring.com. That's Art Bell, ARTBELL at AOL.com, or more likely at Mindspring.com. Sure would like to hear from Discovery about what it is they're not airing. We'll be right back. Joshua, aside from that incredible snake-like apparition that appeared above the seance, was there anything else in that program that you can think of that would have caused them to make a decision not to air?
Well, the only thing that I was told by the producer-director is that they felt that the fact everybody present agreed that something paranormal happened did not seem objective enough for Discovery Channel. But, I mean, that's the only thing that I've been told, and which is kind of ironic because, I mean, you would hope that when Discovery puts together, and by the way, this was a Discovery project. This was not something somebody came up with and pitched to Discovery. I mean, this came from Discovery. Originally, we had Discovery producers in the field, on the scene with us the whole time, overseeing the production. There were producers there when this happened. You would think that given those circumstances, they would say, okay, we put together a team of people here who have experienced something extraordinary, and that gives us all the more reason to air it. But then the only thing that I heard afterward was that they figured that since everybody there agreed something paranormal had occurred, that it seemed to jeopardize the objectivity of the event.
That doesn't make sense to me, Joshua. I mean, if everybody agreed and they caught it on a high-def camera, then they had, it seems to me, that met their objectives, period. And so that's not subjective at all. They had evidence.
In fact, at least I personally have a copy of the footage. I mean, Jim Castle, the guy who directed this thing, sent me a copy, and he'd probably be happy to send you a copy as well.
Well, I'd be happy to receive a copy. All right, look, let's move on. Over the years on this program, we've discussed, lake monsters, Bigfoot extensively. I've interviewed people who've had big encounters with Bigfoot, thank you very much, Mothman, all the rest of them, these sort of, I don't know, somewhere between mythical and paranormal creatures. Is there any distinction in your mind between them and between the sighting of ghosts and other paranormal phenomena, or is it all in the same bailiwick?
Well, the way I view this particular subject, and by the way, I know a lot of cryptozoologists. I know Lauren Coleman personally, for example. He's spoken at conferences, and I've spoken along with him at conferences, and I have enormous respect for people who are really diligent and looking at the physical evidence, who feel that these are perfectly normal, biological, organic creatures. However, I don't see anything in our knowledge of the scientific aspect of energy and biology and so on that should lead us to believe that life forms can only exist within the realm that you and I consider physical. And keep in mind, physicality itself is relative. Basically, what physical means is that two forms are oscillating at a frequency similar enough so that they are able to resist each other. And so, therefore, all it takes is a slight increase or decrease in the frequency of one or the other in order to create this physical/non-physical relationship where the two do not interact. And so physicality...
Boy, I'll buy that one, buddy. I'll sure buy that one. In fact, in the first hour, I don't know if you caught it, we talked briefly about this phenomena known as shadow people or shadow beings, if you will.
Yeah.
And I've thought for some time that the more modern phenomena of staring at computer screens, which of course operate at a different refresh rate, eventually sort of retrain the brain after hours to see at a slightly different vibrational rate and allow human beings to see these things that are normally not seen in our physical dimension.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point, because you have that flash frame sort of rate, or whatever they call it. I forget the actual term that determines the rate basically at which your eyes are able to perceive other frequencies. It's no different than, say, turning on a fan. You can't see the fan blades when they're moving at a certain rate because they are going too fast for your brain to perceive. But if you turn on the strobe light, for example, that strobe light isolates them at a frequency that your brain can't perceive, and that may be why the shutter speed on the camera determines if you can see into these frequencies. And so there is no reason scientifically to believe that life forms cannot exist at frequencies that are non-physical to us. Look at radio waves. We can't see them, we can't feel them, but they are real, they are tangible, they carry information, and so on. When it comes to something like Bigfoot or Mothman or some of these creatures, before we get into the idea that these may, in fact, perhaps be ghosts of creatures that are extinct or something like that, because I mentioned dinosaur ghosts earlier, I feel that when these creatures are present at our frequency, they are entirely tangible to us. I mean, they leave footprints, they leave hairs and other physical traces, but they don't stick around long enough for us to have the ultimate specimen to prove that they are always in our realm. Because I do feel like when people say, I've seen this creature, or when they collect samples, I think those people are being honest, and they have actually seen something physical. But if there is a, let's say, 1,000-pound, 8-foot-tall, hairy thing running around this country. And I can understand if it's way out in the middle of the jungle or in the middle of the Pacific Northwest, but we have reports of these creatures in all 50 states every year.
That's right.
There should be more evidence. There should be more hair. There should be more footprints. There should be more of an impact on the ecology of the system.
I could not agree with you more. And so then perhaps for only short periods are they able to, in essence, be in this dimension, affecting physicality in this dimension, in other words, leaving footprints and that sort of thing, and that might account for why we suddenly see those footprints end as though the thing had just gone straight up into the air or something.
Yeah, perfect example. Absolutely. And I mean, cryptozoologists hate it when you talk like that, but you know,
I know.
Yeah, that's what the evidence indicates. Yeah.
Is there any indication, whether it's a ghost or whether it's one of these creatures that we're now talking about, how the apparitions actually are able to manifest?
Well, look at the Mothman, for example. The Mothman sightings climaxed leading up to a big event, the collapse of the Silver Bridge. The sightings started out slow and they picked up at speed, and of course we always have difficulty evaluating that sort of thing because the media can step in and accelerate the coverage, and you never know how much of it is being implanted in people's minds. But without going down that road, we know that altogether there were a few sightings in the beginning, and they became more and more frequent, and it led up to this major disaster, the collapse of the Silver Bridge, where 40-some people died, I think. And then after that, the sightings virtually disappeared or dwindled altogether slowly over time. So maybe there is, well, we know for a fact there is an energy environment that surrounds this planet that exists at a certain frequency. I mean, we know about the Schumann resonance, for example, if you want to look at it globally, based upon how lightning discharges are hitting the planet and all this kind of stuff. Maybe when there is a big change that is about to occur on the planet, before it happens physically, it first happens in the energy environment, or at very least, that's where the first traces of it are. And when these shifts begin to occur in the energy environment, these creatures that live in the realm just are outside of the one that we consider physical, are able to interact with us, either because, let's say, their frequency is lowered, or ours is heightened, or vice versa. But for some reason, there is this shift in frequency at these critical points that allows the frequencies to converge closer together. And so for this limited window, we are able to experience each other in a physical way. And then finally, the big discharge occurs, an earthquake happens, or some disaster happens. And in fact, just last year, there was a minor earthquake here in western North Carolina, where I live, and afterward, people started calling me and telling me about seeing these large winged beings in the air only minutes before the earthquake occurred. And after that discharge happens and everything settles, well then, we don't see them anymore because they go back into their realm.
Well, that's because there was an electromagnetic disturbance associated with the earthquake. There usually is.
Yeah.
Now, I wonder, I'm going to go way out on a limb right now, but if you look at the George Meeks research, one has to wonder, that of course was with EVP, but one has to wonder if there isn't something that could be done on this side, or perhaps even, Joshua, on the other side, or perhaps on both sides, that would eventually enable a mixing of the two sides, an ongoing communication, or even better, movement on both sides, if you follow me. In other words, some scientific breakthrough that would allow the veil to be dropped.
Yes, that is what we have to achieve. And that is why that, you see, so far when it comes to the EVP type technology you were talking about earlier, what they have done essentially is create a bunch of white noise
so that these are sort of free-floating building blocks that hopefully any entity out there will sort of be able to snatch onto and shape into a form that is able to communicate like a voice or something.
Well, specifically in the Meeks case, what they did was, it was kind of like white noise, and the idea was that the entity on the other side, being unable to vocalize, could instead find a way to modulate this white noise in a way that would make it vocal and make us able to actually hear something, to understand something.
It's like giving it an electronic voice box to work with.
That's right. That's right, exactly.
But you see, that is only the first step. As you were suggesting, the next step is now to figure out how do we change the frequency of this realm and that realm so that our frequencies converge closer together so that that voice box, so to speak, will become more useful. And that's why we have to look at a wide-scale manipulation of the frequency. It almost reminds you of something like the Philadelphia experiment or some of these Tesla-type experiments where you create something that resonates the entire piece of property itself so that that chunk of space-time is able to shift in a similar fashion to what may happen naturally at these places such as Point Pleasant, West Virginia, before some big event occurs. And the problem is, if we ever are able to create the technology to do that, and we may already have, frankly, well then we don't really know how detrimental this could be altogether.
That's right.
To our well-being by
resonating. We don't. It's opening a door, is what it's doing, Joshua. It's swinging it wide open, in fact. And so, right, I have no idea whether that would be a good or a bad thing. I think the possibilities are probably about equal.
Yeah, I would say so, because, the Earth itself is such a dynamic, complex machine with so many variables. Few people seem to realize that. We have this false perception of how huge and complex the Earth is because of modern technology. We can go instantly to a reporter anywhere or see all these satellite images, and it makes the Earth seem very small. But in fact, the Earth is so huge and complex, I think that these things do happen all the time on the Earth naturally. But when you're talking about producing a machine that allows us to manipulate the Earth's environment, frankly, in order to cause that convergence between our realm and another dimension, it's going to warp time, it's going to change gravity, and in a way, time itself is the core of this whole situation, because what more perfectly captures the mystery of ghostly phenomena than time itself? If you see a ghost, you have the sense that you're looking at the past, or in some cases, you're looking into the future, depending on the situation. And so it makes you feel like that if we had a machine that was able to withstand certain forces and travel at certain speeds and so on, well, we have this idea we could travel through time physically. Well, we don't have a machine like that so far. But mentally, we may have that ability. I mean, we don't understand the power of the mind. And so it may very well be that the mind is at this point sometimes able to achieve these states that we still cannot achieve with our physical technology. And if we were able to achieve it, might be so reckless with it that we would either destroy ourselves or make ourselves insane if you are the experimenter who was there in the midst of it. And I think I've seen that happen to people.
Well, it may be that such a machine is not as impossible as it might seem on the face of it. In other words, if we are able to begin to affect the vibrational state of the brain with nothing more than a computer monitor, then using that line of reasoning, it might be that both sight, sound, frequency, and some other factors could be combined in some sort of machine that would in fact change a certain area into, let's see, what am I trying to say here? I'm trying to say, I guess, to open that door we're talking about. Such a machine might not be so impossible.
Well, even though people like you and myself are very technically minded, we like wires, we like buttons, we like electricity. For thousands of years, people have been trying to achieve the same effect by using something like the psychomantia, a perfectly natural effect, which is based upon something similar to scrying, where a person gazes into a mirror or some other reflective surface and is able to create these psychic, if you will, impressions using the mental state. And I've had people warn me strongly against doing that as well. But one thing that I find intriguing about this idea that we might be able to accomplish mentally what we would like to accomplish technically is that when you look into a mirror and you are basically seeing your own eyes, well, that is, in a sense, infinity. And we know that infinity is really the key to the most complex mysteries of all. I mean, that's what it's all really about, infinity. There is no beginning, there is no end. And you would not believe how many times I go into haunted houses, and after about 5 minutes of walking around, I enter a room where there is a mirror facing a mirror. And you get that infinite tunnel of image with an image with an image. Now, mirrors, of course, are designed to reflect electromagnetism, i.e. light. So it may be that the real key to this whole situation in that sense is something to do with this infinite loop of energy being reflected back and forth, and that's when it starts getting really complex.
Is it true, Joshua, that people like yourself, researchers, are being surveilled by the government?
Yes, it is.
It is.
Yeah.
Hold it.
Okay.
Right there, Joshua. That's a great little tease, and that's what we do here at the Breakpoint. So these researchers, people like Joshua, are being surveilled by our government. I wonder specifically by what agency of the government and why. From Manila in the Philippines, Southeast Asia, just about the opposite side of the world from most of you out there, I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. You are a good afternoon to you. It's currently about, I don't know, 3:35 or so in the afternoon in Manila, the Philippines. I'm speaking with Joshua Warren, and we're talking about ghosts specifically in a moment. We're talking about our government surveillance of researchers like Joshua Warren. Now, let's think about that a little bit. Certainly, our government, the guys with the agencies that just have initials pretty much, there's nothing I would think that Joshua would know that they need to find out about. So the only thing I can imagine the government would be interested in would be what people like Joshua might stumble into, something perhaps our government already knows about. We'll ask in a moment. Just taking a very small step backward, Susie in Petaluma, California says, Joshua was talking about the fan blade and shutter speeds on a camera, right? This may be the reason for the common phenomena of finding something ghost-like in a photograph that supposedly wasn't there when it was taken. Are we in a ghost soup all the time and don't know it? I'll tell you something interesting. I got an email concerning a number of passengers on an airliner, on an aircraft, I guess. I don't know that it was an airliner. On an aircraft who took photographs of something or another, and each and every one of the photographs was several people and several cameras caught exactly the same lights in formation following the aircraft. Now, these lights were not actually seen by the people on the aircraft nor the people taking the photographs until the pictures were either developed or simply shown after being, the word exposed doesn't apply to the digital world. But anyway, it showed up equally well on all of the cameras, but not to the naked eye, only to to the cameras, and I'm working on that story right now. I wasn't really going to mention it tonight, but it seems to fit in. Joshua?
Yeah, that's a perfect example because our team has been in places before where paranormal activity occurs. We have 3 or 4 cameras set up. We have 3 or 4 people. Something anomalous happens, and each camera captures something different, and each person experiences something different. And talking about questioning reality, I mean, that makes you really question what is real and what is not. And the fact of the matter is there is no correct perception of reality. Indeed, cameras are capable of capturing things that we cannot see with our naked eyes, for one thing, because of shutter speed, and secondly, because that especially digital cameras are all able to see somewhat into the infrared realm. And it seems like that so many of these paranormal anomalies are within the infrared, but that may only be because that our digital technology is currently able to capture infrared easily. We don't have digital cameras readily available that can capture into the UV realm, and that's something our team is working closer toward, trying to see what is in the UV realm that might be just as extraordinary as what we see in the infrared. But that's absolutely true. Cameras are able to perceive things that the naked eye cannot.
The Bigelow Ranch, I guess you're probably familiar with Bob Bigelow, right? He's now in aerospace, launched a spacecraft, but he was very much into paranormal research, and at his ranch, using night vision equipment, some very credible people that I've interviewed were able to actually view an opening, some sort of dimensional opening, and something crawling through it. I know this sounds strange as hell, but it's true. And it was seen by a number of people. And anyway, look, I want to get back to this surveillance business. I started thinking about that. Why would our government surveil somebody like you? What would they be interested in? Well, probably nothing that they don't already know. In other words, they've done a lot of work in this area, so they must already know something. What they must be concerned about, Joshua, is that one of you all will discover something they already know that they don't want made public.
Well, in my experience, government agencies, and by the way, it's not directly the government. Instead, it is the private businesses, private corporations that are contracted with the government who are doing the real research because they are protected by privacy rights that public agencies don't have.
Well, it's still the government, though. I mean, remember Air America.
Yeah, exactly. It all boils down to how you define things technically. And, definition is everything.
Yeah.
But they don't really seem to care so much about ghost research. It's when you start looking into outer space and you start looking at this alien phenomenon and how that extraterrestrial things may actually manifest using the manipulation of energy. That's when the government really starts becoming intrigued, and especially when you start looking into the moon. Because I have this impression, based upon my own experiences, that we all look up every day at the moon. We see this bright, glowing orb above we're all familiar with, and we sort of blow it off because we're so used to it. But there is something going on with the moon. I don't know necessarily if it is of a terrestrial or extraterrestrial nature, but there is sufficient reason to believe that there are secret projects taking place on the moon, based, if nothing else, on the fact that that's when they really start paying attention to you.
Well, it could well be, Joshua, but I'm not sure there's, at the end of the day, that much difference between the kind of paranormal research you're doing and research on aliens. In other words, aliens seem to manifest, appear, disappear, be able to do things that we would consider to be paranormal, much in the same way a ghost does. So I don't know that there's a lot of difference. I mean, whether we call it an alien spirit or we call it a ghost, these are just, they're just words, Joshua.
Well, you hit the nail on the head there, because based upon the research that I have done, there is no huge difference between the way that a ghost may manifest and how something like an alien intelligence manifests, because the same thing is happening. There is this manipulation of the frequencies taking place between what we consider non-physical and physical. And given that, if you consider that the government is simply composed of people who are categorizing things in terms of prioritization, it makes sense that they would actually start increasing surveillance when you start touching on something that has relevance to a project they're actually working on, such as something related to extraterrestrials. But in essence, you're absolutely right. There is no great difference from what I've seen between how these potential extraterrestrial intelligences may be manifesting and how a ghost makes that transition from one realm to the other.
Here. Have you been aware of any surveillance of yourself at any point?
Absolutely, yeah.
Give me an example, please.
Yeah, I have actually had government agents show up at my house. And there are some details that I cannot go into for certain privacy reasons. But basically, I never experienced this sort of government surveillance presence until I started seriously investigating that connection between the possibility of extraterrestrial manifestations and what's happening on the moon. And therefore, I feel that when I say government agents have appeared at my house, I mean, men have shown up not only at my house, but at my neighbors' homes, asking questions. I've told people for a long time that I had weird stuff happening on my phone line, and then we have all this coming out about the Bush administration tapping phone lines, and I don't think there's anything unique about that. I think governments have probably always done that. But you can't help but become paranoid after you get to the point where not only do you have strangers showing up around your house asking questions, but also...
Oh, no, that'll do it. Paranoia will come quite easily with people talking to your neighbors, interviewing your neighbors, asking about you. Do you recall any of the specific questions they asked about you?
Well, for the most part, it boils down to issues such as, who is this person in terms of his research? How stable is he mentally? I mean, I think that's the big thing. Psychologically, they ask questions such as, do you see him doing anything unusual at night? Because I'm sort of a night owl, you know, obviously you're in another part of the world, but right now it's approaching 4 in the morning here on the East Coast. They ask questions from a psychological perspective. And so even if there's this perception that a person like myself may be, you know, some wacko, well, why should they care about that? You know, I'm not out there. I'm not doing anything that should be threatening to the national security. I'm simply questioning these concepts about how extraterrestrial or other types of entities may manifest here on Earth. And so it is possible that they simply have a whole department which is looking at the psychological aspects of researchers out there like myself for some reason that I don't know about, that has no relationship to any reality regarding the practicality of these other beings or intelligences.
Now, could be. Let me ask you this. Is there anything about the moon that you know that we should know? You brought up the moon, so let's go there.
Well, for about the past 15 years, I have been mentored by a man named Charles Yost, who worked for NASA. He actually died last year, and so I feel much more willing to talk about certain things that I wouldn't have before that. I worked with him on projects that I felt have some elements that I wouldn't have discussed prior to his death. He's actually in the NASA Hall of Fame for being an inventor of Tempur-Pedic memory foam. And not too long before he died, he gave me some footage that NASA had showing, and I think this was from Apollo 8. This is on my website, lemurteam.com, where there is a craft flying over the surface of the moon, and at one point, something that looks very much like a tower sticking up out of the moon is visible, and as the camera flies over, this thing shifts perspective, and right as the camera is about to pass over top of it, this, what appears to be something like a puff of smoke is ejected from this tower.
Uh-huh.
Now,
Well, a lot of people are going to want to see this, so let me stop and say it's www.lemur, that's Lemur, team, team.com, right?
That's right. And
A lot of people are going to be on the way to that website right now. How do they get to the clip you're talking about?
Well, there's a section there that says ghost hunting and more.
Right.
And if you click on that, I think there's a heading, something like Space Mysteries or something like that, where we have this footage posted. And, you know, it's funny, I started out just as a journalist collecting ghost stories, and I had years and years of experience in seeing how people respond to that. And then once I posted this footage, and I simply raised the question of what is this, you would not believe that the people who started bombarding my sites and our discussion board every day with truly venomous reactions, saying, you know,
Really?
yeah, I mean, saying anything they could to possibly discredit our work, when I have not made any claims whatsoever about what this is. All I've said is, here's the footage. What is it? And we're talking about people who are posting virtually 24 hours a day. Now, I don't think the average person out there trying to make a living in this country is able to sit there on a computer and post these highly articulate arguments to every single thing you put out there 24 hours a day. It almost seems like that there is some sort of orchestration out there amongst a group of extremely intelligent people who are doing everything they can to cast doubt upon anything they feel that you are insinuating in terms of a mystery. And I have never seen such a response, so much arrogance, so much condescension toward asking questions as I have seen since I started asking questions about the moon in particular. And recently, now we have this information coming out about, 698 boxes of the footage from the Apollo mission with the footage have just mysteriously vanished.
Gone.
And then, you go back to Roswell, and all the outgoing messages from the Roswell base have mysteriously vanished. There is something happening here, and I don't pretend to know what it is. And I can't say directly that it's aliens. I've never seen an alien. I have seen so many people comment upon the fact that, they have seen organisms from some extraterrestrial or of extraterrestrial origin, that I think that there is probably some credibility there. But whether or not it's extraterrestrial or terrestrial, the moon right now is in a position where it is being used as a tool to control this planet based upon what I have seen. And why wouldn't it be? I mean, look at how important satellites in general are. The moon is the ultimate satellite. And, just recently, we not only have, George Bush saying we're going to go back to the moon, and we have the Russians saying we're going to put a base on the moon, and the Chinese people saying we're going to put a base on the moon. Well, there are also these reports coming out about helium-3, which is this plentiful substance on the moon that aids fusion reactions that could solve the energy crisis for hundreds, if not over 1,000 years. And so it may be that it's based solely upon the energy crisis, and I feel like all these big secrets that the government is interested in boils down to energy. And that's why right now, we are in such a dire situation, because most people agree that energy needs are a big component of why we're at war right now.
Well, as you know, there are many people who have said there are things on the moon that have been hidden from us, from large glass crystalline structures that Richard C. Hoagland and others have talked about, to many other things. There are those who even suggest the soul, that there's some sort of repeater that collects souls on the moon. I mean, there's all kinds of lore about the moon, and there is some evidence that there may be something on the moon that they don't want us to know about. You believe that?
Oh, absolutely. At this point, it's funny. If you are the kind of person who says, I am never going to form an opinion until I know something 100%, well, then you may as well just keep your mouth shut and never say anything, because you're never going to know anything 100%. That's not the nature of reality. For all we know, this whole experience is just some kind of dream. How do you know the difference between the two? Because a dream seems realistic. But if you are the kind of person who realizes, okay, there comes a certain point. Okay, you there, Art?
I'm right here.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just heard myself talking to myself.
I know. I heard the same thing. There's some sort of glitch back there. That's all right.
Okay, maybe it is a dream. But anyway, if you're the kind of person who realizes that you're never going to have all of the information, and so at some point you may as well form an opinion, and you're not afraid to be wrong if you are indeed wrong, well, so be it. I, at this point, have formed the opinion that there is something extremely significant happening on the moon that they are keeping secret from us, and this is exactly the kind of thing that they don't want us talking about right now.
Well, then you're liable to find somebody else at your door or one of your neighbor's doors. I have no idea what it is either, but it does seem that there's some sort of mystery connected with the moon. And of course, we did go there now a long time ago, and we haven't exactly we've had some rhetoric, but we haven't exactly seen big steps toward going back to the moon. And one has to wonder what's going to happen when for example, the Chinese get to the moon. Hold tight, Joshua. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to open the phone lines and allow all of you to ask Joshua Warren questions, whether it would be about entities that you have seen, experiences you've had, or much of what he's talked about, even right down to and including surveillance from our government, or something that ought not be on the moon that we've not yet been told about, but is probably there. Any and all of that is fair game when we return from Manila in the Philippines. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. We're all on a ride. It's just that not much on this ride is really as it seems. My guest is Joshua Warren. We're talking about things ranging from ghosts and spirits to aliens, and now the moon. If you have any questions, those are the numbers. Joshua's at your service. Coming right back in a moment. Tim in Casper, Wyoming says, here's a thought. What if we're able to travel interdimensionally by electronic means of some sort and finally discover the truth for everything? We're probably going to find out we're actually stuck in somebody's Sims game. All right, Joshua, welcome back. I've got a board full of people who would like to talk to you. And I suspect it's exactly about the things you've been talking about, so let's give it a try. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right, here it comes. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Joshua and Art. Hello.
Hi. I wanted to make a comment and share. I have a photo that I took in the Queen's Chamber, the pyramid, that also has a serpent. Actually, there's two serpents in them. They're on each side of someone. I was taking a picture of the niche in the Queen's Chamber as this person stepped out, and it's very, very clear that they're serpents. And what I wanted to ask him is the one that they filmed for that Discovery thing, was it blue? Did it have like a blue light?
Joshua?
From it?
No, from my knowledge, and of course I'm only going upon the way it was shot, and frankly I don't have that technical knowledge, I was just sent the footage, but it did not seem to be anything bluish, it seemed to be white, and it slithered from the left side of the screen to the right side. And, you know, I had to sign a very extensive contract with Discovery to do this show, which prevents me directly from making that public. But as you mentioned, Art, if you will send me your shipping address after the show, I will send this to you or have it sent to you. But no, I don't recall a bluish light, but I'm intrigued that you got that kind of thing in the pyramid.
No, it's interesting. You cannot. What are you unable to talk about? What does the contract prohibit you from specifically saying?
This is the most comprehensive contract that I've ever signed in my entire life. In fact, I have talked to people who are experts in these kinds of contracts working with Discovery, and they said that they've never seen a contract like this. And so...
Are you in violation of it, just in telling us what you already have?
Well, I don't know. But you know, I do know this, that if I have come across at all tonight as hesitant or limited in what I can say, it is because of that. But that whole Discovery situation is something that I've talked with, and other people involved have talked with George about in the past, and it's the kind of thing, if you wanted to take a whole show one night to discuss it, it's that extensive. We have that much that we could discuss, but in terms of violation of the contract, I certainly do not intend to violate it, and that's why I must...
All right, I'll tell you what. Before I would call upon the public to bombard Discovery with calls or emails, I would invite Discovery to contact me, artbell@AOL.com or artbell@mindspring.com, and tell me what's going on, and that way I can pass it on to the audience, and you can avoid a zillion phone calls. How about that? East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Joshua Warren. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Mike from Cleveland. I got Harwood. Why do some people don't believe in ghosts?
Why do some people not believe in ghosts?
Yes. I don't really believe in ghosts.
You've not seen one, I take it,
I
right?
haven't seen one. Only in movies, Art. Only in movies.
Only in movies. Well, it's kind of like UFOs, buddy. Seeing is believing, I think was the title of the program. And as to why some people don't believe in ghosts like yourself, I couldn't begin to answer that question other than you haven't seen one. So, I don't know, Joshua?
Well, you know, a person like myself is contacted on a daily basis by many, many people. I mean, in fact, over the past couple of months, I've gotten to the point as we approach Halloween and people get more in the mindset of this, where I'm now officially receiving more than 1,000 emails a day. And it's almost impossible to keep up with all of them. But the fact of the matter is, people are telling me every day where to go. They are giving me access to those places. And I can completely understand why someone would think that, you know, ghostly phenomena does not exist because it's so rare. But when people are telling you where it's happening, they're telling you essentially when it should be happening, and also giving you access, if you then have the initiative to get up and go look for it, well, then you're going to see it. But I don't at all have any misunderstanding about why someone would not think ghosts are real, because, I myself, as I mentioned earlier, was doubtful of the reality of these in terms of the human experience before I saw one. And, you know, science is designed to help us understand the simplest mysteries first. That's the nature of Occam's razor. And we have done extraordinarily well with that philosophy thus far over the past, a couple hundred years. But we've now gotten to the point where we have these fringe mysteries. I mean, we are now looking at the hardest mysteries that have ever been presented and trying to place them under the scope of science. And what's the first step of the scientific method? Observation. And you have to have a database there that you can look to for patterns and correlations and cause and effect.
Yeah, and of course, repeatability. Joshua, do you think it has anything to do with intent? In other words, intent on the part of the observer. If somebody really wants to see something, do you think they're more likely to?
Well, there are parapsychologists out there who feel that we may actually create these experiences in an almost telekinetic way. I don't really know if that's possible or not, because I haven't seen any direct evidence of that. But I do know that if you want to see something, well, you're going to be more aware, and awareness is a key that we cannot ignore, because if you don't have your eyes open in the right direction at the right time, well, then you're not going to see it. And we look to equipment as though this equipment is some other presence out there that somehow adds legitimacy to what we do. But the fact of the matter is, the equipment is only as good as the people who are operating it.
Exactly right. All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Joshua Warren. Hi.
Hi, how you doing? This is Dean out of Mesa, Arizona.
Yes.
I was doing an EVP of my own, and I had a spike meter on there, and anyway, it went up to a 3, and a few seconds later, it jumped up to a 10. I couldn't really make out what it was saying. But right after it happened, I had a cat at the foot of my bed, and I looked up. The cat looked up at the ceiling and jumped off the bed and ran. I looked up, and I could see like a black cloud hovering above my bed. Do you have any idea what that could have been?
So you saw the cat first, Dean, and then you saw the black cloud afterwards. Is that right?
Right.
Well, I think but he was trying to get an EVP, and it got some kind of spike on a meter. I don't know what kind of meter it was. Maybe you can tell us, caller. What do you mean?
On a cassette recorder.
Oh, on an audio meter. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you got the spike. The EVP was there, but unintelligible. Is that correct?
Right. I couldn't make out what it was saying.
And then the cat looked at the ceiling. You looked up. The cat took off, and there was a black cloud.
Yeah, something like a black cloud. Yeah.
Well, that's intriguing, actually, because I have always been looking as to toward what changes happen in the environment at large when a manifestation occurs. And the fact that you not only had this experience but also saw the black cloud reminds me of what you were talking about the first hour, Art, in terms of the shadow people. To me, whenever you have something black like that, I mean, what that basically means is that there's something so dense that it's preventing the amount of light that is able to pass through. Now, I don't know specifically what that means, but I will say that I've always felt everybody looks to shadow people as possibly being some kind of different manifestation than a regular ghost. I don't understand why that is, because a shadow person may simply be a ghost that is only able to manifest just enough to block the light. Now, I have some other ideas as well about what shadow people may be, but when you talk about seeing a cloud over your head, it may be to your perception something nebulous, but in fact it was a result of the fact that the environment itself was at that time conducive to a manifestation, and it allowed this thing to materialize only so much that you could just see it as a dark form. And but that's as far as I can speculate.
All right, first time caller line. You're on the air with Joshua Warren. Hello.
Hey, how you doing, Art?
Okay, sir. Where are you?
I'm in Destin, Florida. My name is Mike. I have a short story and 2 questions for Joshua. In about 2002, I was stationed in Germany. I was in the Army, and I went to a friend's house on the economy in Kitzingen, Germany, and nobody was home. And his front door was down a long hall. None of the lights were on, so it was pitch dark. And I had to feel my way to the door. While I was waiting for someone to answer the door, I saw about 5 ghosts exit straight through the door. They looked like, the best that I could explain is the outline of their bodies looked like some sort of hologram almost. And after being scared stiff for about 45 seconds, I found the light switch by the door and turned it on, and the ghosts all disappeared. And I gathered my thoughts for a little bit and then turned the light back off and saw all of them again. And this time I watched them for about 3 to 4 minutes until I turned the lights back back on and left. And I had a couple questions. Joshua, I was wondering if anybody has, to your knowledge, seen any ghosts similar looking to what I saw, and what would cause me not to see them with the lights on. And I'll listen off the air. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
You know, Mike, that is a great question, and the first thing that comes to mind is that, and bear with me here, people frequently ask me, why are ghosts seen more often at night? And one response that I have to that is, well, okay, the side of the Earth that is facing the sun is being constantly bombarded by an enormous amount of radiation. And it sort of distorts, disrupts, and compresses the Earth's magnetosphere or magnetic environment, and the opposite side of the Earth, away from the sun, is expanded and calm, and that's why at night you can pick up radio stations that are hundreds or thousands of miles away, because in that calm environment, the ionosphere is lifted and the signals bounce off at a greater angle. And so what that shows you is that some of these subtle electromagnetic signals can actually be disturbed to an enormous extent by the greater signal coming from the sun. Now, breaking it down to your experience, Mike, imagine the same sort of situation where when ghosts appear, they are manifesting as a quite subtle and delicate energy form, and the sort of rim of illumination that you saw around them that you described as hologram-like are example of that. But when you turn the light on, I mean, that is a very strong bombarding type of electromagnetic radiation comparatively that's coming from the light. And so therefore, you can almost imagine the light being like the sun, distorting and disrupting and overpowering the subtle manifestation. And aside from the fact that the illumination could be so subtle that you could only see it when the light was off because your eyes are able to perceive.
Yeah, but again, it attests to the really tremendously subtle manifestation that it is in the first place, if a simple light bulb can do it. And as you point out, why seen more at night? Very elegant explanation with regard to the sun. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Joshua Warren. Hello.
Hi, I'm Kathy calling from Ontario, Canada.
Hey there.
And I'm calling to let you know, last April, me and my boyfriend, it was just after midnight, and what we saw, I live over like by the lake, and what we saw come, I don't know if we actually saw it come down, but it was just there. It appeared to be a big red sphere, almost like a planet, like transparent. And it kind of got really intense in like a reddish, blackish color. And then it was there for like about 4 minutes. And when it closed down, like it kind of zoomed down, and out of that came this big white orb, and it flew straight up into the sky and like up over the lake. And the night before that, we also just seen the orb flying around the lake and like above the island and the trees and that.
And so out of curiosity, Kathy, what is it you think that you saw?
I thought it was a portal. The way when I first seen it, like when I looked at it, it was almost shocking because it looked to me like it was a sphere of some sort, like almost like a planet in red color, almost transparent at first, but then it got darker and more reddish, and it really like just, we were absolutely blown away by it.
All right. Well, there's another one, Joshua. I never know how to answer these questions. People are always asking, well, what is it I saw? There's just really, short of seeing it yourself, there's no way to know, but there's no end to these stories. There are certainly people that don't believe in these things, but listening long enough and listening to these people, it's obvious they're really happening.
Well, you know, based upon what Kathy said, I mean, it seems right off the bat, and of course I would need more detail to give anything really elaborate, but it reminds me of some of those spheres of illumination we see at Brown Mountain, which tend to be similar to a ball lightning type phenomenon, a natural plasma. Now, I don't want to in any way demean her experience by saying it could be something natural, because I would need more detail to go further, but
it could be.
Red is a common color that we see, and we also see that these spheres of illumination often divide and have a smaller sphere that emerge from them, and that seems consistent with what she had said. Did she say it was over a lake, Art?
Yes.
Okay, well, that would be even more likely than it's a plasma, because we see these things over water all the time. So just based on what I've heard, if I had to bet on it, I'd say it was a natural ball lightning type stabilized spherical plasma.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Joshua Warren. Hello.
Hi, this is Amy from Pittsburgh.
Hello, Amy.
How are you?
Okay.
Great. Well, first I want to say I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller, so it's great to finally get through. I have just two quick things to say and then a question. One is I wanted to say, as far as when we were talking, you were talking about the animal goes, I firmly, have had experiences with a dog from my childhood that had passed away. And actually, the dog was very sick while I was out of town attending a summer program at a college when I was 16. And I truly believe the dog waited to die until I got home, because the dog was very old and sick. And it was about 3 years after that, I literally saw a dent in my bed where the dog used to lay, and could just feel the presence of the dog. It's the only time I've ever felt the presence of that particular dog. But
Had thousands of emails like that, huh?
yeah, and since then, never felt the presence of her. But it was about a year or two after she passed away, firmly believe that she was there that night. But
All right. Just about out of time here, so.
also, I wanted to ask Joshua if he's ever heard, I grew up in a small town called Freeport, PA, and I don't know if he's ever heard of the Abbott House, which is actually a documented haunted house. And one of the guys that, actually a guy that's my age, grew up there.
All right. Hold it right there. Joshua, yes or no? Have you heard of that?
Nope, never have.
Never have. All right. On that note, we're going to break and take more calls after the break at the bottom of the hour from Manila, Philippines. I'm Art Bell. There really is never going to be enough proof for those who do not believe. Aaron from Houston, Texas says, hey, Art, one of my favorite quotes applies to this topic. A man with an experience is never at the mercy of a man with an argument. I hold on to that all the time. You can debate all you want, but you cannot take away from my experience. Once again, Joshua Warren, and he's got a couple of books, folks. One is How to Hunt Ghosts. The latest one is Pet Ghosts. Now, again, Pet Ghosts is not, apparently, as you would think from the title, all about pets. While it is covered in the book, there's a lot more, correct, Joshua?
Oh, yes. It really covers everything related to non-human apparitions. In fact, I had to invent the term phantomals just to describe all of these creatures that are not necessarily ghosts, but are at very least ghostly. And what I would like for all of your listeners to do who have an interest in this subject matter and who would like updates on the work that we're doing and would like to attend events with us is to go to lemurteam.com. We have a place there where you can put your email address into my database for my free and spam-free e-newsletter, and I will personally email you from time to time with updates, because I'm always going around with my team and investigating places like the Bermuda Triangle. We have a cruise, or we have Pirates of Charleston coming up, and a Ghost and Bigfoot retreat. And, also something else that I will throw out here is that I mentioned that when I was in Roswell last fall, I was there with Jim Mars. Well, also Nick Redfern was with me and various other paranormal experts. And because that we are prevented from speaking abruptly and frankly about what we experienced there, we have decided we'd like to try to go around in person and talk the best we can about some of our experiences in Roswell. And if anybody's interested in that, we are going to be in Kansas City, Missouri on December 9th for an all-day-long conference. But the only problem is we're only going to do this if at least 55 people buy tickets between now and October 1st. We've sold 2 tickets so far. So I'd like to put out a request there. If your listeners would like to hear me and Jim Mars and Nick Redford speak, please buy your tickets right now for that. And there's information.
And how do they? Okay, I'm sorry. It's on your website.
Yeah, if you go to lemurteam.com, LEMURTEAM.com.
Okay.
Just click on the news section, and it's all there. And this is just purely an experiment for us, but we're trying our darndest to see if we can get permission from Discovery to show the footage that we got at this event.
Good luck on that one, and I'm looking forward to hearing from Discovery. First time caller line, you're on the air with Joshua Warren. Hello.
Hi, Matt from Massachusetts.
Yes.
I'm curious whether ethereal and fleshy-looking ghosts, if you will, have certain properties, or if certain people see either one, depending on individual receptiveness, or even if the popular ethereal ghost idea is merely that, a popular idea that gets abused by hoaxers.
Okay.
You know, that's a wonderful question, Matt. That is a question that I have pondered over for a long time, because I hear these stories about people who see ghosts and they don't even realize that they're looking at a ghost until they realize that the floor is at the knee level of the individual, and it indicates that person is at a previous floor level. At this point, I think that whether or not a ghost appears completely physical and tangible, or looks sort of translucent and luminescent, probably depends upon 2 things. One is the environmental condition, and humidity makes a big difference there. If the humidity is lower, I feel that they look more tangible because the electrostatic charges are able to manifest in a more condensed, concentrated manner. However, if the humidity is high, then that sort of reduces the opacity. The other factor may simply be the ability of the individual to see that particular wavelength that seems to give it substance, and that's why I would love to do an experiment where I have, say, 100 LEDs that are producing a range of wavelengths from infrared to ultraviolet, and take people who have seen ghosts as well as people who have not, have them look through a little viewer and tell me what range that person can see, because from a subjective perspective, that would give us great insight. And we have done experiments to prove that some people can see auras, and I don't know if you want to go into that or not, Mark.
No. That's a very, very interesting line of research. In other words, to actually, it's kind of like a hearing test in a way, except for the eye, and you're going to expose them to waves that are just outside normal human vision and see. I wonder if there is a correlation. That's a wonderful experiment. I wish you luck with that. First time, no wildcard line. You're on the air with Joshua Warren. Hi.
Hi, this is John in Savannah, Georgia.
Yes, sir.
I'm a local tour guide here. I do a haunted tour here in Savannah. And I have seen so many things in this town that it really boggles the mind. It's almost commonplace sometimes. And it happens in waves. Like, we'll have weekends that we'll have a lot of things go on, and then maybe a couple of weeks it's kind of quiet. And after all the experiences I've had, and by the way, I never really truly became a believer until I saw a full 3-dimensional figure disappear right in front of me. And that really made me a believer. And on the things I've seen on the job and off the job, it led me to believe that there's some sort of natural component to it, like there's some sort of geomagnetic component to it that provides, I don't know, a viable platform for these things to manifest themselves. And here in Savannah, we're one of the most haunted cities in the world. We have all kinds of things go on here, and just about everybody I know has a ghost story here. So I was wondering to get Joshua's point of view on that, to see what he feels about that.
Well, and thank you for that comment, because Savannah is enchanting, and it's not too far from Asheville, actually, because, Georgia borders North Carolina. I don't know anything in particular about Savannah, but, earlier I was talking about this sort of alignment that this area has with other paranormal locations, ultimately culminating perhaps in the island of Bermuda, the top corner of the Bermuda Triangle. So that may have something to do with it, but, I know there's a lot of high humidity in Savannah, which is something I always take into consideration when it comes to how these things manifest, but specifically, I don't have anything else I can add.
All right, well, thank you then.
Okay, thank you, caller. And with the humidity level here in the Philippines, I'm not going to look for any physical manifestations soon, I'll tell you that. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Joshua Warren.
Yeah, hi, Art. This is Tamar calling from Los Angeles.
Hi.
And when he mentioned those, a snake, I used to see those floating snakes when I was a kid. I saw them all the time. Big, huge ones that I would say maybe 5 to 8 inches around, and they would undulate like a sine wave through the air. And it's the first time I've ever heard anybody talk about them. And I saw them from my earliest memories as a child up until maybe like I was 8 or 9 years old. I can remember, because I know we lived in different places, and I would see them, of course, in the nighttime when lights were turned out.
Wow, that's really intriguing, Tamara. I have wondered, since seeing that footage, is this a phenomenon that happens all the time at certain places, and we were lucky enough to be somewhere with the right technology to capture it, or was it something specific to that area? Because, there's no connection to snakes in Roswell that I know, so it may be that, there was simply a seance happening in November, in a place where the humidity was low and the environmental conditions were right, but I have not heard anyone else say what you said, and I would very much appreciate it if you could email me, because perhaps I could at least send you a still from the footage to see how it matches with what you've experienced.
You want to give out your email address?
Absolutely. You can email me at JPW, those are my initials, Joshua P. Warren is my name, JPW at joshuapwarren.com. There is no period after the P. My last name is spelled W-A-R-R-E-N, so that's JPW at joshuapwarren.com, and I'll be more than happy to respond to your emails if I can.
All right. International Line, you are on the air with Joshua P. Warren. Hello.
Hello,
Hello there.
For Canada.
Okay.
Hello?
Kind of a bad cell phone there, buddy, but give it a shot.
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, yes. I want to make a couple comments. They all tie into the same thing. Particularly the guy from Savannah a moment ago and the earthquake phenomena, as well as it ties into EVP. But let me try to be concise. Please bear with me. I believe that it may not be the manifestation of these sightings, may not be so much the opening of portals or actually opening of a doorway, or as you suggested earlier, but it could actually be interferometry. That like you were saying, that there is the generation of electromagnetic fields or frequencies previous to an earthquake, and there's a sighting of these winged beings. It could actually be that the generated frequencies are interacting with emanations or reflected frequencies that create yet another frequency that become visible to us. Like optoacoustics. Also, I wanted to comment that EVP could be the same thing. It could be not so much that they're manipulating this, that the white noise, but it's actually that it's sort of like the inverse of a Hail Mary pass, rather than throwing one ball, like a ball into a group of people hoping they're catching, like throwing a whole bunch of balls at one person. You're throwing out a whole bunch of frequencies, white noise being a broad range of frequencies.
Sure.
And the interaction between any one of those frequencies and another frequency can then in turn create the interaction creates a third frequency that then becomes audible.
Okay, well, you know, it's certainly reasonable. I mean, any range of frequencies could provide a medium for something to become visible, or something to become heard, or something that, as somebody put it earlier, I think they said we were living in the middle of some sort of spiritual soup. We may be. And it just is those split seconds, those moments when the right frequencies or vibrations are happening when we get to see these things. I don't know. Joshua?
I agree entirely. I think that is a perfect way of describing it, because that is what seems to be happening here. You know, the fact that there is a disturbance of some kind in a wide range of frequencies that is going to affect both the Earth and our perceptions of what is happening around us. And, you know, we have to require that the scientific community is more open-minded to analyzing these things, and yet at the same time, I can see what I don't. And the reason that the scientific community mainstream does not look at these things is because, hey, they are regular people like you and I are. They have to pay our bills, and there is more money in looking to consistent, predictable phenomena than there is being out there on the fringes looking for stuff that is sporadic.
That, of course, is absolutely correct. East of the Rockies, not a lot of time. You're on the air with Joshua Warren.
Hi, this is Jim from Wisconsin.
Hi there.
Josh, I live with two ghosts, and they're both very possessive and very protective. I was wondering if you'd ever heard of such a thing, and I was also wondering if there was a best time to try to take a photograph of them with a digital camera.
You're not a Mormon, are you? Sorry.
Good one, Art. Yes, I have heard of people living with numerous ghosts, and the best time to try would be between midnight and 4 in the morning, based upon the magnetosphere theory, when your side of the Earth is farthest away from the sun, and also whatever time of year has the lowest amount of humidity for you. And, you know, people often ask me, what are the conditions for creating a ghost? You know, what's the formula? And possessiveness and an attachment to the physical world seems to be a factor, at least when we look at these ghosts, seem to have some conscious interactive awareness like we would think of as a traditional entity. So, yeah, you run a dehumidifier if you have to, turn the lights down low. Between midnight and 4 in the morning, if you don't have a camera you want to use, turn on a strobe light. That can help you as well, just like camera shutter speed, and you might be surprised at what you're able to see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much. Excellent show.
Right, thank you. And let's go west of the Rockies. You're on the air with Joshua Warren. Hi.
Yeah, this is Leonard from Richmond, California.
Yes, sir.
And what happened was, the gentleman was getting ready to explain to us what the Apollo 8 camera saw on that tower with the puff of smoke, and you so skillfully cut him off. I'd like to know what that camera saw from that tower when you said a puff of smoke, and he was this...
Well, as far as I know, the puff of smoke was what it saw. And he said a large structure, right? And then from it, a puff of smoke. That was the end of the story, as far as I know.
No, he was getting ready to say what happened when the puff of smoke came up and you cut him off and asked for his website. So can you finish tell us what that was after the camera?
Well, so obviously he's not here, but again, I think that was the end of the story. The puff of smoke was what was seen.
Well, this structure, it looks almost like a black hair, but I was told by Charles Yost that from that altitude, if indeed this is an accurate image, that that tower would look like something that was 1,000 feet tall. And so, I mean, you're talking about an extremely large black smokestack type structure sticking out. And when the puff of smoke comes out, well, then the clip ended. And so we don't know what happened afterward, but it makes you think that the moon itself may have some structures protruding from it, And without getting into a great deal of detail, I will tell you that there was a lot of data that indicates the moon is actually hollow. And, I mean, it rings like a bell when it's struck by a meteorite, for example.
Right.
So it may be that either we or someone else are using the moon or have used the moon to mine resources from the inside, and that the whole project is not ended so far, and I'm confident in saying that.
All right, first-time caller line. I've got a feeling you're going to be the last caller for Joshua Warren. Hi.
Hi. Well, I've got two questions for him. I would love to know where I could take, maybe online, a paranormal type investigation course to be certified. And I'm wondering, where do you get, cost-effectively, good paranormal investigation equipment?
Okay, let's tackle both. Is there any such thing as a certification, Joshua?
Well, you know, certification is somewhat wishy-washy because you're talking about being certified to study something that is unexplained, so it's almost paradoxical in some ways. But the first thing I would do is go to paranormalcollege.com. If you go to paranormalcollege.com, that's a good place to start. And I myself have a website because I get contacted all the time by people asking me, where can I find instrumentation and equipment to research the paranormal? Go to howtohuntghosts.com. One of my books is called How to Hunt Ghosts. If you go to howtohuntghosts.com, you will find not only a selection of equipment, but also a kit that I have personally put together, that I've researched. And aside from that, the best thing that any listener can do who wants to know about the work that I'm conducting and the events that I have coming up is to go to either howtohuntghosts.com or lemurteam.com, LEMURTEAM.com. Put your email address into my spam-free email database, and I will send you my e-newsletter, and you will personally find out what I have to offer.
All right, Joshua, we're out of time. That's it, buddy. It's been great. Thank you, and we'll look forward to having you on again.
Thank you, Art.
I particularly, by the way, enjoyed the holding the fluorescent tube. That was a good one. I'll see you all tomorrow night from Manila in the Philippines. Night all. From the other side of the world. That's right, the other side of the world. Southeast Asia, the other side of the world from certainly the majority of all of you. The capital city of the Philippines, Manila. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever it may be, wherever you are. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM, the largest program of its sort in the world. It is my pleasure and honor to be escorting you through the weekend, and it will be a weekend full of surprises. That's for sure. And I'm going to begin with one right at the top of the program. The webcam shot tonight, that's Art's webcam. You'll see it listed in the upper left-hand side of the coasttocoastam.com website. It says Art's webcam. Just click on that. If it has gone through properly, you will see a picture of Erin, that's my wife, in Hong Kong. And we were in Hong Kong the week of the 13th of September. Now, that's an interesting date for a number of reasons. Primarily, I would say, because that's when Erin got pregnant. Here's the way it went, folks. Yeah, I'm going to be a daddy. Last week, literally, as I walked out of the studio after the show, this was all very early and very much a surprise. But go back a week prior to that. We had some suspicions that it could or might or was hoped to be true, and so we went out and got a test, one of those pregnancy tests that you get here in the Philippines. No, you wouldn't know about those, would you? I guess the same. They're called Be Sure here, and it's a little thing where you add a little bit of urine to the test, and then you either get one line, which means you're not pregnant, or you get 2 lines, which means you're pregnant. Well, the week previous we had tried the test, and we had only 1 line, and we said no. And that was that. Well, another week went by, and nothing happened. So when I was doing my program last week, at the same time last week, on Sunday actually, Monday here, Sunday there,
I'll get that straight. She went out and purchased 2 more of those little kits, and lo and behold, 2 little lines magically appeared. And when I got off the air and showed me the 2 little lines, and I jumped up and down, and we all jumped up and down, and probably not a good thing to do. And so there you have it. I'm going to be a dad. And if it's a girl, her name will be, I mean, this one's definitely made in Hong Kong. There is no question about it. To be specific, either on the 12th or the 14th. So we picked the 13th as the most likely day. And it's very, very early. And she actually had a little bit of a problem, so I rushed her over to the Manila Medical Center here, and they did an ultrasound. And she's been taking it easy ever since then, but they can actually, even that early, they can show you a picture of your baby. So I have an ultrasound picture of our baby. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing. There's nothing short of, I mean, to stand there and watch a monitor and to watch life begin is the most astounding thing I think I've ever seen in my whole life. Just astounding. Astounding. There aren't words for it. So, definitely made in Hong Kong, and if it's a girl, her name will be Asia. If it's a boy, we've not yet decided. But there you have it. There goes life. In more ways than one, huh? All right, we'll take a quick look at the news, and it's kind of interesting. Most of the world news tonight, it is kind of interesting. Dozens of Amish neighbors came out Saturday to mourn the quiet milkman who killed 5 of their young girls and wounded 5 more in a brief, unfathomable rage. Charles Carl Roberts IV, 32, was buried in his wife's family plot behind a small Methodist church a few miles from the one-room schoolhouse where he stormed Monday. Stormed it and just shot these people, and only the Amish can be that forgiving in my mind to turn out for a funeral for him. That's it goes beyond my ability to understand forgiveness, but it's amazing, I think. The House's investigation of a Page sex scandal has only one certainty. Former Republican Mark Foley will escape punishment by his peers. It is the Florida Republican sexually explicit electronic messages to teenage former male pages that have ignited what has become a pre-election firestorm. And this has all the feeling of history repeating itself. What is it about pages that make them so damned irresistible to politicians? I'll end it right there. And then this, and this one worries me because I'm a little closer than you all are. Japan warns North Korea on nuclear tests. Tensions mounted over North Korea's threat to test its first atomic bomb. This is close, folks, with shots ringing out Saturday along the border with South Korea and Japan, warning of harsh sanctions if they go nuclear, with a possible test expected as early as Sunday. My God, it is Sunday here now. In this part of the world, the UN Security Council issued a stern statement Friday urging the country to abandon its nuclear ambitions and warning of unspecified consequences if the isolated communist regime does not comply. And the question is, obviously, if they let one off, if they set off a nuclear device, what should we, if anything, do about it? I really am curious what a lot of you in the U.S. think that the U.S. or anybody else, including Japan and anybody else perhaps in the Far East here, ought to do about it. But that's scary as hell. In fact, actually, I've got a second story on it here, which I guess I ought to pay a little bit of attention to. This goes back to an Ed Dames prediction, really. But North Korea is, without question, getting ready to conduct a nuclear test. The Foreign Ministry said as much in a statement. The move would bolster the country's self-defense in the face of U.S. military hostility. That's the exact words of North Korea's KCNA agency. North Korea will, in the future, conduct a nuclear test under the condition where safety is firmly guaranteed. Huh. Pyongyang has come under mounting pressure over its nuclear program. Six-nation talks on its plans have been stalled for nearly a year now, and the U.S. has imposed financial sanctions on North Korean businesses. North Korea is believed to have a handful now of nuclear weapons, but is not known, key phrase, to have tested one yet. The statement from Pyongyang said the U.S. daily increasing threat of a nuclear war and its vicious sanctions and pressure have caused a grave situation on the Korean Peninsula. The ministry went on to say that under the present situation in which U.S. moves to isolate and stifle North Korea, the country can no longer remain an onlooker to the developments. So believe me, in Asia, we're watching this, as I'm sure you are, very, very carefully. Spraying the bubbles from sparkling wine across the enormous gray bow of the USS H.W. Bush, the Bush family on Saturday christened the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier named after the 82-year-old former president. I know you join me in saying to our father, President Bush, your ship has come in, the current president said during a ceremony for the last of the Nimitz-class carriers, the CVN-77. Thousands of Iraqi troops launched a crackdown in Kirkuk on Saturday, ordering residents to stay in their houses in an effort to put down violence. It swelled in the north amid efforts to rein in bloodshed in Baghdad. Elsewhere in the north, a suicide bomber rammed a police checkpoint with an explosives-packed car that killed 14 in the town of Tal Afar. It was the deadliest attack in a day that saw 26 Iraqis killed across the country. Well, as you know, we're putting up a new wall across the southern border, at least part of it, in Mexico, the other side of Mexico, rising from the Pacific surf and zigzagging across the border for 14 miles. Tijuana's border fence has done very little but push illegal immigrants into the Arizona desert and feed the smuggling industry since it went up in 1994. Today, as the U.S. prepares to build a high-tech barrier with, get this, 700 miles of extra fencing, motion detectors, and remote control devices, smugglers are already figuring out how to beat the new security. The journalist actually, who chronicled Russian military abuses against civilians in Chechnya, garnering awards and accolades from around the world, has been found shot to death Saturday in her apartment building. So, there you have it. You remember Star Trek, of course. The Star Trek ship has fetched a price of $500,000. Starfleet Captain Jean-Luc Picard commanded it, of course. Now some Trekkie owns it. A model of the Starship Enterprise, used in the pilot and title sequence of Star Trek The Next Generation, sold for, get this, $576,000 Saturday at an auction of costumes, sets, and props from 40 years of the Star Trek sci-fi franchise. Can you imagine that? In a moment, we'll talk about yet another October surprise. Well, October traditionally has always been full of surprises for all of us, hasn't it? According to the Russian astronomer Nikolai Fedorsky, now bear in mind, this may not be true, but there is this Russian astronomer named Nikolai Fedorsky, a giant comet flying at top speed, says he, is bound for us, Earth. Should the comet stay on the collision course, it may hit the planet, he says, in late October. The impact will cause devastating tsunamis, earthquakes, and avalanches, says Fedorsky. He saw the killer comet in a telescope 2 weeks ago, says he. He managed to calculate the comet's trajectory. We got in touch. Now, this is, of course, from a Russian newspaper, Pravda. We got in touch with Nikolai Fedorsky. He said, just a few people are aware of the fact that comets of various sizes fly past Earth at a very close distance and on a regular basis, he said. Those comets usually pass by unnoticed. The above circumstance is not a guarantee against disaster by any means. The Tunguska meteorite landed in the wilderness of Siberia. What if it had plunged into the center of Europe or somewhere in the ocean? Well, anyway, that would certainly be a gigantic surprise. A lot of people have asked about various customs and culture here in the Philippines, and I was sent this week by a British journalist who was stationed in the Philippines. It was actually written back in 1999, but it applies equally well today. It's by Matthew Sutherland. And he says, I have now been in this country for over 6 years. I consider myself in most respects well assimilated here in the Philippines. However, there is one key step on the road to full assimilation, which I have yet to take, and that is to eat balut. The day any of you sees me eating balut, please call immigration and ask them to issue me a Filipino passport, because at that point there will be no turning back. Balut, for those of you still blissfully ignorant non-Pinoys out there, is a fertilized duck egg. It is commonly sold with salt in a piece of newspaper, much like English fish and chips, by street vendors, usually after dark, presumably, so that you can't see how gross it is. It's meant to be an aphrodisiac, although I cannot imagine anything more likely to dispel sexual desire than crunching on a partially formed baby duck swimming in noxious fluid. The embryo in the egg comes in varying stages of development, but basically it is not considered macho to eat one without fully discernible feathers, beak, and claws. Some say these crunchy bits are the best. Others prefer just to drink the so-called soup, the vile, pungent liquid that surrounds the aforementioned feathery fetus. Excuse me, I've got to go throw up now. I'll be back in a few moments. He comments on, of course, a lot of the food here is absolutely wonderful, but there are some things that, well, he goes on, it's weird. If it's weird food you want, I suggest you avoid the following, though. In addition to duck fetus in the half shell, items to avoid in the Philippines include pig's blood soup, now, as well as bull's testicle soup, the strangely named soup number 5. I dread to think what numbers 1 through 4 might be, and the ubiquitous stinky shrimp pasté. And it goes on and on. Filipinos are so addicted to these latter items that they will even risk arrest or deportation trying to smuggle them into countries like Australia and the United States, which wisely ban the importation of items you can smell from more than 100 paces. Now, I was told when I read this, laughing to Aaron some days ago, that I had already tried pig's blood soup. Now, I was blissfully unaware of the fact that I had tried it, and I guess I didn't listen carefully to what it was. I listened to the Filipino name and said, pretty good. So I had no idea. And then he goes on, another good thing to look at here in the Philippines, and I've noticed this right away, are the names given to people here in the Philippines. A good name is rather to be chosen than great riches, Proverbs 22:1. When I arrived in the Philippines from the UK 6 years ago, one of the first cultural differences to strike me was names. The subject has provided a continuing source of amazement and amusement ever since. The first unusual thing from an English perspective is that everyone here has a nickname. In the staid and boring United Kingdom, we have nicknames in kindergarten. But when we move into adulthood, well, we tend, I'm glad to say, to lose them. Second thing that struck me is that Philippine names for both girls and boys tend to be what we in the UK would regard as overbearingly cutesy for anyone over about 5. 55-year-old colleagues put it this way: when I come from a boy with a nickname like Blue Boy or Honey Boy, well, you'd be beaten to death at school by pre-adolescent bullies and never make it to adulthood at all. So probably with girls with names like Babes, Lovey, Precious, Peachy, Apples, and on and on. Here, however, no one bats an eyelid. Then I noticed how many people have what I have come to call doorbell names. These are nicknames that sound like, well, doorbells. There are millions of them. Bing, bong, ding and dong are some of the more common. They can be and frequently are even used, even more doorbell-like combinations, such as bing bong, ding dong, ting ting, and so forth. Even our newly appointed chief of police has a doorbell name, Ping. None of these doorbell names exist where I come from, and hence sound unusually amusing to my untutored foreign ear. Someone once told me that one of the Bings was asked why he was called Bing and replied, because my brother is called Bong. Faultless logic. Dong, of course, is a particularly funny one for me, as whereas I come from, dong is a slang word, well, for. Repeating names was another novelty to me, having never before encountered people with names like Len Len, Let Let, My, Ning Ning, Ling Ling. The secretary I inherited on my arrival had an unusual one, Lek Lek. Such names are frequently referred to and refined by using the squared symbol, as in Len 2 or My 2. This had me very confused for a while. There's a trend for parents to stick to a theme when naming their children. This can be as simple as making them all begin with the same letter, as June, Jimmy, Janice, and Joy. More imaginative are parents who shoot for more sophisticated forms of rhyme, as in B-boy, ba-boy, boo-boy, bay-boy. Oh, yes, and then, of course, if you're driving one of these Jeeps over here, you're going to find the name painted right across the taxi, and that's something he noticed as he came to Manila. So there's a little bit of a taste of what's strange over here. Now, when I first met Erin, when I came down here to Philippines the first time, she chose to, for whatever purpose, go and get one of these duck eggs and eat it right in front of me. She's never done it since, and I refused to kiss her for about an hour afterward. But the balut is, actually, I think it was used on Fear Factor. When Fear Factor came here to the Philippines, I believe that balut was one of the things that sent you on your way toward earning 50,000 US dollars. I think that was a prize at the time. And it just utterly offends American taste buds and sensibilities and everything else. In addition to that, there is, of course, dog. Now, I questioned her very carefully about that, and she said, no, I have not eaten dog since I was in grade school. And I said, well, thank you very much. So they do. It is indeed done over here. Dog is eaten, and I have no idea why, but she's passed that one, but not balut. In fact, since the pregnancy, she has said balut 2 or 3 times. Now, she sees me cringe every time that name is even mentioned, as you can I can't even imagine beaks, claws, and feathers, and crunchy things. Oh my God. But yes, it's a different part of the world with different customs, and what can I say? We're kind of in a land that time forgot, as the song says. Well, all right, it's going to be a fascinating show coming up. Somebody who wrote a book called Another Door Opens. That somebody is Jeffrey Wands. He'll be talking about the psychic you, how to become a little more psychic and develop what you have naturally inside. From Manila, I'm Art Bell. Life really is quite a ride, isn't it? An absolute ride. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is, wherever you are. And we cover most of the time zones and most of the situations that might be involved, so I always try to include all the greetings. At any rate, we have an awful lot of lines to answer. A lot of people want to say something or another, so that coming up, open lines, as it were, in a moment. Deanna in Jamestown, California says, hey Art, wanted to wish you and your beloved huge congratulations to you both. I couldn't help but think about the cycle of life. Given the loss of your dearest Ramona and the deeper meaning of you now being an expectant father, with every death there is a life. Yeah, the cycle of life is really, really something to contemplate, isn't it? Let's do as we said we would do and go to the lines. Wildcard line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. I just want to call and congratulate you. And this is a blessing from God, honey. You have helped so many people and you've touched so many lives. And, you know, the way this all happened, there's no coincidences in life. And this was meant to happen. And
Well, I agree. It was
Yeah.
meant to happen, and
you deserve this happiness.
thank you.
God bless you, huh?
That's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Yeah, the cycle of life. Well, it's true, isn't it? And I've done a lot of thinking about that. So that fast blast and it hit me right between the eyes. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
I would just want to congratulate you on your expected baby.
That's kind. Thank you.
And I was wondering about an autographed picture from you.
Well, I'm not sure how the network is handling this now. Obviously, it's a pretty long trip by mail, so I'm not sure how it would happen.
Uh-huh. I guess they contacted you by email or something.
Who's they?
The people in the States.
Yeah, oh, you can send me email, sure. Artbell@mindspring.com. That's ARTBELL at Mindspring, MINDSPRING.com.
Yeah, I don't have a computer.
Oh. Well, you don't meet that many people these days that don't have computers.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to meet you. How's life without a computer? How do you do?
Pretty good.
What do you do? Do you go to the library, or how do you get your information?
From the radio.
You know something that's completely disappeared, sir? You get everything from the radio?
Yes.
Good Lord.
I listen to your the show. You know, I find it fascinating.
Well, be careful about single source information. It'll warp you.
Okay.
All right, buddy. You contact the network, and we'll see what we can work out, all right?
Okay.
All right, yeah, see you later. A little tough since we're on the other side of the world right now. Let's go to the first-time caller line and say you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, hi, this is Allie from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada.
All right,
And
welcome.
I just wanted to say I really enjoy your show.
Thank you.
Quite a bit, actually. I listen to it every Saturday night. And I want to say happy Thanksgiving. And I also wanted to say that you're expecting a little girl, and she's very healthy.
Well, is that a psychic revelation, or?
Yes, it is.
It is? Well, I hope you're right. I'm kind of hoping for a girl, frankly.
And she is very healthy.
Well, that's good to hear.
10 fingers, 10 toes, and a very big smile.
Well, her name is going to be Asia, and it seems totally appropriate. She was made in Hong Kong.
I think that's a beautiful name, and I wish you all the best, and I truly enjoy your show.
Somebody just fast blasted me. She will come out with made in China stamped on her butt.
Happy
Thank you very much for the call.
Okay, bye-bye.
Oh, boy. Let's go here to the wild card line and say, hello, you're on the air.
Hello, how are you?
I'm
I'd
very
just
well,
like to, I'd like to also congratulate you on being soon to be a father.
Thank you.
I spoke to you last month, if you remember, if you felt as comfortable in the Philippines as you did America.
In most ways, yes. I'm still, of course, as that British fellow was talking about, assimilating to the culture here, of course, but...
Okay. But my question is, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I was just going to add that the rotten, stinking letter that somebody wrote, that Filipino hate letter, of course, has made things a little difficult for me here. They tend to they tend to murder journalists a lot over here, and so it's a little uncomfortable from that perspective. Otherwise, I love it here.
But what I was going to try, really worried about, once, we get the family, comes the baby, that wouldn't it be more sway towards more moving back to America now, after this?
I don't know. It's a consideration. It's on the table. It's something I'm thinking about, and we shall see. Who knows what the future holds. I've had a strange life full of many ups and downs and mountains and valleys, and it's been a wild one. That's all I can say.
And is there any basis for this death threat?
Well, yes. I mean, if you see, a lot of people don't know the history of this. Some jerk according to the FBI, went into the University of California at San Diego, went to the library there, where they don't monitor, or did not at that time monitor who used their computers. This was years ago now, and wrote this hate letter against Filipino people and signed my name to it. Now, my dearly departed wife was half Filipino, and so that probably was the motivation for whoever did it, doing it. But now that I'm here in the Philippines, of course, it's kind of dangerous.
Yeah. Well,
And somebody decided to start it circulating again, no doubt because I am here in the Philippines. So there you have it.
well, I wish you the best of luck and hope the baby's very, very healthy there.
All right, that's the biggest hope we have too. Thank you, my friend, and take care. Let's go to gee whiz, Las Vegas, Nevada, near home. Hi there.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
I'm all right, sir.
Well, I'll tell you, we miss you around here, the band, the big antenna and all that.
Well, it's all still there.
You know, it's funny, I've been listening to you for forever, and tonight's the first time I ever decided to call you.
Well, I'm happy to have you.
Just so happy for you. Again, my name is Tim. I'm in Las Vegas. I would like to say hello to one person who's listening in Lompoc. His name is James. James, see you soon. Want to throw that in. Art, you got to try Balut.
Oh, no, I don't.
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, I was married to a Filipina, and if I have an ex-wife, she'll be from there too. They're just wonderful, decent, kind people.
And you've eaten balut?
Yes, I have.
Well, then I wouldn't kiss you either.
Well, that's okay. I'm not interested. But also the Dina Gawan. Dina Gawan. I sent you a fast flash earlier in an email about Dina Gawan. That's the pork blood soup. Now,
Yeah, I did try that. Now, I had no idea what I was eating until just the other day when she said, "Oh, you didn't know you tried that?"
But fantastic, isn't it?
I do recall saying, you know, that's pretty good. And, of course, I didn't know what I was eating, so...
Oh, and she can make you adobo and all that stuff. But
Oh, look, a lot of the food over here, and, you know, I want to be careful here. A lot of the food here is absolutely wonderful. A lot of Filipino food is simply wonderful.
Absolutely, and I've been around it 9 years. Again, I'm divorced, but you know, I'm still very close to my ex and the kids and the family. And I can tell you, you're in a beautiful place in a beautiful part of the world. And you were missed while you were gone. It's so glad to have you back, and I'm so glad I got a chance to say hello.
Well, it is nothing short of, I'm glad you did say hello, and it's nothing short of amazing that we have the ability to actually do a radio program from one side of the world to the other. Only a company as big as Clear Channel would have the facilities and the oomph and the everything it takes to get something like that done. To be able to broadcast from one side of the world to the other is, you know, just absolutely, even to me, just simply amazing. Going back to the first time caller line, you're on the air. Matt, I think, from California.
Yes, Art. I was just wanting to call in and talk about the North Korean situation.
Good.
And offer you a little bit of perspective. You know, I happen to be the head of the Global Nuclear Disarmament Fund. Pardon the background noise here. So I know a little bit about the situation. The thing with the North Korean, I also was raised in Japan, by the way, near Hiroshima. So I have a very unique perspective, and I can understand your feeling of being very close there. The problem is, North Korea, India, and Pakistan, is that, you know, the United States has not been exactly a very good leader of example in terms of non-proliferation issues, and the United Nations Non-Proliferation Treaty review process has become completely inept and dysfunctional. That's why Pakistan and India progressed into the nuclear age, and the North Korean perspective, where you know, it's come out that we have told the leader of Pakistan that we would blow him off the face, or what is it, bomb him back to the Stone Age if they didn't cooperate. And the recent comment from one of the senators saying that you know, North Korea can either have a future or have nuclear weapons, but not both. You know, it's this type of rhetoric that obviously, with an isolationist country like North Korea and an insecure leader that they have, you know, they feel that they have no choice other than to join the nuclear weapons club.
I know. What do you think if they actually do conduct a test, or we have intelligence? I guess we do have intelligence saying they're about to. What do you think the U.S. response should be?
Well, actually, legally, the United States has no legal right to respond whatsoever.
But when has that ever stopped us?
That's the problem, Art, as you have well identified. I think, however, that more scary than that is the Japanese response, that the Japanese government is trying to use this as an excuse to actually build their own nuclear weapons and to remilitarize. And I think this is a much bigger threat to the regional stability, than actually a potential U.S. response, which is quite unlikely at this point.
I don't know. I mean, you could look at it either way, sir. You could say that a nuclear Japan would destabilize the region, but how could it destabilize it any further than North Korea, one of the few remaining hardline communist countries having a nuclear weapon? Maybe Japan having nukes would stabilize the region.
Yeah, actually, unfortunately, because of the history of Japan's militarized past, it still is very, very raw with Koreans, with Taiwanese, and with Chinese, and even with, Southeast Asian countries. And so to have Japan remilitarized China wouldn't sit still for that, for one thing, and they already have probably about 450 or so nuclear weapons. And, there's going to be a very big problem. It's not something that the other countries would sit still for.
How we're going to stop all this, sir, I have no idea. I mean, whether man can prevent his own demise or not, I think is very much an open question. And it's going to, the bomb is going to continue to proliferate until just about everybody finally has it. And eventually, if there's not some major white light that descends and changes all of our brains into these peaceful, wonderful people, we're doomed.
Well, you're right. But what it is, Art, is there needs to be a shift from the government being solely in charge of nuclear proliferation issues to the people having a say in this, which we have never had before. And if you look at the Global Nuclear Disarmament Fund's website, we have recently signed the first treaty with Moscow by an NGO and a government, whereby public participation in dismantling nuclear weapons that should have been dismantled under the NPT treaty is actually now a reality, because it only costs $100,000 to dismantle a nuclear weapon. The average SS-24 or SSN-18 or one of those ICBM class missiles. We've never had the ability to participate, and now all that's going to change. And until the public gets the opportunity to really have a say in this issue, you're absolutely right. It's going to continue to proliferate, and there's very little hope for humanity, like Einstein and Joseph Rotblat put in their letter to President Truman in 1945.
I think it was something about, didn't Einstein say that he had no idea how World War III would be fought, but he was certain that World War IV would be fought with sticks and stones, something like that. Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
Just fine, sir.
That last caller, I just want to take just a little bit exception to some of that. The Japanese Prime Minister arrived in Beijing you're in a great part of the world. A lot of things happen. He arrived in Beijing about an hour ago. And it's his first overseas trip since, taking office less than 2 weeks ago. And he's there to meet with the Beijing leaders to try and, get a little thaw in these chilly relations. And where's he going on Tuesday after he leaves Beijing? To Seoul.
Seoul.
And in both places, he's going to talk about the North Korean.
Well, I can't blame the Japanese, sir. I mean, my God, look back at what happened in 1962 when the Russians decided they were going to put short and medium range ballistic missiles armed with nukes in Cuba, aimed at us, 90 miles away.
Right.
So understand how the Japanese feel.
That's right. And so I think this new leader, though, is taking the right move. And I don't think that, Japan is necessarily interested in trying to create more of an arms race over there by nuclearizing itself. It may want to militarize itself, and I think we should be a little bit concerned about this new leader. He does represent a nationalist movement over there, but to say that, Japan is out to have nuclear weapons, I don't think so. I believe the Japanese, remember, they're the one nation that has suffered at this, other than, people of Bikini Atoll. They understand the impact, and I don't think that that's what they're up about, to backdoor way to have a reason to put nukes on their soil. But, real quick before you run out of time, I just want to tell you why I called. I first started listening to you while I lived over in the part of the world you are in Guam. I lived there for about 10 years, which is only about a 4-hour flight from the Philippines.
Well, as you know, we're on the air in Guam.
I'm sure you are, and I enjoyed balut and a lot of other Filipino delicacies because of the strong Filipino influence over there in those islands. But I wanted to know, how was the typhoon over there that passed through a week or so ago?
It was
Manila
rough.
got hit?
Oh God! Manila was hit dead center, and it was one scary mama of a typhoon. Let me tell you, we're on the 19th floor of a building here, and you could actually put your hand on the window and feel it bowing in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And of course, trees and power lines were down everywhere. We were without power for almost 5 days here. And the cleanup is still going on. I think the last count I heard, 76 were dead. It was a very serious typhoon, sir.
Well, I'm glad that you're all right, and I just love the idea of hearing you on the air from Manila. Congratulations on what's going on in your personal life, and I work in the media, and I think Clear Channel is one of the companies that's capable of putting on shows from overseas, and I think you've broken tremendous new ground for radio, you know, and it's important that people realize that radio is still a very viable medium, and I would love to see more international-based programs such as yours with other hosts and other...
Well, I could be wrong. Thank you very much. I could be wrong, but as far as I know, never in the history of radio has a regularly scheduled, long-form talk show of any kind been done from one side of the world to the other. Now, somebody may correct me on this, and I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think that we absolutely are breaking new ground here. Never in the history of radio has a long-form talk radio program been done on a regularly scheduled basis from one side of the world to the other. Now, if I'm wrong about that, you all let me know. Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art. Wow.
Hello.
Every time we hear you on the radio, there's something new and interesting going on in your life.
Yeah, I'm an open book. I don't know. I just can't keep my mouth shut. If something big is going on in my life, I share it. That's the way it is.
That's what separates you from everybody. It's not like most radio people. It's basically all business. With you, it's more like a family member on the radio.
Yeah, ever growing family.
There you go. At least you have a new use for that maid's den now.
Well, you've got a good point. Actually, it's Aaron's office that will be sacrificed and become a baby's room. But what might eventually happen if we remain here is that the maid's room will be filled with a maid.
There you go. Now that'll give
you some idea of how inexpensive it is. A full-time live-in maid here is $30 or $40 American dollars a month.
Oh God! Wow, that's you know what? I think you've done so much on the radio. I think there's going to be a major exodus from this country to move to where you're at because the standard of living is so much better there.
Well, it's different, that's for sure. Listen, buddy, I have got to split. We're right up against it here. So you have a good night. Thank you for the call. And when we come back, we'll be talking about the psychic you from Manila in the Philippines, where it's kind of hazy and strange this afternoon. I'm Art Bell. Lene, that's an unusual name, in Buena Vista, Colorado, hits it on the head here. Congratulations on Asia coming into your world. Also, it appears that she will probably come in the week of your next birthday, and she's absolutely right. The projected date of arrival is right on or around June 17th, 2007, which, as some of you know, is in fact my birthday, the cycle of life. Yikes. Coming up in a moment, Jeffrey Wands has hosted his own radio program in New York now for many years. He's also made many television appearances, most recently on A&E's Mediums, We See Dead People, Maury, and, of course, the Today Show. Jeffrey has come to understand that everyone has some psychic ability within them. These hidden abilities within us can enrich our lives and the lives of others. In his first book, The Psychic in You, he would like you to embark on this journey and help you to release the psychic in you. So, coming up in a moment, we will look into the psychic world with Jeffrey Wands. Stay right where you are. coming up in a moment. We're going to look into the psychic in you. Why don't we just go ahead and do that right now? Jeffrey Wands, are you with us?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Welcome to the program, buddy. How you doing?
Good. Thank you, and congratulations on your happiness coming.
Oh, thank you very much. It was a bit of a surprise, but
Well, you know there's no accident, so.
that's what I'm told, and this definitely was no accident. Anyway, welcome to the program. This is exactly the kind of program I love doing. And the first question here I actually want to ask, which is, what is it? All programs that we do come with pre-programmed questions. I rarely follow them all, but some of them are pretty good. What is a soul map, Jeffrey?
In my experiences, it's basically the plan that we come in with. Probably a good example of this is when we have tragedy and people go through terrible tragedies, and through that tragedy they prevail. Another example would be, which I always use, is like the idea of Bill Gates, who ended up being who he was based on his soul map. And I think that we all come in with that soul potential or soul purpose. And
I know there's a big difference. You said soul potential.
Yeah.
Is it only a potential in your opinion, Jeffrey, or is it actually a map of what's, how your life is going to unwind? In other words, Bill Gates, you mentioned Bill Gates. Could Bill Gates have done anything else, or was Bill Gates predestined, to become Bill Gates?
I think in my experiences, I would say to you that Bill Gates was predestined to be Bill Gates. That he came in with, a definitive soul map, and that's what he was supposed to do.
The thing that bothers me about that, Jeffrey, is that that means we're sort of all little marionettes, right? Dancing to a preordained tune.
In some cases, I would agree with you, but there are different elements of the map where I call the GPS changes, because we kind of go through a different, longitude and latitude. And, I use Bill Gates as an example, but there's other examples that I know of and I can think of where people have gone through things that are not on the magnitude of Bill Gates, but end up absolutely fulfilling their soul purpose.
Well, I mentioned in the first hour, I've gone through some of the biggest mountains of happiness and the biggest valleys of tragedy you can possibly imagine. And so I don't know. I often wonder whether that's all preordained and we're supposed to trudge through these, as Ramona told me, and play out the hand we're dealt, or whether free will enters into all of this someplace or another, that old bitch of free will. What do you think?
I think the free will part does come in. I mean, people will ask me, and I talk about it in the book, the idea, which is jumping ahead a little bit, but the idea when you have somebody that all of a sudden goes out in their life and, passes on, was that like a predestined thing? And usually in the experiences I've had, that person will give you an indication or give you an aspect of knowing that it's, it's their time and they're supposed to be going. And I think that's where that part comes in with the soul map.
Okay. Is this a first-time soul, or do you believe in reincarnation, Jeff?
Oh, I absolutely believe in reincarnation.
Absolutely do.
Yes, I do.
I have frequently said and been told by many guests that reincarnation was, at one time, a part of the Bible, and that it was deleted at the Council of Nicaea. Now, is that, as far as you know, true or not?
I don't know. I would say to you that I really believe it's always been there, and I would say to you I would have to agree with that. I think it's a part of what's there, and I think, unfortunately, what happens is people want you to believe what they want you to believe, and they're not always open-minded in that sense. And I think that was something that they just couldn't accept. But there's no doubt in my experiences that you see souls, they come in, you can tell who's an old soul, who's a young soul. And a good example is like what you were talking about, what you went through. Okay, there's a reason soul-wise where we go through this.
Give me some sort of further explanation of what you mean by that. There's a reason why we go through these things. Is it because of some previous life?
Yes, I mean, I look at it from the point that you went through the tragedy of losing your wife, you went through all these tough experiences, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then you brought all this happiness in now. So it's like you went the full gamut or the full circle to get to that point. So I really believe, in my experiences and what I've come to learn through the spirit world, is the factor that the spirits play a role in that. And that's where the reincarnation line comes in, And that's where we really learn to understand our, our potential and our purpose.
Is it your view, and in recent weeks I've had guests on who have, I mean, it's always bothered me, Jeffrey, that what in the heck is reincarnation good for if you cannot consciously remember any of the triumphs or mistakes or tragedies from previous life? But people have said, no, nobody could stand that consciously. It's all in the subconscious. And
absolutely.
You agree with that, huh?
I agree with that because I think it's triggered at different points. It's like a person that would come in that would have alcoholic issues, and all of a sudden they are able to change those issues. Those are a lot of times those things are brought in from other times.
So a person with alcoholic issues in one life is likely to do what in the next? Follow along and once again have the same problem, or the opposite, and not touch alcohol?
In my experiences, usually if it's been there before, it's going to come back again, unless it's conquered and it's dealt with, and that's the part of the reincarnation.
I see. In other words, what you conquer in one life, you don't carry forth to the next.
Exactly, and that's how the soul evolves.
And many have described it as a school, one from which you eventually graduate?
Yes, I would call it a full-time university.
Full-time university, but graduation is possible?
At one point, absolutely.
And then what?
And then that's where we get into the higher consciousness and you evolve, and I think that's where we get the idea of the higher being. I mean, it takes a long time. I don't know of anybody on this plane right now that's gotten to that point where they've gotten to that university.
Well, you might not. I mean, maybe they go through a door that we can't get through.
It's quite possible.
Does the soul come in with a specific purpose?
In my experiences, I would say most definitely. I mean, there are no accidents in the things that I've seen from the point that you are guided. I think that you do these little bumps along the way sometimes where you kind of, I don't want to say sabotage yourself, but you stop yourself from reaching where you're supposed to be. I had put examples of things that I came across. I had this very well-known actress who constantly, in the beginning, was in her way, and every time she was close to stardom, she would crash. And then finally she achieved where she was supposed to be. But it was a constant struggle from the point of anything that could go wrong, did go wrong.
Yeah, there are people out there who constantly are sabotaging themselves.
And I really believe that's where the soul map comes in, because we have these things that we bring in. You can call them gifts, you can call them abilities, but they are things that are very much, they're prevalent, they play a role.
Is there a way in this current conscious life that we have of taking a look at the soul path, of, in other words, understanding where your life is going to go?
I think it happens on an everyday experience. I think what happens with some people is they may start out in one direction where, I'm trying to think of a good example. Probably a good example is I had a lot of people, unfortunately, that went through the whole 9/11 experience, living in New York and dealing with some of the families. And I saw, firsthand with some of the people that I dealt with, where their lives were terribly altered by this event. And they were able to, change their total path and, turn it around. One ended up being a public office. One did all this charity stuff and really made a difference. And, all these different things evolved from this, which was a horrible, horrible thing.
Is there any correlation, Jeffrey, between great success and great tragedy? And I'm almost asking this from a personal perspective, because
I absolutely think so. And I think what will happen sometimes is that's where we get into the idea of what you're working out before, where you get these people that go through these horrible, horrible things in this lifetime, and then they're able to overcome it and, get to a higher level as far as success. And if you look at most, I would say, successful people or people that I've come in contact with who have changed their life through tragedy. I mean, I'll never forget this. I had this lovely woman who lost 3 sons. And on top of that, when I talk about a triple whammy, she lost most of her family in the Holocaust.
Oh, my God.
And I mean, I would know, you know what it's like. You have kids. And to go through an experience to even think about losing 3 kids. And she lost 3 kids in a row, they were all, unfortunately, hemophiliacs, and that was before they tested blood, and they all ended up dying, from being HIV.
Oh my God!
And
I
then
just
she
I
lost
can't even.
5 family members in the Holocaust on top of that. So if that doesn't get you, I don't know. Losing the kids would definitely put the topper on it.
Okay, well, here's an obvious question, and that is, these tragedies, these horrible things that come along in the middle of a good life and just absolutely bring an axe down in the middle of your life, is there any way, in your opinion, to alter the probability of these things or change the probability of these things from happening?
I think that's part of the soul map that has to take place. I mean, I've had it with people. To give you an instance, recently I had 2 clients come, and the gentleman was sitting in front of me, and I said to him, your dad is standing behind you. He's referencing something with the heart, and he's showing me something with your bowel. I would really go have it checked. And he poo-pooed it, and, of course, being skeptical, and, I find it to be with a lot of men, and I find it to be with most people, because it's more if you can't see it or you can't feel it, it doesn't exist. And I said to him, I said, look, I'll make you a bet. Why don't you go and, see your doctor and have him give you a test? And sure enough, he had a major heart valve that had to be replaced.
Oh my God.
So, I mean, that would be something like I would use as, as far as altering tragedy, because the doctor said to him that if he didn't go, he would have, passed in, who knows, maybe 3 weeks, a month, 2 months, whatever. So that would be an example.
Okay, so obviously then you are psychic.
Most days.
Most days?
Yes.
How did you find this psychic ability in yourself, Jeffrey?
It actually started, it was kind of comical. I was probably about 6 years old at the time, and I had gotten in trouble. And I was looking at my mom, and I remember sitting in the room, and I was in the living room. My mother was like going into this whole thing about what I did and what I shouldn't have done. And I looked at my mother very candidly and said to my mother, by the way, your grandmother is standing in the room, and she's telling me you did this, this, and this when you were my age. Why are you punishing me? You didn't get punished. And she just looked at me like with a real profound look, and kind of looked at me and just ignored it. And of course, I ended up getting in trouble. It didn't do me any good. But that was like the instance where it started. And all through childhood, I had all these different instances where, you talk about imaginary friends. Well, I didn't really have imaginary friends. I had.
All right. I'm going to ask you a couple of stupid questions, Jeffrey. For one, when you saw your grandmother, was she as much in the flesh and blood as everybody else in the room? Was she somewhat translucent? Was she just something that occurred in your mind? In other words, how do you see these people, these dead people?
When I saw her, she was coming through where she was translucent, where I could see her in the room and I could look through her. I've had other instances where where I'll see a full apparition, where I'll actually see a person in full form.
I would think, you said you were 6?
Yeah.
I would think that would just scare the hell out of us.
It didn't, because she was very friendly, and she was like trying to calm me because I was about to get killed for doing what I was doing at that time.
Huh. So that's how it began, and it's been this way all your life?
Yeah, and I had instances. I'll tell you a funny instance. I remember when I was about 11, my next door neighbor at the time was a huge, huge car enthusiast. And I remember standing outside with him, and he was working on the car, and I looked at him, and I'm like, there's something wrong with your transmission. And he looked at me, he's like, what are you talking about? And sure enough, like 3 days later, his whole transmission blew up. And he thought I did something to it. And I remember him knocking on the door, yelling at me. And I had like whole instances of that, growing up.
Well, I've always wondered about that. Psychics, for example, frequently work with police departments, and police departments rarely admit it, although sometimes, that they will call a psychic at a desperate moment in a case that they're trying to solve. And I've always wondered, if a psychic goes to the police with some information that turns out to be true, doesn't that psychic run the risk of being accused of being part of the crime?
Absolutely. I'll give you a funny story with that. I was working on an arson case, and I must have been at the time, probably going back about 15 years ago, and I was sitting with this family, and the family had hired me and wanted me to come in to help on this case. And I met with the detective. It was an old, kind of staunchy Irish detective, and he looks at me and he hands me an envelope, and he goes, here, this is a clue for the case. And I hand it back to him, and I'm like, this is your shopping list. Make sure you get the bread, the eggs, and the butter your wife wants. And, you deal with stuff like that. But I remember, but the time we had gotten done with this, it ended up being the fact that the person that actually asked me to get involved with this was the person that ended up being the person who caused the fire.
And at what point did you realize that?
Right when I started sitting with the person, it started to unfold. So it ended up being that the detective was like, I was given the detective information on how he did it.
Wow. Are you following this series on television about the psychic in Arizona?
Yes, the medium.
Yes, medium, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And what's the difference, by the way, between a medium and a psychic, if any?
I don't think there is a difference in my experience. I mean, I do get both ends of it. I get these profound psychic events that take place, and then I do deal with, the dead people, so it's a mix. But it is kind of funny because at times I could totally relate to what goes on, in that show because it's very typical of my life.
I have been dying to interview Ms. Dubois, and who knows, maybe we'll get that opportunity, maybe not, but you sound an awful lot like her in many ways. So you do identify with a lot of what you see there.
Yeah, I would say the funniest thing that I ever saw on that show was the fact, I think it was an early episode where she was working, I guess, with the Texas Rangers on a case.
That's right.
And she misses the hurricane.
Oh, that's right.
And, I always tell people all the time, that's the human element of what we do because our emotions sometimes block the most obvious event. Like she could pick out the fact of, who the person was who killed who, and in relationship to that, miss the most important thing, the fact that you got a hurricane coming.
Sure. So I've not heard the term before, soul map. This is sort of a new one on me.
Well,
Where did
something
that come
I
from?
came up with, yeah.
Ah, that's why I've not heard about it. You came up with it, okay.
Well, I'm sure it's been out there, but it's just something that impressed me, which I consider to be a very good term to use for people's purposes.
Okay, when you look at somebody or consult with somebody, can you literally see that soul map laid out and without regard for time? In other words, can you look into their past as well as their present and future?
At points, I will get glimpses of what I consider to be past lives where there's been issues that will tie into either relationships per se. Like I had a woman that I worked with who had a horrible, horrible relationship with her dad. She was sexually molested by the father. All these terrible things that went on. And we were able to see from where that came from. And I actually talk about in the book how I worked with different therapists. So basically, depending on the situation with her, I worked with the therapist to help her have closure because the father ended up passing, and she had all this residual anger, and it had come just not from this lifetime, it had come from before.
Okay. Jeffrey Wands, hold tight. We're at the bottom of the hour. Jeffrey Wands is my guest, and he's obviously a psychic. Tragedy. It's a part of many, many of our lives, right? And how it affects our souls, and if you will, our soul maps. I find that absolutely fascinating. Success and tragedy, they seem to go hand in hand. From Manila, I'm Art Bell. Yes, indeed, here I am. Data Dude, that's the name he gives himself, from Houston, Texas, says, "Hey, Art, with your announcement of the new edition of the family tonight, I cannot help but remember something to that effect having been predicted on your predictions for 2006 show at the end of last year. Better keep track of that guy. Congrats." Oh, Data Dude, my God, I seem to remember it too. I remember that. Oh, God. The predictions from last year's New Year's Eve show, and the couple of days prior to or so, we always do predictions between Christmas and New Year. By the way, I'll be doing it this year, too. Didn't make it to the Philippines. They're still back in America somewhere. However, I understand they're listening to that program and documenting them for me, so we will have them this year, and I really do remember something like that. Anyway, Jeffrey, I've got more to say about tragedy, a lot more to say about tragedy, and I suspect Jeffrey will have a response to it in a moment.
You know, I'm 61 years old now, and so when you get to be that age, and in and around this age, you begin to do your own little life review. It's inevitable when a lot of you get to be this age. If you're that lucky, why, it'll happen to you. And I'm sure I'm talking to people who are significantly older than I am, and they certainly know what I'm talking about. Well, let me tell you, just before I bring Jeffrey back, my life has been one strange ride, really a strange ride. I never sought success. I wasn't one of those people who, I want to be a star, I want to be a star. None of that baloney for me. I just absolutely fell in love with radio. I just fell in love with radio, and I followed that path, not to seek money or fame or any of that, just because I absolutely I just loved what I was doing. However, it got, after the success came, and I began doing very well, a series, as you know, those of you who have followed my life, it's been a series of very large, giant successes. I mean, it couldn't get any better. A syndicated radio program that still exists 15 going on 20 years later. Several books that I've written, two that were on bestseller lists, one that was turned into a movie. I mean, just, one gigantic, wonderful thing after another. But interspersed in the middle of all that were these incredible tragedies that have occurred in my life. And I won't detail those. Most of you know what a lot of them have been. And just terrible tragedy. And it actually got to the point for both Ramona and myself that when things got going too good, too well, if you will, we just got to the point where we waited for the other shoe to drop, knowing inevitably that the other shoe was going to drop. Jeffrey, welcome back. Does that have a ring to it?
Oh, absolutely.
It's
Absolutely.
the truth.
It's proof in the pudding, as I always say, from the point of the fact that, yes, you went through these terrible things, okay, but I definitely, and I talk to this with people, I find it to be when people do move on, and, you went through a terrible thing in losing your wife, they have an effect on us in the sense that they direct us from where they've gone, where your wife, was making sure that you got another part of your life back. And
It's not just that. I mean, there was a series, Jeffrey, of, on the one hand, just wonderful things followed by absolutely tragic things. And has something happened to my son. A lot of people are asking about that. I do have a son by previous marriage, and I'm not going to talk about that because it's a very tragic situation. But anyway, he's with his mom, and I just don't have any more to say about that at the moment. But a lot of tragedy involved there, and other aspects of my life, just as far down as you can go and as far up as you can go, Jeffrey. And do the two walk hand in hand, the ups and the downs?
There is no doubt in my mind in my experiences that they do, but we, in the soul capacity, have that ability to overcome, and we end up doing it. So when you look at everything that you've been through, and you look at the journey that you've taken, now you've come to a different point where you're coming to a different point of peacefulness.
That's true.
Which it is.
And happiness. And so, but again, I worry about this cyclic repeating of, it's good and then it kaboom.
Well, we do have a tendency sometimes to put that energy out because it's the fear, and it's also the fact that, you're a public figure and you have to look at it. It was interesting because I had heard one of the callers earlier saying about the fact that with you on the radio, it's like listening to family. And in essence, that's what you do because you're healing a lot of people by what you do.
Well, after you've been on the air for a couple of decades or so, it is like talking to family, of course. And, a lot of people now will call me up and say things like, I've been listening to you since I was a baby. How happy am I to hear that? It really makes you feel old, which I am. So anyway, all right, so you actually hear from people on the other side. When you do that, Jeffrey, do you more times than not see them, or do you more times than not get a mental message?
It's a mixture. They usually will give me something I can relate to. I'll give you a perfect example. Here in New York, about 2 weeks ago, we did a breast cancer fundraiser. The station that I'm at, we're very big into raising money for breast cancer since we have one of the highest incidents in the United States in the area that I live. And it was kind of interesting. I'm doing an audience of 500 people, and I'm out in the audience, and all of a sudden I hear the Honeymooners theme in my head. And I'm saying to myself, does that mean I have Jackie Gleason coming through? And I go up to this gentleman, and I stand right in front of him, and it was because of the fact he was a bus driver, and his dad was a bus driver. And they were using it in that way so I would identify with what this gentleman did, because his dad was using it to come through in that way.
How do you identify, particularly when you're not seeing a dead person, how do you identify the fact that you are, in fact, getting some message from the afterlife as opposed to just, I mean, we all have random thoughts and things that occur to us, coincidences, all this that goes through our brain. How do you know when you're getting something from the other side versus just something, random neurons firing?
In my experiences, when I've done stuff, they'll be very specific. They'll say, this is so-and-so, he passed this way. They'll say, who they're with, the different people that come through in that way. And they're pretty specific usually. I mean, probably a good example when you were talking before about like a crime scene, and when you're talking about how psychics, do stuff with crimes or, murders and things like that. What I do periodically is I do the Maury Show. And when I do the Maury Show, we do stuff on missing kids, and they will take me to the area where the child disappeared. Right. And I'm able to kind of retrace where that child, was taken or abducted or murdered, God forbid. And I'm able to do that because it's a lingering energy, it's a residual energy. And in a lot of cases, if the person has been murdered, that soul is still going to be around.
Okay, well, that's kind of where my next question was going. You said a lingering energy.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, in your opinion, is what you receive from the other side contemporary information? In other words, let's see, how am I trying to put this? There's a certain line of thinking out there that what we think we receive from the other side is sort of like that giant tape loop, the residual something or another that's left from somebody who has passed away.
Well, I would call it the consciousness.
Fine. Let's go with consciousness. Do you think you're actually receiving active consciousness or just sort of, a residual of what's left?
I think some cases you will get residual, but in most cases, because in my experiences the soul continues its journey, it would be very much so that you're getting a continual connection.
Huh. So you think it's contemporary, current, real, conscious information from the other side?
Oh, very much so, because I've had things come through where somebody will say to me, the perfect example of this is recently, I had a woman that her dad had passed away and she was trying to get pregnant, and during the session, he came through and said, you're going to be pregnant in 3 weeks, and she was.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Jeffrey, everybody would want to know the answer to this one, and that is, what do you know of the nature of the other side?
Well, in my experiences, I'll give you an interesting thing. I got a chance to go down to see Dr. Raymond Moody, and I got the chance to go into his psychomantium.
Uh-huh.
And I had a really profound experience when I was down there. I actually went out of my body, and I kind of did like a near-death experience when I was there. And he was telling me afterwards, and if you've ever gotten the opportunity to sit with him, he goes through a whole psychological profile. He'll sit with you for a good 2.5 hours, ask you all these questions, make sure that you don't have any kind of drugs or any kind of hallucinant or anything like that, and he prepares you mentally. I remember going in the room, and if people are not familiar with the psychomantium, it goes all the way back to ancient Greece, and it's real interesting. And I remember going through that process, and when I was going through that process, of course you stand in front of the mirror, you go into the mirror at one point. I could actually feel myself coming out of my body, going into the mirror, and kind of walking down a tunnel. And as I was walking down this tunnel, I could see all these faces, and there were some faces of clients that had passed away, some were relatives, all different people. And I remember it was that feeling, when you come out on a spring day and that the sun hits you for the first time.
Sure.
That's what it felt like. And I remember going in, and all of a sudden I got to a point, I got to a bright light, and they're like, you went too far. And then I remember after that, Raymond coming back in the room, and it was like I bounced back, but it was like a very profound feeling. But in my experiences with going through that and seeing what I deal with it in an everyday life, I think there's different levels of souls in the spirit world, and that's where we get the idea of ghosts. That's where we get the idea of good spirits, bad spirits, spirits that are, around that haven't really grown or haven't really let go. And that's where I think we get the whole good and evil experience.
All right, let me try this question again. I'm really quite curious, and I know everybody is, what it's like on the other side. Have you had any hints, any discussions with those on the other side? Have they actually described to you the environment in which they're in?
Well, in one experience that I had, they described to me that it was like a field, and in that field, there was sun and there were other people, but they weren't really in the physical body. They were in like a conscious state, and they kind of described it as a parallel universe. That would be the way I would describe it. Like, would us be going from here to beyond our universe? That would be the way that they were kind of describing it.
Okay, in another universe. But are they in a place that we can relate to? I mean, are there? You said a field. Are there homes? Are there cities? Are they conducting a life like the life they had here?
I would say from what I was experiencing and the way they were coming through, the consciousness part was going on. I don't know that I would say there was houses or Bloomingdale's or Macy's and shopping and everything like that, but they were still very much connected to their loved ones here, where they were playing a role or trying to play a role to make sure that those souls got where they were supposed to be.
I hope there's Soul Radio.
I'll let you know.
Well, maybe I'll let you know, buddy. Okay, well, all right, on to this. And it's an extremely interesting question, and that is, what happens with animals when they pass? Do animals have souls, in your opinion?
Well, in my experiences, when I was writing the second book, our beloved golden retriever passed away. And it was kind of interesting because I actually grieved more over her, probably more so than out of anyone that I've lost in my lifetime. And even dealing with death and every day. And I remember against my own better wishes at the time, I had a dream about 3 nights before we were going to take her in for surgery. And then in the dream, one of the spirits had come through and said, don't take her. She's going to die no matter what. And sure enough, she did. And I remember like 2 days afterwards, I was, in my room upstairs, and my wife was sleeping next to me, and I was awoken by this breath, and I'm like, oh my God, I got to take the dog out. And it was the dog actually coming to visit.
Yeah. And here's another question, be it animal or human, Jeffrey, after the passing, is there a kind of a window of opportunity that is relatively short, days or even a couple of 3 weeks, where visitation from the other side is more possible or more probable than it is later on?
All right, well, I'll give you 2 examples of that. I had a lot of the family from 9/11. The experiences I had, they were getting visitations within 6 days of the passing. Usually, in my experiences, we're talking about something within 30 days, usually, where a person will get a message. Probably a classic example of that would be a dream visitation, where they will come in the dream, say goodbye. They may touch you, they may, do a lot of different things, but that's usually in that time frame. That's been my experiences.
So it would seem. But I mean, on the one hand, if all of this is true, it's completely understandable that it might be very quickly that it would occur. If it's not true, Jeffrey, then it would also be understandable that it would be quite quickly, because of course we are in severe mourning. I mean, there's nothing else on your mind, whether it be an animal or a person, really. And so you can imagine that if all this were not real, our brains would still concoct it fairly quickly after the passing.
Oh, without a doubt. But I also find it, which is what I deal with a lot, is that we go through different levels of grief, which you know and everybody knows. And in some cases, because the death, usually we make the death about us and not about the person that passed on, we have a tendency to kind of hang that person up a little bit because we're so angry. And probably a good example of that is recently I had these 3 ladies that came to me. One was a doctor. She was a psychiatrist. The other one was a lawyer. And the other one was, she worked on the, I guess it's like in the operating room where she ran the machine, when they do open heart surgery.
Oh, yes.
Okay. I don't know the exact term, but they had their mother, and their mother was in hospice, and she was dying of liver cancer. They were all from different parts of the country. They all came into town at one time. The mother was in like the last stage, stage 4 of really bad liver cancer. And they come in, and they're in about 4 days. And the 4th day, they all decide to go out to dinner because the mother's like, Dad, I'm feeling okay. Don't worry about it. They go out to dinner, and of course, what happens? The mother passes.
Mm-hmm.
So I see them probably 3-4 weeks afterwards. They're angry. Why did she pass? And I'm like, you guys are missing the point. Like, you got together. That's what she wanted. It allowed her to move on. That's what she was supposed to do. That was part of her journey.
Any idea, Jeffrey, once you pass, how long it is before another incarnation occurs to you? Or is it so far out of any time reference we have that cannot be answered?
I would say to you, I've had 2 instances of experiences with clients where they had people in their family reincarnate very quickly. I remember also seeing a thing, if I'm not mistaken, ABC had a thing about a little boy who supposedly was on a ship during World War II and had a connection to the ship because he was a flyer on the ship and he was able to trace it back. And I don't think he was more than 8 or 9 years old. But I would say in the majority of the things I've come across, most of these incarnations are more out of our time frame.
Out of our time frame. So
yeah, meaning in our lifetime.
That's right. So it could be hundreds of years, thousands of years.
I would say probably the hundreds would be probably realistic.
Hundreds of years.
In my experiences, I'm not claiming to be an expert, on that. So.
Okay, going back to animals for just very quickly. I've had cats now for years and years and years and years. Very, very close to cats. I have inside cats only. I am convinced, Jeffrey, absolutely beyond any shadow of a doubt, that if we as human beings have souls, and I know that the Bible doesn't necessarily agree with this, but animals have souls too. I look at them, you look at their little eyes, you watch their behavior, they have jealousy, happiness, sadness. They have virtually every emotion that a human being has. You can see in a cat if you live with it 24 hours a day. I absolutely, totally guarantee it. So if we have souls, they have souls.
Oh, without a doubt, I totally agree with you. Plus, the great part of it is that the majority of animals don't have the issues or the nonsense that we have. They're unconditional love. They're giving it to you, because unconditionally they love you.
And that may be, Jeffrey, why we mourn them so tremendously when we go. We can't review any of their bad traits because they really didn't have any.
No, it's an unconditional love more so than anything else. Plus, I find it to be the cats are very psychic. I find it to be dogs are very psychic. I remember our other, Golden, I have a new one now, but my one that passed away, I would have instances where I would come home and I would be, sitting in my living room and she would be sitting next to me and I would watch a person come through the house who's not living and the dog would totally react to it.
Really?
Yeah, and I mean, cats
really.
Too.
Yes, absolutely. Cats see all kinds of things that we don't see, Jeffrey. All right, hold tight. We're here at the top of the hour. Jeffrey Wands is my guest, and as the saying goes, he sees dead people. From Manila in the Philippines, where there's a kind of a strange fog or a haze surrounding the city right now. Nothing nuclear, I hope. I'm Art Bell. It is. Possible breaking news here in the Philippines. Rachel in Tucson says, Dateline Manila, Philippines. I've got to hear from this about this from Tucson. About 30 communist guerrillas on Sunday, that would indeed be today here, attacked an international airport under construction in the central Philippines using bombs to destroy equipment and seizing guns from the guards. If any of you have any update on that, I would certainly appreciate it. I don't know what airport they're talking about there, but I am very curious. So the communists on the move here in the Philippines. Jeffrey Wands is my guest. He sees dead people, and we'll be right back. You know, without love, I really can't think of a really good reason for being alive. John in Bronx, New York, Jeffrey, comes up with one here that I'm sure you're going to need to deal with. He says, sweet talking lies or the truth? The truth is, John says, that the dead are dead. They don't know anything about what's going on, and they're not going to be made alive again until the rapture and the resurrection of the just and of the unjust. What do you say?
Well, you know what? People have their belief systems, and they're going to believe what they want to believe. But I find it to be very interesting that more and more people are having experiences where loved ones come through to them, and not just in, you know, the aspect of me doing it, but everybody has their own personal experiences. So, I mean, when you get stuff like that, it's understandable. That's his belief system, so he's entitled to his opinion.
You're absolutely right about how many people are having these experiences. And I interviewed an anesthesiologist last week. God, it was fascinating. I don't know if did you happen to catch that program?
No, I didn't. I wish I would have.
Go back if you're able to listen to programs and take a listen to that one. My God, it was interesting. He's going down really a lot of the same paths we are, not quite as psychically, but more scientifically. Now, is your psychic ability increasing as you get? How old are you now, Jeffrey?
I'm 42.
42. Do you think it's increasing as you get older or decreasing?
I think as I'm getting older, I'm more relaxed with it. So I would say to you that I probably handle it better now than I did before.
Okay. I really have always wondered. There is something magical, mystical about mirrors. By the way, I know Raymond Moody very well. I've interviewed him for years and years now. I know about the psychomadium. And what is it about mirrors, Jeffrey? What is it?
I think it's especially with what Raymond does, it's the idea of, I think, making that connection, because that mirror is like the other door, and it allows us to get into that state, and maybe it's more of the unconsciousness coming up more so than anything else. But I know it's funny because when I went down to Raymond's house and I had that experience, Raymond had told me that there were two other mediums that had come down that had the same experience. So it was kind of interesting. And you know Raymond's very science-oriented.
No, I do. All right, let's talk for a moment. It's October. It's Ghost to Ghost month. Yes, I will be doing Ghost to Ghost this year, I do believe. Now, we all know there are ghosts, or at least ghosts certainly reported again and again and again and again. What can you tell me about why a spirit chooses to inhabit frequently the residence where it passed away? Why does that happen? Why are these spirits still on Earth?
Well, I think it depends on the situation. You're saying with the residents, I find it to be when I'm called into a house, it usually is really more connected to the land than the actual house. It'll depend also with that soul and how that soul has died, or, how that soul has moved on. I remember probably about 4 or 5 months ago, I had gotten a call, and a woman asked me to come to her house. They were having problems at her house, and what had happened was, before she had bought the house, there was a murder in the house, and it wasn't disclosed to her. And her 2 kids were waking up in the middle of the night telling the mother that there was a gentleman in the house with a shotgun, and he was pointing it at them. And what had happened was the gentleman that was the owner before had killed his family and killed himself.
Yes.
And that energy was lingering, and that was what was causing it. And I find it to be, especially with kids, kids are extremely open and extremely sensitive, and they're not polluted yet, in the way that we are.
Mm-hmm. In your case, you learned you were psychic at a very early age, 6, and then sort of allowed that to develop. I think with other adults, particularly those not exposed or not predisposed to be thinking about this sort of thing, we actually begin to form, as we get older, a barrier against it, don't we?
Oh, very much so, because our belief systems come in, we get cynical, it's different things that take place. And I think it's also based on some of our different life experiences. I mean, the thing that makes me crazy is, people will say, how do I know? I don't believe it, I don't see it. I think more and more what science should be doing is looking at it more in a multi-dimensional way. They don't look at this, they look at it in one way. And you get the people that are skeptics that do this, potentially kind of studies, they only do it in one way. They forget that we live in a world that's extremely multi-dimensional.
You just hit on something that really has been fascinating me of late. Of course, a lot of theoretical physicists and others we talk to here on the air talk about multiple dimensions, 11 or more. And I'm beginning to think that science and the world that you live in, the paranormal, Jeffrey, are beginning to come together. And it seems like it's not all that far away now. Maybe it's just because I do this program, but it really does seem as though science and the paranormal have this meeting place that I can almost see now when there's going to be discovery of another a universe, a parallel universe, and it's going to begin to answer some of the questions that people like yourself generate with what you're saying. What do you think?
I agree with you. I think it's getting closer. I think it's science's responsibility to do better science. I think what happens is you get some people, and I know the Russell Targs and some of the other great people that are involved with doing the research, which is good, but you have other people that are like very one-dimensional in their thought process that are really not looking at the fact that you've got millions and millions of people all through the world, that are having experiences. And this is not like, because they're doing mushrooms or they're doing some sort of hallucinogens. They're doing it more because they're actually experiencing it.
That's not to rule out hallucinogens as a path, according to some guests I've had. How do you feel about that?
I think that you don't need to be in that state for it to happen. I think that it'll come at different points. And I think with certain people, our loved ones make those connections when things are needed, and I really believe that they do affect us. And I would probably use you as an example from the standpoint that you went through all this stuff, and then you were able to put, a certain chapter of your life behind you and find happiness with somebody else. And I'm sure, and I would probably, base my professional opinion on it, that, your lovely wife that you lost had a big say in it.
Oh, I really absolutely believe that.
Well, and my belief system, nothing happens by accident.
Near-death experiences, that's been another one that has confused me. It seems as though people who have had NDEs frequently turn their lives around. I mean, if they were, doing something somewhat unsavory or whatever, after they have their NDE and a life review, that sort of thing, they turn their lives around. Well, it's always seemed, I mean, maybe that's part of their soul map, as you call it.
I would say, yeah, definitely.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, I think that's part of it, because I think what will happen is you get these people and, they're very self-destructive and they go through something horrible. It could be, drug-related, alcohol-related, car accident, whatever it is. And I think that when they go through these near-death experiences, it definitely changes, your path. It makes you maybe recognize your path where you wouldn't have seen it before.
But they are privy then to information about the other side and how it all works that the rest of us are not, so that if we're leading a somewhat unsavory life, we will continue to do so until the day we die, and then presumably be punished for it in a way that somebody who had an NDE and corrected their life might not be.
I would say to you, probably the punishment would come from the fact that you would come back in the incarnation and have to do it all over again and go through the same aspect of it. I mean, I think that's part of the soul map from the point that they do go through these, NDEs at that point, because they're supposed to really enlighten their path and, end up being where they're supposed to be.
Okay. Can you, Jeffrey, essentially do this at will? If you mentioned earlier you had a client, so obviously you have clients. You have people who come to you to speak to or to find out about a loved one who has passed on frequently. You do that kind of work.
I do that, and there's other people that come to me that would be in a business way where, they would want direction in a business sense or a life path. So it would be different things. I mean, I have a couple of therapists that I work with, so it'll vary with the need. I have a woman who's a trauma therapist who I get nothing but people that have lost, kids to suicide. And I work with her closely from the point that she helps the families get closure in one sense and deal with their grief, and then I help them with the closure of the lost person.
Okay. So many psychics, Jeffrey, seem to tell people what they want to hear. And the more you pay for it, the more you hear what you want to hear.
Like, not this one.
Not that one. All right. Well, then my question to you is this. When you get somebody sitting in front of you or that you are consulting, and you look at their soul path, their soul map, if you will, and you see really something tragic, really something awful coming up, do you tell them about it?
I will tell them in a way where I wouldn't say, God forbid, if you were sitting in front of me and I would say to you, you know, you're going to die 3 weeks from now. I will tell them in a way to tell them to look for this bump in the road, and hopefully they can prevent this bump in the road. In a lot of cases,
but that's not a bump in the road. That's more like a ravine opening up after a 9-point earthquake.
You're right.
You know, you're going to die.
Agreed, but just as that as an example, or I've had it with other people where, you know, I know a relationship is going to end, I will give them a heads up. There's a way of handling people, and I think with my experience in doing this, I've learned to do it in a way where you can do it soft. I mean, I've seen other people be so blunt and, you know, do it in such a mean-spirited way that I would never do it that way.
But you must, as frequently as not, see some sort. I mean, life is full of tragedy and death and all sorts of things. It's part of life.
I usually will give a person a heads up. I had a situation recently where I had a young woman come. She hadn't spoken to her dad in 12 years. And I nudged her about getting in contact with the father, and she was able to resolve with the father, and the father ended up dying 4 weeks later. So things like that, you know, you can do it in a way where you nudge them or you strongly suggest that they should take care of this immediately without scaring them and saying, oh my God, you know, your loved one's going to pass in 2 weeks.
A nudge. I mean, for example, do you say to somebody that you, I mean, if you look at somebody and you see the Grim Reaper ahead, do you say, listen, by the way, have you updated your will? Or
I wouldn't say it that way, or I wouldn't say, you know, have you bought life insurance? I would say, you know, this is a good time to get things in order, work relationships through. I would do it in a more subtle way.
Huh. That is pretty subtle for, I mean, somebody who's going to die.
Agreed, but I mean, if you were sitting in front of me and you knew you had 3 weeks to live, I've had people ask me point blank and say, you know, it'll depend. I had people come to me that have had cancer that I know they're going to have a very short period of time, and I had one client say to me, how much time do I have? You know, can I do this, this, and this? So in that case, it's good. In other cases, it would just pertain to how much I think the person can handle it. I mean, the bad side of what I do is you do get some people that are not legitimate that do take advantage of people, and very much so. I mean, I actually talk about this. We have a lot of this in New York. It's the gypsy stuff, where I had this lovely, lovely little Italian woman who wanted her 40-year-old daughter married in the worst way, and she got bled for $80,000 from a gypsy. And they set it up to the point where they said to her, your daughter's going to meet somebody on the train, and they actually had somebody go to the extent who knew this person where they set up a meeting. And, you know, this went on and on and on. And I remember this woman coming to me, and I'm like, look, you got to call so-and-so I know who's, you know, with this particular crime unit with, you know, NYPD, and you need to stop this because you're getting taken advantage of.
Let me ask you a very blunt question, Jeffrey. What percentage of people who do what you do, in your opinion, are frauds?
You know what? It's a tough thing because I can't answer for everybody else. I think there are a lot of talented mediums out there, and the human effect comes in. I mean, there are certain people, it's like doctors, lawyers, you're going to get fraud. I don't know how I would answer that as far as percentages, per se. I tell people probably the best thing to do is to experience, you know, have your own experience first. Like, if you were going to come to someone like myself, you know, have a recommendation, know somebody in your family or somebody that's a friend that would have that connection.
You seem to do a lot of personal work, you know, in predicting people's lives or in contacting their loved ones. Jeffrey, there are a lot of people in your line of endeavor who also predict world events, and I wonder if that kind of information comes to you as well, and if so, how?
I've had it, like, probably a couple instances I had with plane crashes where actually in my dream state I will be on the plane, it ends up crashing, you know, it'll come that way. I remember the war, you know, the first war with the first President Bush, and I remember dreaming about that like 6 months before thing with seeing the desert and seeing it in that way. But usually when I get world events, it'll come more in a dream state. The one other time that I would say that I had like a sense of something major happening would have been when John F. Kennedy Jr. died. I had this feeling at that time, the same thing with Princess Diana, where there was going to be something major in the world that was going to have a world effect.
Huh. Do you get pretty much what you want to get, Jeffrey? In other words, if you're wanting to find the loved one of a client, that's what you get. Or if you're seeking world events, do you get those? Does it work that way?
No, it doesn't. I will sit with somebody, let's just say, for example, you wanted to contact your wife and I was speaking to you. It may be a grandparent, it may be a grandmother first that will be the table setter that will bring her through. Initially, I usually get somebody else before that person will come through.
Do you enjoy your work, or do you find it, as in the case of the television program with Ms. Dubois, it seems as much a curse many times as a blessing?
I love what I do in the sense of the result. I have only, I would say, in the last 3-4 years, I'm more at peace with it since I've been doing national TV, and I got through getting over the bump of not being afraid of it so much. And I it's amazing because people like, every time I do national TV, I'll get these emails from people. It'll be about, people, unsolved murders and things of that nature, and they write all these emails, and I try to pick out things that I could try to help people with. And I think that's probably the best part of what I do, in regards that if I can bring that little ounce of closure to somebody, it's going to bring them a little peace.
Mm-hmm. How do you delineate between what you do and what so-called remote viewers do?
I think that they're very similar, except that in my experiences with a remote viewer, it's probably more so because they're going after a particular object or a particular thing. I think with me, I think it's a part of it. I think it's a different form of it.
Remote viewing is a very structured, in its purest form, very disciplined thing, and they try and remove all ego and all, current, ego is the right word, I guess, from that's right, and emotions from what they do. A psychic or a medium doesn't really do that, do they?
No, and we do feel, especially I'm a dad, I have kids. When I sit with somebody who lost a kid, of course I'm going to feel that. Might be a good way to do it sometimes, but I think it would be too robotic, and I don't think I would be as effective from that point.
So, anyway, you say you're now pretty much at peace with yourself with regard to what you do, and even being in the media and doing it, you're still at peace. That must be tough. I mean, you go on television, for example, and you're required to perform on cue. That's a little rough, isn't it?
It is, but you know what? I've gotten to the point now, it's kind of funny, every time I do something with cameras or I do something like that, we have all kinds of problems with equipment. I did a book signing today, and they had given me a cordless mic, and sure enough, I went through 3 cordless mics. It was very funny, but I'm at a point now, like, in front of the cameras, I don't even pay attention to the fact that the cameras are there. I'm good in the sense that I'm in my zone, and I'm focused on what I got to do. Yeah, and I'm not afraid to be wrong. I'm not God by any means, and I tell people, this is not 100% science. I can be having a bad day. It's like an athlete who, you could be.
Yeah, good to hear you say that. Another Door Opens, in fact, is your book, and we'll talk a little bit about that when we get back. It's break time. I'm Art Bell. You are indeed from the sort of foggy, misty Manila this afternoon. Jeffrey Wands is my guest, and indeed he has written a book, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. I get a lot of emails sometimes that say, oh, how come everybody who comes on the show has written a book, selling a book or something? Well, that's kind of the trade-off, and it's a good trade-off that we make. Indeed, a lot of our guests have written books. In the case of Jeffrey, Another Door Opens is the name of his book. And I personally consider it to be an excellent trade-off. We give them an opportunity to promote their book a little bit, and they give us a very, very good idea of what's in it. And we'll do that in a moment. the news I gave you apparently is getting confirmed. About 10 fast blasts here. About 30 communist guerrillas have indeed attacked a Japanese-funded international airport being built in the central Philippines. And I'll just have to update you from there. Once again, Jeffrey Wands, your book is Another Door Opens, Jeffrey. Why that title?
I just thought it was very apropos from the point of what I deal with every day, and it's the understanding that I try to tell people death is a door. And when you open that door, it's a whole different experience.
Mm-hmm. What did you try to do in the book? I mean, what was the point of the book?
I think the main point of the book is I put some experiences that I had with death. I used actually some clients that I met with that we interviewed. And it was interesting because I have one story in the book. It was a husband and wife, and men are normally skeptical. And they had lost a child, and they were kind of blown away by the experience. They ended up bringing their daughter, who was young at the time, and it's just part of the healing process that's in there. And then the other part of the book that I talk about is my experiences working with therapists and their perspective of what I do and the importance of the whole healing process of death and the different stages of what we go through in that healing process. And then I also talk about the idea of dreams. And it's interesting, I always tell people, if you ever have a dream where you're in a snowstorm or a blizzard, make sure you go out and buy a lotto ticket. Because I actually had one of the lotto winners that had that dream, and her dead father-in-law gave her the winning numbers.
Have you ever taken the journey of trying to find out about your own future?
I ask periodically for things, and it's interesting, before I wrote my first book and I did my second book and TV and radio, they had come to me one night in a dream and said to me that you're going to be doing media, and I was laughing at the time, and I had no interest in doing it. I was very happy with just having my clientele and just leaving it the way it was, and I think that's where I got a glimpse, and also getting a glimpse of me having 2 sons and my wife.
That's quite a bit. Have you ever attempted to look even further ahead to see where your life is going, to see where even perhaps your life ends?
I've gotten feelings. I mean, I've had this conversation with my wife, and my wife gets extremely upset with me about, when it would be my time to go and, how I'd want to go. And, I kind of try to hint with her sometimes that I know that I'm going to be going at a certain point. And, she gets extremely upset like anybody's wife would.
Indeed. A few weeks ago, I did a very important program on the subject of suicide, Jeffrey, taking one's own, taking your own life. What can you tell me about that?
Well, in my experiences, I have one therapist that I work with. It's all kids' suicides. I would say to you that a good 94% of those suicides that I deal with are people that are actually, do have mental illness, that are taken into a place where they just lose it. And then you come across those 6% that are the ones that do it out of spite, or they do it out of anger at that particular time. But, a lot of people ask me, do you still get to heaven if you kill oneself?
Yes.
Do you still get across? And I found it to be the ones that have gone through the, I would say, the mental trauma, where it's a mental condition, or it's, schizophrenia or manic depression, or, it could be a medication that triggered it. They seem to come through much stronger than the other 6% that are kind of still caught up in that anger.
Do you think that you need to be mentally abnormal to take your own life, or do you think that there can be rational decisions made to take your own life, and if so, what's the result of that?
Well, I'll give you a perfect example. I've had a couple of people that have come to me that have had family members that, went from ALS.
Yes.
And, the Lou Gehrig's disease. And in 2 of those situations, those people killed themselves because of the fact that they didn't want the end result of that terrible disease.
Is there any, can you give, right, no, that's right, I agree, that may be rational, Jeffrey.
I mean, not that I'm encouraging suicide, but...
No. My question is, with regard to the other side, or whatever you know about the other side, what would be the path on the other side for somebody who had done that?
The experiences I've had where I sat with people, they've come through right away in that element. They understand. They made that choice to kind of make it easier on their family. You know, one did it because of financial reasons. One did it because of the pain factor. All different things, but they came across. But I mean, I wouldn't want to be like, you know, saying to people out there that we're going to form the Hemlock Society and
No.
suicide. So.
No, of course not. I just, in other words, you're saying those people
They
cross
get
in
across,
much.
absolutely. You know, they get across, they get settled, they understand cognitively, in a way, what they've done, why they've done it.
Is there some sort of karmic price to pay for that?
I gotta believe that there is, based on that experience. Granted, the souls that I've been dealing with haven't reincarnated yet, but I would be inclined to believe that you would pick up some residual karma in the process.
Well, I wonder if in that case reincarnation would be considered a good thing or a bad thing.
I guess it would probably pertain to how you would come in. But I mean, I remember this one in particular, this woman was very diligent and very deliberate about doing it. They had gotten to the point where they exhausted, you know, tremendous amount of financial resources. The family was going to lose the house, and she just decided that it was time. You know, she didn't want to put her family through anything more.
Well, I know what the traditional religious view of that is, and I somehow, in my mind, I just can't think of a God that is vengeful. I mean, if in the case you just cited, for example, that almost all the financial resources are gone, the person's in great pain, so forth and so on, they take their own life, I just can't, in the world that I walk in and I understand, I cannot imagine that person being punished in some terrible way for what they've done.
I would be inclined to believe that too. I mean, I haven't seen it from my experiences with the clients I've dealt with. Not that I would encourage people to do that, but most definitely I could probably count 4 instances, and they came through in a very good way. They were peaceful, you know, they were happy where they were. They had found, you know, a sense of contentment.
Okay. Where do you plan to go from here, Jeffrey? I mean, are you going to just sort of be happy and satisfied with what you've done thus far, continue to have clients?
I think probably the thing I would like to do maybe more in time would be to teach and to get people to be more aware of their own abilities. That probably would be one of the things that I would like to do. I mean, I'm a big radio fan. You know, I do a show in New York, not to the degree of what you're doing, but, you know, I do a weekly show. Of course, in my situation, we play music because it's an adult contemporary format. But I would say probably I love doing radio. That would be something that I would, you know, want to continue to do.
Mm-hmm. There is no better way to communicate. Television, of course, requires pictures and visual support for whatever is being done, where, of course, in radio you can kind of create a mental picture that just, I don't know, television actually takes away from in many instances. So radio is a wonderful medium in every way I can think of. Okay, I'll tell you what, shortly we will begin to take calls, and I'm sure a million people are going to want to talk to you. One thing I would like to stay away from, though, Jeffrey, here on the radio, is people to call up to get readings from you. I don't want to do that. I'm not going to allow that to occur.
No problem.
Simply because it satisfies the one person who calls, but is a tremendous kind of bore to the rest of the audience. So I would hope that people that would call with general questions about psychic ability, about the other side, about talking to people on the other side, that kind of thing. That's what I'm looking for, audience, if you can hear me, not individual readings. That's sort of a trap that I think that a lot of people in radio fall into. Of course, if you do individual readings, the phones light up like a Christmas tree, but it's just a trap that talk show hosts fall into. So what that they light up? It's just going to bore the hell out of the rest of the audience. So I want to stay away from that, folks. So don't ask for specific readings, please, but rather generally kind of interview Jeffrey in the way I have been, if that's okay with you, Jeffrey.
Oh, absolutely. It's my honor to share my knowledge. It would be great.
All right. Is what you do, Jeffrey, hereditary? Do you believe it's hereditary? In other words, was your mom or your father in some way psychic?
I had on my mom's side, my grandmother went blind at a certain age, and I definitely remember, my mom's mom being extremely in tune and having the ability to hear your voice and to describe what you look like. So I would say yes, part of it is hereditary, but I think that we all have it. So I wouldn't say to you that it just has to be in families.
You think we all have it?
Oh, without doubt.
Perhaps we do, but as I mentioned earlier, as many of us grow older that don't look into this sort of topic, we build a wall against it. So are there people who are psychically thick as bricks?
Oh, absolutely. I call them stubborn people.
Stubborn people?
Yeah, they're definitely stubborn. They definitely have their own aspects. No matter what you do, that's probably the worst part of my job. I call it, it's pulling a rabbit out of your hat. They want you to do the smoke and mirrors thing. And, you could give them, you get the license plate of the car. And I laugh. The thing that I get all the time from people is, oh, you could have Googled me. You could have get all this information. If I had time to Google everybody, it would be crazy. So, but you do get that. So.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you do get that. I'm sure you get a lot of people who are just thinking that you're doing this for, and that's something to ask about actually. You're doing this for a living, right?
Yes, I am.
So you charge people to do what you do.
Yes, I do.
And I'm sure that alone makes people skeptical about what you do.
Yes, but when I do the groups and I do the things that I'm doing from that standpoint, like I did this thing 2 weeks ago for breast cancer, I wasn't getting paid for it. I did a large group. We had 500 people. I mean, I'm big about giving back, so I can't say that all the things I do when I do the radio show, even though I know you were talking about not liking the idea of the readings and the whole bit. I mean, when I do the readings and stuff like that, I might get paid for the radio show. I do it because I love radio.
Oh, so do I. But again, as I mentioned, that is kind of a trap that you fall into.
Agreed, but unfortunately, people do like it.
I know. I'm well aware of it. I mean, you're only satisfying one person, and we have a giant audience out there that's interested in this sort of general topic. So let's give it a try. Let's see how we do. Here on the first-time caller line, we've got somebody or another for Jeffrey Wands. You're on the air.
Good day. How's it going?
It's going just fine, sir.
I was going to ask what you thought about 2012 and all the things leading up to that.
All right, good. I'm glad you did. There's been a lot of speculation, Jeffrey. I know this is not necessarily your forte, but 2012, of course, is the end of the Mayan calendar, and many people want to know whether it's the end of everything else.
Well, I mean, I would say to you, I haven't had any indication of that, so I wouldn't go out on the limb tonight and say to you that I'm 100% convinced in that time frame. I mean, I know we're constantly being tested in the world, and I'm sure, you were talking about North Korea and, the whole idea of the nuclear stuff, but I'm not inclined to believe that we're not going to be here in 2012.
Is there anything at all, as you look out ahead of all of us, Jeffrey, if you ever do that, if you ever try to simply look out ahead, you don't see any sudden darkness or a sudden wall or inability to see past a certain time, as in the whole world ending, do you?
Not yet so far. We'll definitely send you an email if I get to that point.
Okay. First, make that wildcard line. You're on the air with Jeffrey Wands. Hi. Hello? Going once. Oh, for some reason, I guess I didn't push the button. Let's try it now. Wildcard line, there you are. You're on the air now.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Hi, how are you? This is so strange. I knew I would get through tonight for some reason. I've tried so many times, but something just told me I'd get through tonight. Jeff, it's really a pleasure to hear you. I have a few questions. First question is, my mom passed about 4 years ago, and I noticed I'm picking up a few of her traits. Just to give you, for instance, she used to grunt a lot like that, like that. It used to annoy me. I find myself doing it now. And she used to cut out coupons obsessively, and I'm finding myself doing that now, and it drives me nuts. And is that something unusual? Do you find that?
I don't think it's unusual. I mean, I find it to be the departed find a way to get across, and maybe it's your mom's way of being cute in her own way and letting you know that she's there, and that's why she's doing what she's doing. You know, so it's not unusual. I mean, I've had many different forms of contact. I've had clients who've gotten, you know, their departed people up on their answering machine, which are EVPs. We've done other stuff where in pictures, you know, we've actually gotten spirits up in pictures. So,
there you just hit on something I really want to talk to you about, Jeffrey. I have EVP. I've of course had people who do EVPs. It's a non-profit group up in Utah, and my God, I need them back on the air again here shortly. EVPs are probably the single most convincing piece of evidence to me personally, Jeffrey. I mean, I have looked at this so carefully, and I just can't find a way to knock it down. I can't find a way to shoot holes in it, Jeffrey. What do you think of EVPs?
Well, I'll give you a good example. We did a Maury show that coincided with the release of the movie White Noise with Michael Keaton, and we had some people on the show that actually, one woman in particular had gotten EVPs from her daughter that was killed in a car accident. And I've done some stuff with a friend of mine where we've gotten EVPs on a digital recorder in a cemetery where we've actually gotten voices that have said, you know, get out. And you can hear them clearly. So I am a firm believer, if I can hear them, why can't they come up on tape recorders?
Absolutely. By the way, folks, it's electronic voice phenomena, and it's people who are able to record either digitally or on tape the voice of those on the other side. And I really am a believer in this, and I'm not exactly sure all the time what we're getting. I find, Jeffrey, that a lot of the EVPs that I've heard, a disturbing percentage of them, number one, are children, and number two, a disturbing percentage of them are disturbing.
Yeah, because I think that's where we get into what we talked about earlier, the idea of the good spirits and the bad spirits. You are going to, in some cases, those EVPs are more lower form energy, you know, which are, you know, basically spirits that haven't moved on. But in other cases, you will get some really good EVPs where, you know, there are departed family members that just want to come through and let you know that they're there.
Well, why are so many so damn scary? Like, it's dark, it's cold in here. Get the hell out. You know, the typical Halloween scare the hell out of you kind of message.
I think in those cases what happens is what I was saying earlier about the idea of the bad spirits. You're going to get some of these souls that are either poltergeists or souls that are kind of lingering around that are still carrying a lot of the anger that they had in the life.
Well, that's kind of where I was going. Do you then believe that when you get to the other side, Jeffrey, the personality traits you had, if you were a rotten SOB on this side, you're still likely going to be a rotten SOB on the other side?
You do carry that over. I mean, it drives me crazy when I see other psychics that talk about the fact that, you know, the afterlife, we're all holding hands and we're singing goodbye out. And I don't think that's the case. I mean, that's the evolution of the soul, and it's the process of the soul, and you're going to get some negative energy that does linger because we have good and evil in the world.
All right, then. It absolutely makes sense. Jeffrey Wands is my guest. We're at the top of the hour. The phone lines are absolutely going berserk, as you might imagine they are. Once again, my little caveat for talking with Jeffrey, please do not ask for a personal reading, but rather keep your questions or your inquiries in the general category, which will be of interest to all. From Manila in the Philippines, with a strange haze over the city, I'm Art Bell. My guest is Jeffrey Wands. He is a psychic. All I ask is that you keep your questions general about the world of psychic ability, and he certainly has it, rather than doing specific readings. Somebody just sent me an email, and by the way, you can do that, of course. My email address is artbell@mindspring.com. Actually, two of them, artbell, ARTBELL at AOL.com, or artbell@mindspring.com. Somebody just sent me an email. Marine scientists report massive dead zones, rising tides of untreated sewage, plastic debris, seriously threatening marine life and habitat around the globe. Now, dead zones can encompass areas of the ocean 100,000 square kilometers in size where nothing lives. because there's no oxygen left in the water. Nitrogen pollution, mainly from farm fertilizers, sewage, other things that we don't understand, produce blooms of algae that absorb all oxygen in the water. These really are dead zones. Nothing lives, nothing in our oceans. Now, many people believe that we originally came from the oceans, and if we get to a point where there's nothing left in the oceans, where they are dead, then what are our expectations? And that's not even to mention the rest of what's going on in the world right now. We'll cover all that and get to your questions for Jeffrey Wands in a moment. Jeffrey, not even considering the proliferation of nuclear weapons and what's going on right now in North Korea and elsewhere, but looking at the dead zones in the ocean, looking at what's going on in the world right now with respect to ocean currents, which may end up freezing the European parts of the European continent, looking at our air or the lack of good breathable air and a lot of other problems on the planet right now. And I know this is asking for a psychic revelation of the largest sort, but it really does look like we're on the road to more or less destroying ourselves, Jeffrey. I wonder if you have any thoughts about all that at all.
You know, especially when you have kids, you know, I worry about the fact that the kids are going to have a place to survive in, you know, down the road. But I haven't been given any indication yet that we're not going to have a place to exist. So I got to believe from that standpoint there's still something in the bigger plan.
Okay, let's hope. Wildcard line, you are on the air with Jeffrey Wands. Hi.
Hi, Art. Recent discovery with your program. It's always great night after night. And
Thank you.
Jeffrey, thank you. No problem. And Jeffrey, I have a question for you. I use a candle visioning process where I stare at a candle for a few moments, and I have the light memory in the rods of the eye. And in that field, I transition in colors from bright yellow to orange, then to blue. And when I hit the blue stage, I see geometric linear patterns and faces, lots and lots of faces. And a specific example here that's incredible is in '94, when I was living in Phoenix, I used the process, saw the word Sama spelled out in blue letters, and then saw a bunch of faces. The next day I was riding out of town on my bicycle. I saw three figures on a hill with a truck. And when I arrived adjacent to these persons, I glanced to my right, saw a young cowboy looking at me at the same instant, and it was like total realization, just a total consciousness between the two of us. At a later point, I discovered that Nostradamus used a candle or a flame to create or cause or experience his vision. So what I'm wondering is, who am I experiencing as to the people in this process?
Well, I think what you're doing in essence, and I actually talk about an exercise in my first book about doing the whole candle work in regards to the fact that you're tapping into a consciousness, which is probably what you're seeing with those people are actually people from the spirit world.
Let me follow up, Jeffrey. Whether it's a candle or whether it's mirrors and a psychomantium or some other process that a person concocts, Jeffrey, does it really matter, or is it just the intent of the person to find a psychic path?
I think it's probably, it doesn't matter per se as much. It just helps us get on the path. And I think it enhances it in the way that it gets us to be more aware of it.
Okay, fair enough. First-time caller line from Florida. I think you're on the air with Jeffrey Wands.
Hi.
Hi.
How are ya?
Okay.
My name's Joan. I'm from Cape Coral, Florida. I'm psychic, clairvoyant, clairaudient. I've had quite a number of experiences, and this has been a great program. I really love you, Art. You're great. Programs have just been wonderful lately that I've been listening to. And I did have a question. I've had this gift since I was quite small, a small child, and then it was dormant for some time in my teenage years. And Jeffrey, I don't know if you've ever had a dormant time like that, but then it came back after the birth of my daughter. And the psychic awareness was really great, and I would start seeing things, spirits and stuff like that, and just getting thoughts in my head as the things that were going to happen in the world, and then it would happen. And I was just wondering, why is it so prominent in some people? And some people, they just have like maybe a slight intuition. I mean, I always considered it to be more of like saints got this type of thing, and I'm certainly no saint.
Well, you were kind of asking why are some people more psychic than others, but the more interesting question I thought, and you're welcome to answer that one, Jeffrey, is why she had this sort of blank period in her ability.
Well, not knowing your history or anything from that standpoint, but usually when people do have experiences early on, they get to a point where they get a little frightened by them and they have a tendency to block them. And then the idea of the fact that you gave birth and you really, made a connection in the fact that you were bringing a new soul or a soul in the world, that could have taken away some of that fear and taken away some of that, lost element that you had where you went away from it. So the fact is bringing your daughter in and celebrating that beautiful connection of bringing in a very special soul definitely would probably enhance that. Just how you get, probably another example would be when you have twins, how the twins have an uncanny knack to know when the other one's in trouble.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever had a psychic blank period?
Only one time when I was going through something physically. I had gotten to a point where I was having an issue with my heart. And what ended up happening was I actually had picked up, I guess, just a lot of negative energy and a lot of, nonsense that had gone on. And I just went through maybe a 3-week period, but it was more because I needed the rest and I needed to kind of recharge my batteries. But not where it was years or anything like that.
Got it. All right, let's go west of the Rockies. You're on the air with Jeffrey Wands. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Howdy.
Hi, it's Kenny P. from New Orleans. How you doing?
Okay, Kenny.
All right, I have a question for you, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Kenny P. Look, I've had numerous encounters with apparitions that the show and I have commonly come to know as shadow people. And I've been plagued by these apparitions for about 15 years now. And I'm trying to find out whether these are perhaps they correlate with a lost one that I lost 15 years ago. And I'm trying to find out if this might be the apparition of someone I lost 15 years ago, or if this is actually some demonic influence.
I didn't get the impression when you said that it was something demonic. I got more of the impression that it would relate more to a loved one that had passed on, that you didn't get closure with, that you didn't get a chance to say goodbye to.
Jeffrey, widening that out a little bit, apparitions or spirits, when you're in contact with a spirit, are there times when you are totally unaware of who it is you're in contact with, or perhaps even a non-human spirit of some sort?
I haven't had anything non-human. I've had, basically animals. I've had people. I haven't had anything alien-like or anything like that. But there are points sometimes where I've had some souls play games with me where they won't exactly tell me who they are. And it usually takes a little while to clarify it, and then I'm able to figure it out. But in some cases, I would think I would be getting a male, it was actually a female that was just coming across as a male.
How are you able to discern between an animal spirit and a human spirit?
Usually with me, because of the fact that it's not so much I personally think, animals speak, okay, but they don't actually speak in the sense of, the English language in the way that we do. But usually when I am making those connections with animals, they're going to give me symbols or something that's visual that I can relate to. So I've had a couple times, I actually had a woman that I sat with one time who had lost her horse, and the horse came through, and the horse would do certain things with his front leg to acknowledge her. And when I was in the session with her, the horse was giving me those symbols, and she knew exactly what I was talking about.
That's amazing. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Jeffrey Wands. Good morning.
Good morning. I would like to know how a person can interpret a clairvoyant dream, one that comes in symbols or metaphors. And I'd also like to know if a person is having clairvoyant dreams, how they can encourage, if there is anything you can do to encourage having more of them.
Okay, excellent question. I'll break it down for you. Now, there's two types of things that happen. There are some people that get dreams that are related to people that have passed on, where you're getting a visitation. That's one thing, okay, and I call that a visitation. Where the other type dream that you're talking about, if I'm not mistaken, was the idea of getting something like in a prediction form.
Well, she said metaphor. There's how would you interpret some sort of metaphor in a dream?
Well, probably a good example of that would be if you had somebody come through and that person was crying, and it was a loved one. It doesn't necessarily mean in that dream per se that that person is upset with you. It could represent something else that's going on in the family, or something that's coming up in the family that's not necessarily a nice thing per se, a sickness, a death. So that would be the part of their way of kind of giving you a heads up or a warning. But she was also mentioning like how you would improve on it. And I tell people there are different exercises that you can use in regards to, which I talk about in the book, is just ask for them to clarify something if you don't understand it, and usually they will come through and clarify it. And I always tell people to make sure you keep some sort of little journal by the side of the bed, because I've had it with clients and also my own situations where you will get certain patterns, maybe 3-4 nights that make no sense, and then when you put them all together, they make sense.
That's right. Jeffrey, and then of course you quickly forget dreams if you don't write them down.
Absolutely.
Usually. Jeffrey, there's one other thing. I've had a lot of dream analysts on the show, and I've always been shocked that dreams rarely mean what they seem to mean. Occam's razor just doesn't seem to apply to dreams if you're to believe dream analysts. Usually it means something totally different. Do you agree with that?
In some cases, well, probably the classic example, I'm sure, I don't know if you've ever had the dream, I've had the dream where your teeth fall out.
No, that's one I haven't had, thank you.
Okay, well, thank God. But usually that will represent, in my experiences, illness, death, that type thing. And it doesn't mean for you personally, but it'll represent something in the family. Probably the other element is what I said earlier about the idea of having a dream in a state where you are basically covered in a snowstorm and things of that. You would expect that to mean cold, chilly, but it doesn't mean that. It means wealth and abundance. So I think it's in different forms. But then you get the other dreams where it could be your great-grandmother, Elaine, who passed away, who comes through in the dream and hugs you. Does that mean that she's going to take you? And the answer is no. That's her way of, giving a visitation to let you know that she did get across.
Well, I've never had the teeth falling out dream. However, I do recall having a dream about having earwax. And, yes. And in this dream, the doctor was taking a pair of scissors and slowly twisting them into one of my ears to remove the earwax. I found that very disturbing.
I would say it would be. That sounds disturbing. Very much so. I don't know that I would want that done, but I would interpret the ear as meaning for you, like opening up another stage in your life, another channel in your life.
Well, there you go. They never mean what you think they mean. All right, Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Jeffrey Wands. Hi.
Hi, Art and Jeff.
Yeah.
Yes, it's wonderful to talk to you. Art, the dead zone in our oceans, a sperm whale washed up on our shore on Wednesday. And I thought
Where are you located, sir?
Pardon me?
Where are you?
Oh, I'm in KEX. I'm in Oregon.
Right. Okay. Well, there is a dead zone off the Oregon coast, but there are now, as I think, about 200 dead zones worldwide, sir, and they're getting gigantic. This is scary stuff. Anyway, go ahead.
Yes, it is. Okay, I have two quick questions. One for you, Art. Very wonderful, strong name for a young man would be Ace. That's what I named my son, and that's been great. And for Jeff, how can one go about to refine one's abilities?
I tell people there's different exercises. I think it's more in being able to learn to focus and do things with concentration. Most people can't sit still more than 3-4 minutes a day. So I describe little exercises that you can do to try to hone that. You can do it through psychometry, which is the idea of taking an object and being able to pick up the vibrations from that particular object. There's all different levels of that you can do, but I usually tell people the first step is learning how to meditate, maybe 3-4 minutes a day.
In other words, quiet the mind.
Very much so.
Got it. Well, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Jeffrey Wands. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
Thank you so much for taking my call. And Jeffrey, I have a question about suicide. Anyway, my bipolar son, we believe, accidentally took his life 5 years ago. And you had said earlier that people who know what they're doing, you believed in the afterlife, that there may be some sort of, you didn't say punishment, but a consequence for that. My question is, those people with mental illnesses, you said that they would have an easier time transitioning, but you didn't really say if there would be consequences in the afterlife.
With my experience especially, I'm sorry to hear, especially in regards, with that. But I've come across the majority of the ones that I've dealt with that have had mental illness and have gone through that, there hasn't really been a consequences for them. They've been able to get across very quickly, more so because they're in that state where they don't realize that they're actually doing it because of the mental illness.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And on top of that, if it was an accident, then it really wasn't suicide.
Exactly.
First time caller line, you're on the air with Jeffrey Wands. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, Art. How you doing?
Okay, sir.
Hey, my name is RJ, and I'm from Phoenix, Arizona.
Yes.
My question to Mr. Jeffrey is, I was told that a lot of people are gravitating towards the Arizona area from other places due to its spiritual energy. And my question is, the people that are drawn here to live, that have certain spiritual gifts, are their gifts going to heighten or will heighten?
Well, how about backing up a little bit and asking Jeffrey if there are areas that are indeed more spiritual than others?
Well, that's good. That's good. Yes.
I mean, I've come across certain areas. I've been to Hawaii. I was on the top of Haleakala, and I had like a really intense experience. I've had intense experiences in Mexico. I'm actually coming to Phoenix, actually, in a couple weeks for a book signing. So I really can't say to you with Arizona because I haven't experienced it yet. But there are definitely heightened places throughout the world where there are these, like, I would call them energy vortexes or, connections where there is this deep spiritual energy.
Haleakala, actually. I work there, so I know it quite well. It is a very spiritual place. So there are, you don't know then that one place is necessarily more spiritual than another.
Absolutely not.
Okay, all right. Hold it right there, Jeffrey. We're at the bottom of the hour. It's going so quickly, isn't it? Jeffrey Wands is my guest, and you might want to check out his book. That's always a good way to follow up if you're fascinated. It's called Another Door Opens, and I'm sure you can find it at Amazon.com or your favorite bookstore. From Manila, the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. That's The Highwaymen, folks, and it's all about reincarnation. And we'll just let this roll to its conclusion. My guest is Jeffrey Wands, and regarding reincarnation, it seems to me that if you believe in life after death, then reincarnation, I don't know, just makes all kinds of sense. How cool is this? Somebody calling themselves LJ from Pahrump, Nevada. That's my hometown, as you all know. And no doubt, a listener to KNYE FM 95.1 asks two really good questions, Jeffrey, and they are: does our talking to our past loved ones prevent them from incarnating or reincarnating, I guess I had to say, and when they incarnate, does that cut off our communication with them?
It definitely doesn't hurt them in regards to the fact that we're not stopping them by speaking to them. And once they do reincarnate, yes, we don't hear them anymore.
Well, you mentioned that there was usually a lot of time that passes before they reincarnate or before anybody reincarnates, although I suppose that's not an ironclad rule. What do we know about the rules? But have you ever run into an instance where you tried to communicate to somebody and could not because, in fact, they reincarnated?
Twice.
No kidding.
I had one woman who had lost her sister very, very young. And what had happened was when this woman had her first child, the sister came back in.
Wow, that's a wow. All right, let's go to the international line. You're on the air with Jeffrey Wands. Hello.
Hello, Art. Hello, Jeff.
Hey.
Yes, good morning to you both. I'm going to say big morning because I don't know what time it is in Manila or where you are, Jeff.
Well, it doesn't. Where are you, Jeff? I don't know.
I'm in New York.
So you're in New York. That's right. I'm in Manila. In Manila, it's about 4:41 or so in the afternoon. But it doesn't matter. Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, just a little ditty before I ask the question. When I was 15, I'm 37 years old right now. When I was 15, I went to visit my father in New York. And he took me to the World Trade Center. And we did go to the observation deck, but when I was standing in front of it, looking up at it and going, wow, this thing is really, really tall. He was telling me about some sway factor of buildings that it has because of wind and earthquakes and whatnot. And I thought to myself at that moment, wow, imagine if this thing tipped over and it crashed in on New York. And it's, for me, it's just a coincidence that I would think something like that at the time, but I did think it, and I'll always remember thinking it. And it was a beautiful sight looking from the observation deck and just looking out across New York. My question for you, Jeff, is do you think that thought itself is manifested as a perceivable frequency or vibration like throwing a stone in a lake, which can be used by everyone to predict the future depending on their level of knowing this? And my second question is for you both.
Oh, that's a big one. Jeff?
Sorry, I didn't know that would be too much for you. Go ahead.
Jeff?
Well, I was going to say to you, you said how old were you when you were there?
15.
So I always find to be that when you're dealing with younger people and you're dealing with the so-called psychic world, there are these, what we say, there's less guards up from that point. And it's quite possible that your consciousness or your psychic side was picking up on the fact that that could happen and it was going to happen. So I would have to agree with you from the point of throwing the rock in the pond, that would be part of that ability to pick up things.
On any time stream.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, my second question is really short and sweet. It's about the secret. Do you guys know what the secret is?
No.
No, I guess we don't. Huh?
I just, you know what? I think everybody truly knows, but I just watched a documentary on it, which explains it further, and it's actually the law of attraction of the universe, which what you think is what it's manifested in your life. It becomes. So if you're a negative person, you're gonna draw a negative.
I see.
And you're like, if you're a positive person, you're gonna stay positive. But that is.
I suppose that's a kind of a general truth. What do you think, Jeffrey?
I agree. I actually write about that in the book. I mean, you do have people that walk around waiting for a building to fall on them that are, what we call the space grabbers or the negative ones, and they're the ones that, or the ones that say, I don't have luck, I don't have this, and they are manifesting that bad energy.
The world has said what happened to all the psychics with regard to 9/11, which was one of the biggest things that's happened in our lifetimes without any question, Jeffrey. What happened to all the psychics? Well, as a matter of fact, a couple of gals called the Psychic Twins did, on my program, predict the Twin Towers falling, the act of terrorism against the Twin Towers. And I don't know of many others that are documented. Do you?
I had heard some. I remember at the time I was doing a Sunday night radio show, and we had people on, and I remember a couple people saying that they had picked up on that so-called consciousness of, a terrorism act, or not necessarily the World Trade Center, but per se planes coming into a large building. So
Was this prior to the event or
Yeah,
after?
prior to the event, yeah.
Prior to the event.
But I do remember I actually heard that show with the twins on.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, it's true enough, and it's the only one that I'm actually aware of. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Jeffrey Wands. Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Okay, sir.
Okay, I have a question about, you're saying that, you know, you can be punished for killing yourself. My question is...
Actually, I don't think he said that.
Oh, okay, maybe I phrased that wrong, but I'm wondering if you feel like you're living a life that's the result of possibly killing yourself in a past life, if you were to do it again, would you keep treading water, or would you not move forward? Because
Oh, I'm sorry. I cut him off early, but we got the question anyway.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't say that you were being punished, you know, for that. But, I mean, in my experiences from that standpoint, it's quite possible for people that have done it before to, you know, kind of be suicidal in this lifetime. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to manifest it again, but they would definitely have those tendencies, and they would bring stuff in. It could be done through alcohol. It could be done through the fact that they develop a mental illness or go through that process of, you know, being open to that. So.
All right. First time caller line, your turn with Jeffrey Wands. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Eric. This is Bob calling from Rochester, New York.
Yes, Bob.
Yes, my question for Jeff is, I'm a 47-year-old male, and I suffer from manic depression, obsessive compulsive disorder, and I also am a recovering drug addict. And in my past, I've been abused when I was younger, and I have abused others in my lifetime. My question is, with all this guilt and torment that I still have and a lot of anger, what could possibly happen to my soul beyond the realms of death?
Well, I mean, I would say to you, just based on my experiences from that point, I mean, it would be repeating again. I mean, it sounds, and I really feel for you that you'd be going through all these things. But in that aspect, if you move towards turning your life around and you move towards, you know, working through that, you've already been through hell and back.
Yeah, I certainly sympathize with that person very much so. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Jeffrey Wands. Hello.
Am I talking?
You're talking. Yes.
Oh, yes. Hi. Hi, Art.
Yes.
This is Judy from Madison Heights, Michigan. And I have a question for Jeff. How to deal with an out-of-body experience I've had. It was a three-way. And I was watch myself die. And after that, I have been able to see through mirrors, like three-way, like around. And I thought maybe everyone could, so I thought everyone's lying to me. And on the floor, I see also there's images of lions. And it's just not my imagination, because when I go to my friend's house, they see lions, they see images of, and they don't want to speak with me or come around me because these things happen. In my paintings, these things change. It's not normal. I don't know what to do with I can go on and on with the book about what's going on with me, but I just don't know how to deal with these voices and that come over my telephone when I'm recording something, you know, and they'll go, oh God, not again, because they say in these voices, don't smoke, don't drink, read the Bible. So just the other day, I mean, I'll give it to my friend, and my friend will say, I don't want to hear it no more, Judy. Don't bring the ghosts here, because when I come to their house, things happen. Doors slam, lights go out, and they're afraid. I'm not.
In other words, you live in a completely psychic kind of happening world. Jeffrey, I wonder how many people are in our mental institutions across America who hear voices, who are experiencing psychic phenomena and have been diagnosed as mentally ill as a result of that and are not necessarily so.
Oh, I think there's plenty. I mean, I did, part of my degree was in hospital administration. And when I was in college, I actually did an internship in a mental hospital. And you can tell from that standpoint that some of these people are misdiagnosed. And, you know, also I find it to be, you get some of the kids that have trouble with focusing. They are very much receptive. They are very much picking up different energies, which is causing some of the problems with the attention deficit.
Right. Exactly right. All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Jeffrey Wands. Hello.
Hi, good morning. I was just wondering if our grief for our loved ones that have died can keep them enmeshed here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I tell people it's so important before you even get to anyone like myself. You have to go through a grief process. And until you've gone through that loss, I mean, the one great thing that I think that's really happened in the last, 20 years or so, you have so many opportunities to go to groups. There are, Forever Family. There are groups from hospitals and local organizations that help you deal with the grief process. And I tell people you have to go through an element of either talking to your priest or your rabbi or a counselor before you even get to that point, because that will hold the departed ones up.
Will our, I guess the intensity of our grief for them make it worse?
Not necessarily. It's the level of the grief, which is, in most cases, if you look when you do lose somebody, we kind of make it about us. We don't make it about the person that's passed, because we're angry that we lost mom or we lost, that element, and that's what makes it so difficult. So it's a process, because usually it'll be the fact that, I didn't get to the hospital in time, or, she died in her sleep and I didn't get a chance to say goodbye, or, I get a lot of stuff with people where it's survivor's guilt, and I had a lot of that from 9/11 with, firefighters that went into, the tower, that worked for other firefighters, and the firefighters that were off, why didn't they die that day? You get into a whole thing, and that's where you hold up that whole grief process.
I see. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the call. It was actually a very good one. Let's move to, the wild card line in Florida. John, you're on the air.
Yeah. A lot of people I know get upset about the Catholic and I guess other Christian churches teaching on suicide. I don't know, though, if they're familiar with all of it, in that Catholic Church at least teaches that if a person's really genuinely crazy, like your guest was saying, they don't know what it is they're doing. That the reason suicide is wrong is because it's wrong to murder somebody, even yourself. And that if either you're crazy and don't know what you're doing, or if you're unaware that it's a sin, like the lady who just was so concerned about her family and the fact that her illness was bankrupting her family. Well, her motivation wasn't, I don't like the situation I'm in, so I'm going to kill myself in order to leave. Her motive was altruistic. May not have been the wisest thing to do or whatever, but it wasn't a selfish or sinful motivation, in that in those cases, the Catholic Church teaches that if you're either ignorant it's a sin or just too crazy to know what you're doing, then you would not go to hell because you're not committing a sin. And it sounds like that meshes, of course, Christian churches generally, including Catholic, don't teach reincarnation, but it sounds like other than that,
John, let's try another. John, let's try another question with Jeffrey. You said hell. Is there, in your opinion, Jeffrey? Is there hell?
I think there's a form of hell in the spirit world, which is the area where the soul gets caught between this world and the afterlife. And
all right, that makes this question valid then.
Yeah. So I think that's where it comes. But I try not to, religion is a very personal thing, and you have to kind of go beyond the box sometimes, and I think people don't do that because, we're taught one belief system, if it's Catholicism or Judaism, and we don't look at the bigger picture, which is the idea of the fact, like what I was talking about before with the woman who had the ALS, who decided to do that. But in essence, that was a kindly act because of the fact that she was trying to help her family. She wasn't doing it, with the intent to hurt anybody. She was doing it because it was destroying her family.
But the teaching of the church, as the caller I think was saying, is not exactly elastic about this. It says suicide is murder and you go to hell.
Agreed, but that's unfortunately written, and you're supposed to believe what the church is telling you.
Anything else, caller?
well, actually, that's actually what I think you may have misunderstood. The church's teaching is more elastic than most people realize. It's that if you are not aware of what you're doing, then it's not a sin and you don't go to hell, either because you're crazy or because you're ignorant and just trying to do something kindly, like the woman with ALS.
Okay, I'm just not familiar with that teaching. Where's that written?
If you look in the catechism.
Okay. I guess I haven't.
I haven't either, but
I've never heard that before, so it's a new one on me.
Well, see, a lot of people will point out the teaching, but the thing is, they don't study it more. And for people, I suppose on the one hand, if this encourages somebody to commit suicide, it's a bad thing for me to mention it. But a lot of people out there experience a lot of grief and fear after a loved one dies that does not necessarily apply. And so that's why I thought I should mention it, especially since it sounds like that's very much what you found when you've been communicating with people who have died.
Very much,
the one
very much
who did
so.
it out of spite.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it does sound like that's exactly what Jeffrey's found.
Very much so. And I was just actually, when you were saying that, I was just thinking of another instance that I had. I had an elderly gentleman that was married to his wife for 62 years. He went out to get milk, and the wife had a massive heart attack and died. And he had this terrible grief process with this because he wasn't there, and he thought he could call the ambulance, and he ended up taking his own life in the garage, you know, from the point of starting the car and letting the carbon monoxide get to him. And the family was extremely upset. They were very Catholic, and they were extremely upset because he killed himself that he wasn't going to get there. And, you know, that's a perfect example, like what your caller was saying about how you interpret, you know, what's written.
All right, listen, we're at the end of this episode, Jeffrey. Another Door Opens is your book. How long has it been out now?
It's just been out actually about 3 weeks.
All right, well, let's hope this kicks it right in the tail end and it does really well. If you're interested in what Jeffrey's had to say tonight, you want to follow up on it, Another Door Opens is his book, and I suppose that door is available on Amazon.com, right?
Yes, it is.
All right. There you go. Jeffrey, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on the air. It's been a wonderful show. Thank you, my friend, and we'll do it again sometime.
And thank you, and good luck with your new edition.
Thank you, Jeffrey. All right, folks, that's it. What a wonderful show it's been. I will see you tomorrow night. It's going to be a very interesting night with Dr. Doug Beeson and America's directed energy weapons. From Manila in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. Night-night. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's time zones, all of them covered amply by this program, Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. It is my honor and privilege to be escorting you through the second half of the weekend. And what a program it is going to be tonight. Colm Kelleher from NIDS, connected to Robert Bigelow, is going to be here this evening, along with, now I'm going to start fighting back on this legendary stuff, the legendary George Knapp, CBS affiliate reporter in Las Vegas, the legendary George Knapp. He was reporting on Area 51. Well, actually, when we get him on the air, you know, we'll figure that out, how many years ago this has been going on. But, you know, it began with Bob Lazar and John Lear, and it was just incredible. Anyway, the legendary George Knapp will be here tonight. That'd be a lot of fun. Been a while since I talked to George. Listen, we're right in the middle of a free Streamlink weekend. Now, what that means is exactly what it says. Streamlink is the streaming of this broadcast. You can get it for free till 6 o'clock in the morning, I believe. Now, along with that, you can get classic shows. You can download shows. I mean, there's all kinds of things that Streamlink allows you. So go take a sample. It's free. Go on up to coasttocoastam.com. Sign up. Free. No obligation. Maybe they'll send you a follow-up, you know, you want to join or something like that. But otherwise, it's without obligation. So if you don't want it, delete it, forget it. But Streamlink is way cool and totally worth it. So go to coasttocoastam.com right this minute. It's free. Now, the webcam photograph, which also is at coasttocoastam.com right now, is it involves, in a peripheral way, the trip we took to Bigelow Aerospace. And that's a picture of Aaron, my beautiful, quite pregnant wife, in front of the helicopter while we were in Las Vegas. Now, the really prime photographs, I'm saving because mid-March we're going to have Bob Bigelow on, and we're going to have just one hell of a show. You're going to see what Bigelow Aerospace is all about. We'll post high-def photos for you, and we're going to talk about where Bigelow Aerospace is going that the U.S. government won't be going. All very interesting. Mid-March, talked about a million things privately with Bob, most of which we can discuss on the air. All right, looking at the generally depressing world news, not to let us down tonight, Defense Chief rebukes Putin's tough talk. Pentagon Chief Robert Gates responded Sunday to Vladimir Putin's assault on U.S. foreign policy. He didn't like it, saying, we're causing wars and stuff, by saying one Cold War is enough, and that he would go to Moscow to try to reduce tensions. Gates also sought more Allied help in Afghanistan. He delivered his first speech as Pentagon chief at a security conference in Germany, then flew to Pakistan to discuss fears of a renewed spring offensive by Taliban fighters in neighboring Afghanistan. He arrived in Pakistan's capital, Islamabad, Monday morning. So we really don't need a new Cold War with Moscow, that's for sure. This village in upstate New York's snowbelt gets a lot of snow, typically during the winter. But last week, it was the jackpot. More than 11 feet of snow. 11 feet unofficially. Might be an all-time record, actually. Before it began to wind down Sunday, persistent streams of squalls fueled by moisture from Lake Ontario during the last week consistently dumped lake-effect snow on this western New York region again and again and again, as if the Lord were trying to bury it. U.S. military officials on Sunday accused the highest levels of the Iranian leadership of arming Shiite militants in Iraq with sophisticated armor-piercing roadside bombs that have now killed more than 170 troops from the American-led coalition. Now, I'll tell you what. When you begin hearing stories like this, you can begin to imagine a conflict with Iran. I think unless something changes, perhaps in the same way that we began to trespass in Cambodia and Laos, I think that we're going to get involved in Iran. I'm sure that unofficially we are already there. Pretty sure of that, actually. Whether or not we're going to get officially there, I think, is beginning to get in less and less doubt. Democratic presidential candidate Barack Obama said Sunday he does not think that voters have a litmus test on religion, whether evangelical Christianity or his childhood years in a largely Muslim country. If your name is Barack, you can expect it, some of that. I think the majority of voters know that I'm a member of the United Church of Christ and that I take my faith seriously. Harvard University on Sunday named historian Drew Gilpin Faust as its first female president. Well, there's some glass shattering, huh? Ending a lengthy and secretive search to find a successor to Lawrence Summers and his tumultuous 5-year tenure. So a woman. How about that? High-risk pregnancies are on the rise here in the U.S., and they may be more common than at any other time since modern obstetric care became available. Why? Because more and more 40-something moms are deciding to have babies. Epidemics of diabetes, obesity, and high blood pressure are causing pregnancy and birth complications. Here's an interesting little note from a listener. The weather here in the eastern Lake Ontario region has gone absolutely mad. Since Sunday evening, my hometown of Mexico, New York, has about 72 inches of snow. Now, that, of course, is much more by now. At times, during the heaviest activity, the snow's been coming down at rates as high as 6 to 7 inches per hour. Can you imagine that? 6 to 7 inches an hour. All right, listen, I've got some more things that I want to read here to you, but I'm doing unscreened open lines. Now, unscreened means exactly what it says. In other words, I am not going to have anybody pick up a line and find out who you are, where you are, and what you want to talk about. We're just going to do it cold. So, in a moment, I'll give you the numbers, and we'll proceed. Now, I'm depending on you, before you pick up the phone to dial, that you have something good to say, meaning interesting. If not, your tenure will be short, indeed. In addition, you must promise to turn your radio down right away. The moment you hear me say, hi, you're on the air, that has meaning. And it means you should turn your radio down right away. So that's coming up in just a very few moments. Let's break right here, and I'll be right back with more. Good Lord, every line is ringing. You apparently already know the numbers. In a moment. Not enough sunlight exposure in pregnant women can lead to their children developing schizophrenia. Wow. Vitamin D, the sunshine vitamin, has also been shown to help prevent breast cancer, which would explain why there is more breast cancer among women who work the night shift. This would also explain why certain cancers have become more common today when a greater number of people stay indoors all day. Now, that would certainly apply to me, all but breast cancer, I suppose. I get very little sun. I went out today and got, well, they recommend here that everybody get 10 to 15 minutes of sun a day. Now, obviously, too much is not good. We all know what that does. But at least 10 to 15 minutes of sun. And here, listen to this. About 1 in every 150 American children has autism. Now, we covered this before, but it's so damn alarming. 1 in 150. Now, this is up from about 1 in, 2,500, 5,000. It's just a giant jump. And why there's so much autism, I have no idea. They don't either, meaning the scientists. The largest U.S. study of childhood autism to date has found that 1 in 150 have the disorder, a higher prevalence than previously seen in any national estimate. The highest rate found in northern New Jersey. The autism rate was about 6.6 per 1,000 in the new study based on data from 2002. It was released Thursday by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Last year, the agency had estimated the rate was about 5.5 in 1,000. That's just awful. And this is a follow-up to last night, very briefly. Over about 3 decades now, a small lab at Princeton University managed to embarrass university administrators, outrage Nobel Prize laureates, entice the support of philanthropists, and make headlines around the world with its efforts to prove that thoughts can alter the course of events. But sadly, at the end of the month, the Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research Lab, or PEAR, is going to close its doors, not because of any controversy, but because its founder says it's time. The lab has conducted studies on extrasensory perception, telekinesis, and so forth from its cramped quarters in the basement of the university's engineering building since 1979. Its equipment is aging, finances dwindling. For 28 years. We've done what we wanted to do, and there's no reason to stay and generate more of the same data. That's a quote from the lab's founder. Now 76 years of age, Robert John, former dean of Princeton's engineering school and an emeritus professor, says, quote, "If people don't believe us after all the results we've produced, they never will." Princeton made no comment whatsoever. I would like to thank the professor and all those who worked at Princeton for the fine work they did, and I agree with the professor. If they do not believe by now, if they don't look at the results and decide there is something that science might not know, then they're never going to know. No matter how hard SETI's tried to detect ET radio signals, very few have been picked up. None have been verified as being alien in origin. Are we doing something wrong? Or is nobody out there? It may be a matter of math. New Scientist magazine reports that according to Rasmus Bork of the Niels Bohr Institute in Copenhagen, 8 probes traveling at a tenth of the speed of light, each one capable of launching up to 8 sub-probes, would take, say, about 100,000 years to explore a region of space containing 40,000 stars. When he increased the theoretical search to include 260,000 solar systems in our galaxy's habitable zone, he calculated that they'd take about 10 billion years, that's 10 billion years, to explore just 0.4% of these stars. That is 3/4 of the age of the universe. In other words, we simply don't have enough time to make a thorough search. So in the meantime, we simply have to hope that they will find us first. Or, if you are of faith, you know they have already found us. And I've got stories on major UFO sightings in the United Kingdom. Actually, we're in an interesting time right now. We're having what I would certainly call, many others call, a UFO flap. All right, here we go. Unscreened open lines means you've got to have something of interest to say. You've got to get right to the point. You've got to turn your radio down when you get through. West of the Rockies, 800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 800-825-5033. First-time callers, we love you. Area code 818-501-4721. Wild card line people, 818-501-4109. And if you're out of the country, you get hold of the operator anyway. You dial 800-893-0903. That's it. West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Welcome.
Yeah, hi. Have a great evening. I got a Big Brother story and something about 2012 if you're interested.
A Big Brother? Well, sure.
Well, a few years back, around 75 or so, I was listening to the radio and scanning at nighttime up and down the FM dial, and right near the top of the FM dial, I came across some Morse code. And I copied it down, and I verified it over several nights, and I went to the library, and I checked it out, and it spelled Titan 8.
Say it again?
It spelled Titan 8.
Titan 8? Really?
It's an 8-warhead Titan missile, ICBM. And when they have trouble, or if there's a problem with the system, it sends out a radio alert, and they're supposed to pick it up and go fix it.
Once I figured that out, it would have scared the hell out of me.
Well, it did, and I kept listening to it for weeks and weeks and weeks, and it turned into months, and I never said anything to anybody about it until one day I was in a coffee shop in New Westminster, BC, and I just happened to mention it to some friends of mine over coffee. That night, it was off the air.
I sure as hell wouldn't want to hear a Titan 8 screaming for help over a period of days, much less weeks and months. Titan 8, help. I'm in trouble. I'm a missile, and I'm in trouble. You just wouldn't think it would go on that long, would you? And I wonder why it would broadcast near the top of the FM dial. Now, clearly, most FM dials, both at the bottom and top of the band, go a little past the official broadcast band. So that could be how he heard it, but that's still, that's kind of freaky. Wildcard line, you are on the air. Welcome.
Hi, Art. This is Joe in Santa Rosa.
Hey, Joe.
I had a question about a show you had about 10 years ago with an Area 51 calling line.
Okay, you can try. I mean, 10 years is a long time, buddy.
I heard a clip on the internet not too long ago where a caller called in claiming he worked at Area 51.
Yes.
And after a short while on the phone, all your transmissions went dead.
Of Of course. Now, fortunately, of course, I remember that, it's the infamous Area 51 call, so I remember it very well indeed. What is your question?
I was just wondering, I hadn't heard anything else, and I was wondering if you figured out what had happened.
No, of course not. Well,
No?
We figured out a couple of things. For one, according to the company that was maintaining the satellite that went bonkers, the satellite at that very instant began to tumble in space. Now, when that occurs, of course, you lose lock. In other words, baby, you're off the air. When the antenna begins to turn, you're suddenly just off the air. Now, it was at the very least, highly coincidental that right in the middle of that fellow's screaming bloody murder about Area 51, that the satellite just, satellites just rarely tumble in space, but it chose that exact second to do it, and that's no lie.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, at least interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. All right, Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Hello. No, I guess you're not. That's just noise. Let's try it again. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Really? Hello?
Hello, turn off your radio, please.
Yes, good morning, Bill. Good morning. My name is Skinner Cross from Dallas, Texas, and I want to talk to you about Mel's Hole.
Mel's Hole, okay.
Yes, I'd like to find out, first of all, if you could replay that sound effect that you had from a while back that scared the hell out of everybody. I would like to hear it again. Second of all, a friend of mine plan on taking a trip all the way up there in the next couple of weeks, and we were going to try to do some hiking in that area to find out exactly where this place is at. And the theory that a friend of mine came up with was the fact that there's something that's supposed to be so deep. How did it transform? How did it become so deep? That's one of the things that he had a question for.
All right, nobody knows why it's so deep. Now, if you're really going to go up there, here's what I recommend. Go back to the show about Mel's Hole, either the first or the second program, and somewhere in there, they actually do give the location, because several people located it on Google Earth, and for a while it was blocked out. Interestingly, it was blocked out, but they've removed, for whatever reason, that block, probably because we called attention to it here on the air, and that'll help you locate the where. When you get there, I want a report from you. Now, you're on a terrible cell phone right now, so your audio is just terrible, but I want you to get back to me. Anybody who goes to investigate Mel's Hole, assuming that you locate it, and it has been seen from Google Earth, I want to know. I mean, I can't even begin to tell you what the fascination for me, and obviously so many others, is about holes in the ground. But if anybody knows of any other hole, some virtually endless hole in the ground, oh boy, do I ever want to know about it. Would I take a trip and actually investigate? I probably would. Holes in the ground. Why? That's a question all by itself. Why are they so interesting? I'm Art Bell. Oh, baby, it's a ride, all right. Jeremy in Rochester, New York, sent me a fast blast, something you too can do at coasttocoastam.com. He asks, I was wondering what got you started with Coast to Coast, and the answer to that is easy, Jeremy. I did a political talk show. I can do politics as well as the next. For years and years. And one night, I got bored. Bored to death, Jeremy. And I said, there's got to be more to life than politics. Night after night after night, I used to do the show from 1 to 6 in the morning, 5 nights. No, make that 6 nights a week. And so one day I said, no more. And I started, I think the first interview might have been with John Lear. We talked UFOs. Oh, I'll tell you what, the people who owned that radio station had one of those fits. And everybody else connected to the program had a fit. And then when they figured out that so many people apparently were just like me and bored to death with politics, and the ratings came in, well, then they all smiled. Nothing, succeeds like success. So, Jeremy, that's how it happened. We'll be right back. It is indeed a cruel, harsh world. Now, with unscreened open lines, just let them ring. let it ring until it's answered, and then immediately turn your radio down. What do I mean by cruel, hard world? Well, the more interesting your call, the more time you're likely to get on the air. That's cruel and hard, right? Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Art, how are you?
Yes.
This is Joe in LA. I have a question. I've been with you guys now 3 months. I'm a relatively new listener, and if you will please inform me, what is the Kingdom of Nye is my question, and I'll take your answer off the air. Thanks, Art.
All right, here it comes. It is Nye County. N-Y-E, Nye County. We're like the second or third largest county in the whole country. So that's where it comes from. There is a place up the street called the Kingdom, and a fellow who ran a newspaper here called, and he had a column called The Kingdom of Nye. And very early on, I called him up and said, hey, can I steal that? Use it on the air? He said, sure. So that's where the Kingdom of Nye comes from, and as well as where I come from. Nye County, Nevada. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, Art.
Yes.
Yeah, Adam, Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Yo, Adam.
Listen, the whole contrails experience, you remember those, right?
Well, of course.
So how do we know them being linked somehow to all the autistic children that are being born nowadays?
It's entirely possible.
You know,
we don't know what's causing all this autism and a lot of other difficulties that are mounting up health-wise for Americans and worldwide, for that matter. So, actually, those who hated them and watched them called them chemtrails.
I'm kind of looking at it as an experiment by our government to create a super knowledgeable species, which has gone bad.
Well, it could be that, or it could be any number of other things. But I have very few doubts that experiments on Americans, I mean, there is a long history, and you can look it up on the web if you like. People would be, I certainly was astounded. Several years ago, somebody recited to me the number of times that the American government has experimented on its own people. And I, frankly, at first did not believe it. I really didn't believe it. But there it was. And there is a law, and I can't recall specifically right now which one it is, but there really is a law that allows this to go on. And is it still going on? I'd take bets on it. Well, let's see, where to go. First-time caller line, you are on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hi, yes.
How are you?
Very well.
Okay, I'm calling. First of all, I wanted to say how great it is that you share all these stories of Aaron and the kitties. A friend of mine, Selma Lee, we both love hearing these things. My story is about a wild animal. And approximately 10 years ago, my late husband, my cousin, and I went up to the Catoctin Mountain Zoo over near Camp David.
Right.
And I had heard that this man and wife come up there. They have lions. So they come up there on the weekends and everything. So when I saw the car near where the cages were, I thought, well, they're there, and they were. And we're standing there leaning on the railing, and so it was not a moat, but it was ground between the railing we were on and the cage.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden, a lion comes from around the corner, and I'm looking at him, he's looking at me, and I went, hello? I didn't know what else to do.
Hi, kitty.
Yeah, right? And, he was looking at me, and then all
Was he looking at you like me?
Sort of, yeah, I would say. But the whole thing was, when the man came, the guard, he came over and he said, you all have to leave right now. He said he doesn't know he's out of the cage. And when he realizes it, something could happen. Then I heard, my husband was still leaning on the rail because he didn't hear what the guy had to say. I had to go grab him. And we were heading over to where this water was. It was really yucky looking water. And one of the guards came on the walkie-talkie, and I heard him say, if you have to, jump in the water. quarter.
Good
Well, we just kept on walking, and it was so exciting, and nobody knew an hour later how that lion had gotten out.
Well, these things happen. And generally, I think good advice is don't run. Now, cats, little cats and big cats, react to, well, I guess automatically to something running, prey. So I think the usual advice is stay very still, and if you're going to move very, very slowly. I remember we made a trip to Africa. Ramona and I went to Africa, and we were in a Jeep, and we were not more than 5 or 6 feet away. The real good time to be by lions is the middle of the day, when they're out sunning themselves. They're very unlikely to be active and jumping on you, but the tour guide that we were with said that he had been attacked many times. And as you hear that recited and you're looking right into a lion's, they're big. They're really big cats. And if you have cats and you know what they do and you can sort of project that behavior onto a big cat and imagine what it would be like, just move very slowly. Hi there, west of the Rockies, you are on the air.
Why, thank you, Art Bell. How you doing today?
I'm well, sir.
I tell you what, there's a couple different things. When you're in the Philippines, when you get back there, you need that moniker. That when you're in Nevada, the Kingdom of Nye. Well, there. How about this one? From the 19th floor of the tropical rainforest.
Oh, I'm not in a tropical rainforest. I'm right in the middle of Manila. Manila is sort of a rainforest of high-rise buildings. It is a very, very large city. Now, somebody can look it up for me, and I'm sure tell me how large compared to some other cities in the world, but I can assure you Manila is a gigantic city. It was a serious experience. I still own the condominium there, and after we have our baby girl, Asia, we, of course, will make a trip back and utilize the condo for a while and show off the baby to the family, that kind of thing. So it will probably come and go a little bit when it comes to the Philippines. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art Bell. Yes, it's Kathy from Woodbridge. I haven't called you in years.
Oh, my God. Kathy,
yeah,
how you doing?
I'm still alive. I'm okay, Art. You and I get along about 99% of the time, but on one of the worst things that happened in this country, that's changed it, that's made it the most important topic to talk about almost 24/7.
9/11.
Even though you don't like politics, Art, politics is what has made this world a dangerous place, and 9/11 is all politics. And even though you don't want to talk about it,
no,
what
I'll talk
your
about
show actually does pertain to politics
Kathy.
even today.
Kathy, I'll talk about it. I have no problem talking about it.
You said
what
that
you really mean is we don't agree.
But yeah, well, I think at certain times we do. You know that something is fishy about this whole situation, about this war, and how we got into it.
Yeah,
the
there's
real
a lot
reasons
fishy.
of why we might have got into it.
There's a lot fishy about it.
Okay? Now, there's a story, I don't even know if you posted it or Lex posted it or George, but it's an old story from Alex Jones' website about bombs going off in building number 7.
Mm.
I don't know if you've read it, but it is an old story. And firemen don't lie. And a lot of firemen were told to leave and not come back to that building when they started asking questions.
I read the
Hundreds of
story.
them.
I read the story, Kathy.
Yeah,
Okay? I read it.
I know.
And he thought he heard bombs going off in Building 7.
And-
Now, that's very different than having seen them
Yeah,
or
but
something like that.
from people having tapes of those first hours and days, how the news changed and how the news came out and how it was hushed about the pancake explosion and how fast they got rid of all that steel and how it went to Asia and how it was used very quickly for stainless steel sinks. How pieces of people's bodies went over to the island across from Staten Island, and now finding pieces of it and going into forensics. Now, Art, something is very wrong, and you say that our government would not be behind 3,000 people Art, for crying out loud, it's not our government anymore.
Okay, all right, Kathy, we'll hold it there. Look, we're going to have to agree to disagree because you're right. I don't believe it. I do not believe that our government had any part of 9/11. And that means even any peripheral part. I don't for one second believe that. And if I did, Kathy, I'd go back to Manila and I'd stay there. No, I don't believe that. And so I'm sorry, Kathy, we just don't share views on that subject. I know the line that Alex Jones and others take. But whatever our government does that's wrong, and our government does do things that are wrong, improper, it didn't do that. And as I say, if I really honestly believe that, Kathy, I wouldn't be here. I would not live in a country that would do that to its own citizens. And if you believe that, Kathy, I've got to wonder why you're still here. Airplane fares are quite reasonable right now. There are other countries and other places you can go. And I'm quite serious when I tell you what I'm telling you. If I honestly believe that we had any part in 9/11, and again, let me stress, even a peripheral part, I'd be so gone, Kathy. International line, you are on the air. Hello.
Wow, I'm on the line. I'm on
Yes,
the air.
You're on the air.
I'm Bill. William Two-Feather here, friend of Danny Brinkley.
Okay, well, we don't allow last names on the air, buddy. So
Okay.
let's start again with just your first name.
William.
Okay, William, welcome.
Thank you. Hey, I've been listening to you since you were in the garage and first started. I'm a loyal listener. What I want to talk about here is Native American view on what's happening with the oil.
Okay. What
The
is
oil.
what is it?
The oil is the blood of Mother Earth. And as you take the oil out of Mother Earth, it's the same as taking blood out of a human being. And also, I'd like to offer a solution to world peace coming from the Native American perspective or the teachings of the peace fight.
Okay, and that solution would be?
That we take all the war policy makers and give them another job and replace them with grandmothers.
Okay. I suppose. I wonder if there ever will be world peace. The only ones who really utter that are beauty contestants, aren't? I don't think we're ever going to have world peace. I don't think that human beings, at least at our stage of development, unless there's some sort of great mind expanding change, some gigantic thing that descends on all of us like the hand of God. Let's face it, we are warrior-like people. And I mean that of the U.S. population as well. We are warrior-like people. That's all there is to it. And in the United States, probably a little more warlike than many others right now. A wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Howard. This is Bob from Reno.
Yo.
Hi, I have just a question I wanted to ask about one of your favorite topics, time travel.
Okay.
Okay, when I was a kid, I had a dream, and I never knew how the dream ended, but the premise of the dream was that I sent out a message, and I said, if time travel is ever invented, please beam your time travel machine into my room on this specific date, and then I can get with the time traveler and travel wherever I want to go. And I guess my challenge or my question to you would be, would you ever want to, through the airwaves and so forth, put a challenge for us to say, have a time traveler come visit you at a certain time, and then...
What an interesting question, yes.
So I'm wondering if that would be something that you would be interested in doing.
You know, the first question I would have before time traveling now would be, can I come back? How about you?
Yeah, I would want to come back. There's no place like home, as they say.
You know, maybe it's a one-way trip, and if it was a one-way trip, I guess I've reached a part of my life where, you know, with a child coming, I definitely want to be back, so that would be important. Otherwise, you have kind of a cool idea. Sure, let me do that. If there is a time traveler out there, and you're able to appear and perhaps give me some of the hints and kinks of time travel, if not offering me a ride, as it were. Let's pick a date. How about June 17th of this year? That'd be my birthday. What a present, huh? So if there's any time traveler out there, and that's you're able to show up on June 17th, we'll set that date and see what happens. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, this is Casey from Arkansas.
Hi, Casey.
Hi, Art. I have never heard you talk about something called cicada, just like the bug cicada. It's an eye condition. And
It's an eye condition.
yes, and it's something that I've just thought was possibly why some people are able to see things like ghosts and UFOs. Because what it is it's something that, with like an average person when they're watching, it was explained to me that when you're watching a parade go by, your eye has a regular rhythm. You watch like a band, and the first group of people go by, everyone's looking at the first row, and then they have a normal rhythm where they look at the next row, and the next row, and the next row. Well, people with a condition called cicada, or other people can get this occasionally, their eyes will just take it on. Their eyes flash all around, and they see everything, including the sides, everything at once. And I think that's how they're able to see things, like cats. You know how a cat will look at something and it's like they see a ghost or something?
Oh, all the time. Cats either see something that we do not, or they make things up in their little cat brains. I'm not sure which it is, but I have watched cats for a very, very long time. As you know, I'm very, very much a cat person. We have 3. And by the way, they're all doing well. All the little fur bearers are well, including Dolly, who got rather sick, and she's very much on the mend and adding pounds, and she curls up to me and sleeps with me every single night now. So the little immigrant Dolly that we found on a Manila street is now flourishing in the U.S. Well, there you have it. All right. Listen, we're going to take a break. When we come back, Colm Kelleher is going to be here, followed by the legend George Knapp in the following hour. So it's going to be one whale of a night, and we're going to be talking about the ranch and more. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I'm Art Bell. Here I am indeed. Steve in Portland, Oregon brings up something that Kathy said, or a follow-up to it, really. He says, Art, if 9/11 was truly an inside job, real patriots wouldn't leave their country. They'd stay and bring the criminals to justice. Steve, here's what I'd say. If 9/11 was an inside job, it'd be so far gone, baby, that you wouldn't bring anybody to justice, and more than likely you'd end up dead. Now, that said, Kathy brings up a very good point. I'm not afraid to talk about anything. And based on that and her challenge, we'll pick a night and we'll talk about 9/11. Now, I don't need anybody from either side, experts, to be part of that. I just kind of like to sample the public opinion out there, and real unscreened open lines are the way to go. Because, well, you just get an absolutely fair sample that way. So I'll just pick a night, Kathy, if you're listening, and we'll rock and roll with that a bit. All right, listen. Coming up now, this hour, Colm Kelleher. He's a PhD, so Dr. Kelleher, really. He is a research scientist and author currently in the biotechnology sector. Dr. Kelleher is a biochemist with a 20-year research career in cell and molecular biology. Following his PhD in biochemistry from the University of Dublin, Trinity College in 1983, Dr. Kelleher worked at the Ontario Cancer Institute, the Terry Fox Cancer Research Laboratory, and the National Jewish Center for Immunology and Respiratory Medicine. Before moving to the biotechnology sector as a senior research scientist, Dr. Kelleher worked as project manager and team leader at a private research institute from 1996 through 2004, using forensic science methodology to unravel scientific anomalies. So, in a moment, Colm Kelleher. Also with us this hour is the legendary George Knapp, who's an 8-time Emmy Award-winning journalist whose reporting on Nevada's infamous Area 51 military base was selected by UPI, United Press International, as Best Individual Achievement by a Reporter in 1989. Other awards include the Associated Press's Mark Twain Award for news writing and the Edward R. Murrow Award for investigative reporting. George is an anchor and reporter just over the hill for the CBS affiliate KLAS-TV, and he also writes a weekly column for a Las Vegas newspaper. So, George Knapp and Colin Kelleher, welcome to the program.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
Aha! Both at the same time. George, quickly for you, I billed you as the legendary George Knapp because people have been doing that to me, calling me legendary, and it feels so, I don't know.
It makes me feel old. I think
that's what it does.
I'd rather be nefarious than legendary.
Well, to some, I'm sure you are nefarious. It's great. How long, George, since we have spoken?
Gosh, a couple of years, 4 or 5 years.
At least. Yes, at least.
Welcome back to this neck of the woods, Art.
It's great to be here. And Colin, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Art. It's good to be with you again.
Okay, so I guess the way it's arranged, you'll be with us for an hour, Colin? Is that correct?
I've got to go back to work, unfortunately, after the hour.
Okay. All right, well then, I'll try and direct a little more toward you than George in the first hour, but both of you are up for this because, I want to go back over the ranch. I spent a day with Bob Bigelow this last week, and boy, what a day it was. I got a tour of the aerospace facility, and Bob talked a little bit in that conversation about the ranch, and I thought that things had calmed down, but according to Bob, it's still going on. True?
Yes, I think that's very true. Not only on the ranch, but in the entire area around the ranch. As I think listeners probably know, that area of northeastern Utah near Vernal and Roosevelt has been a hotbed for pretty well 50 years. And the ranch is right in the middle of that hotbed. So the activity really took off when this family moved on in 1994, and then went through a frenetic series of incidents up till about the year 2000. Then it sort of got quiet, but yeah, everything we're hearing is exactly the same as what you were told.
George, have you been up there investigating, ever?
Many times. I went 3 times in the past year. The last time I was there was in October. Mostly what's happened is since the book came out, a lot of people have come out of the woodwork with their own stories about things they've seen up in that area. Colin and Bob Bigelow were kind enough to allow me there the first time back in 2002. I'd been pestering them because I was seeing the reports from the ranch, although I couldn't tell anybody about it, and it really drove me crazy. And they gave me permission to go ahead and bring a camera to begin work on a documentary, and I've been back, I think, 10 times now. And it's just about as weird as it gets. Each time we've gone back, we've found new witnesses who've added new pieces to the puzzle, but we're no closer to any answers, that's for sure.
Do either one of you have any idea why the ranch, in fact, the area that you describe, is such a hotbed?
I think there's hot spots throughout the world and the United States, and this one just seems to have been going on for decades, if not centuries. Even if you go back into the Native American legends, and the Ute tribe is very prominent and right in that area, you can go back word of mouth 10 to 15 generations, and it's always the same. In fact, I believe there's writings from Father Escalante that document a weird flying object. I think that's going all the way back to the 18th century. So that particular area, for whatever weird reason, has been a hotbed for decades, if not centuries.
All right, I've had, of course, a series of scientists on the program. I had one last night, and I asked her about this sort of thing, and it was her opinion that vibrational frequencies cause the human brain to see and experience the kinds of things that go on the ranch and, of course, elsewhere in the world, but that it's entirely going to be explicable, and there's nothing weird about it. There are not ghosts. There are not things that move. There are not any of this. It's all, she said, in the human brain, and a specific vibrational frequency that causes people to see and experience these kinds of things. How would you respond to that?
Well, there's physical evidence. There's ample physical evidence at the ranch in particular that NIDS examined over a period of several years. Vibrational frequencies don't carve up cattle. Vibrational frequencies don't dig giant chunks of soil hundreds of pounds out of the ground. They don't leave tracks on the ground. They don't cause odors. That's a nice theory, but it doesn't explain what happened at the ranch. Not even close.
I mean, one of the famous cases on the ranch happened in March of 1997, when we were called up to the ranch to investigate this 84-pound calf that had been found on the property, and we had a veterinarian with us. He went through all of the pathological findings, did a full necropsy on the animal, and the first thing that he found was this sharp instrument had been used on this animal. It was subsequently verified through 2 forensic labs. So, you know, vibrational frequencies, I think, are all very well for the, you know, for the observer who has nothing except observation. But, you know, when you start getting physical evidence, as George has just said, I think that vibrational theory begins to, you know,
vibrate away.
Yeah.
That particular case, Art, was pretty weird. It was one of the most dramatic of all the mutilation cases that NIDS ever investigated. It was 10 o'clock on a Sunday morning, and the rancher and his wife were out tagging the ears of newborn calves. They were maybe 50 yards from their ranch house. I mean, it's flat ground, if you've ever seen video of what the property looks like. And they tag the ear of this calf. They go another 100 yards or so, and after maybe a half an hour, they hear this noise. The dog makes a noise, looking back in the direction where this calf had been tagged. They see the mother cow sort of dragging its leg, walking around in a circle, obviously upset. They go running back there, and this calf had been completely stripped of flesh. I mean, all basically that was left was bone and hide in broad daylight, right there in clear sight of where they were. No sound, no tracks, no anything. Very strange.
Yeah, very strange indeed. All right, well, it's the Gorman family, right? That's the focus of the book, Skinwalker?
Yeah, that's the name we're using, yes.
Yeah, okay. An obvious question is, you know, with even a fraction of this going on, who in their right minds would stay?
Well, you know, the Gorman family only lasted 18 months on that property. I mean, they purchased the place in 1994. It had been abandoned for many, many years previous to that. They brought their cattle on the property, and then essentially all hell broke loose. Within the space of 15 to 18 months, they lost up to 18 of their herd of 80 animals. And these were not your normal cattle. These were very, very high-end registered animals. So not only did they lose their livelihood, but they were constantly assaulted by these weird phenomena. Everything from flying objects to discarnate voices, bizarre animals, poltergeist activity.
When
session of sorry?
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I was going to just ask, when did NIDS first learn of what was going on at this ranch?
In May of 1996. I think Tom Gorman had, at that stage, had reached, and the family especially, had reached a stage of crisis where they were basically sleeping on the floor together in this small homestead for protection. And he began to reach out. He started talking to people in the neighborhood. Word began to filter out. Somebody from the press found out. And then Robert Bigelow found out through that. So the first thing that happened was Robert Bigelow flew up to Vernal and interviewed Tom Gorman. And within, I would say, a matter of weeks, it was decided that the Gormans would move off the property. The National Institute for Discovery Science, which was Bob Bigelow's organization that he had formed with mainstream scientists to study these anomalies, were then moved onto the property. So it happened very, very fast, summer to fall of 1996.
Can either one of you, and I know both of you are very close to Bob, can you tell me what motivates Bob, what makes Bob tick? Why, my God, the man is incredible. Not only has he led investigations like this one, but now he's going to space. I mean, this is not your average guy. What motivates Bob?
Well, his family has a history of experiences going way back, and they've always had an interest in what we would call paranormal activity. And I think when Bob got into a position where he had all the resources he would ever need, he decided he was going to put some of those resources into resolving some of these mysteries, and he has. I would wager to say that he's put more financial support into paranormal UFO type research than any person ever in the history of the world. He's a complicated guy, obviously. One of the criticisms we've had about the book and about what NIDS was doing up at the ranch is that this must be some sort of a plot by Bob Bigelow to drum up support for some UFO paranormal hotel that he's going to build up there. I don't think people have any idea about just how big Bob Bigelow is and how insignificant something like that would be to him. It's ridiculous.
And the other aspect is somebody who in 1999, as he was walking around the ranch, or 1998, began to ruminate on the possibilities of space. And then not only did he create something, but he actually made it happen. How many people do we know that own their own private space station that is currently orbiting planet Earth? And that has gone from dream to reality in only 7 years. He's built an aerospace company from nothing and successfully launched a space station in the space of 7 years. I mean, that's a testimony to his vision and to his ability to make things happen.
And I got a very good look at the second satellite that is about to be launched. So it's going to continue. If anything, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Bob Bigelow is a very, very complicated man, and I don't fully understand what drives him, but thank God he's there.
Absolutely.
All right, well, with regard to the ranch, I know some of the history, but there's an awful lot of new audience out there, and I know they would just love hearing some of the documented, on-video things that have occurred on that ranch. Colin?
Well, the real beginning, I think, happened very shortly after we bought the property, as I said, in mid to late '96. The first real burst of activity occurred within about 5 months of that, and I think the most spectacular was the calf incident that George just described, but that was part of a 5 or 6 day continuum of almost continuous happenings. Less than 24 hours after that calf was found mutilated on the property, and as George mentioned, in broad daylight, the dogs were absolutely going crazy the following night when myself and Tom Gorman and another scientist up there decided to investigate. So we hopped into this truck and started going out into the middle of the pasture. First thing that the bouncing headlights caught was this large dark shape about 100 yards away on the fence line, and then the bouncing headlights picked up this 2 bright yellow orbs that were about 15 to 20 feet off the ground. What looked like a very large animal perched in the tree. All 3 of us saw it, and we could think of nothing else except that calf that had been dismembered essentially about 24 hours previously. So we trucked on to about 40 yards from where the tree line was, and the closer we got, the larger this animal got in the tree. It was just staring back with these large yellow saucer eyes. Tom Gorman got out of the truck, and he's a trained marksman, grabbed his hunting rifle, and he said, they're not going to get any more of these cattle tonight, was what he said. So he ripped off a shot, and instantly, it was like the lights went out. These 2 yellow orbs just disappeared. Tom was, triumphant. He had actually shot the animal. So and he claimed that it had actually fallen to the ground. So we instantly got back into the truck and went right over to the fence line where the animal had fallen. This was like 1 a.m. in the morning, basically. We had flashlights, we had video cameras, so we spread out along the fence line to search for this wounded animal. Then Tom found, he started yelling about 20 yards to my left. Said it was a huge animal, that I think it was the dark shape that we had seen on approach that was separate from the animal in the tree. Tom let off a couple more shots into the undergrowth. He said that he had pretty well shot at close range this large bear-like creature. Looked more like a large dog, 400 to 500 pounds. So we were crashing through the undergrowth. And remember, this is out in the boonies at 1 a.m. trying to find these wounded animals or dead animals, not knowing when, you know, something would leap out of the undergrowth at us.
Yeah.
So, to cut a long story short, you know, there was snow all over the ground. We looked for tracks. We looked for the animals that we were sure had been hit. We found 2 tracks that were reminiscent of large raptor-like claws, very, very large claws, deep in the snow, but nothing else. There was absolutely no hint of blood. There were no hint of dead animals. I mean, that was, for trained mainstream scientists, for having what looked like 400-pound animals vanish into the ethers, having been shot at very close range by a trained marksman, was kind of our introduction to this whole, what we termed in the book, Hunt for the Skinwalker. It was like chasing these phantoms that 1 minute were causing serious damage, and at the next minute they would just vanish into thin air. And
More like skin strippers, it sounds like. My God, raptors. That calls to mind something truly awful. All right, we're going to break right here. Cullum and George, hold tight. We'll be right back. Cullum Kelleher, George, the legendary George Knapp. Both my guests right now. This is Coast to Coast AM. Indeed, here I am. Cullum Kelleher, George Knapp are both here. Cullum has the remainder of this hour with us, so we'll kind of bore in on Cullum. There was a incident that occurred at the ranch that I'd love to have him repeat because it caught my imagination. It involved somebody at the ranch with night vision seeing something crawl through a hole that suddenly appeared in midair. Perhaps that in a moment. You know, Bob Bigelow is a very complex man, and the American people should understand the magnitude of what he's doing for them. That said, Cullum, there was an incident, wasn't there, in which something was seen to open up. Can you describe that?
yeah, that's I think the incident you're talking about happened in August of '97, and that was really the summer when all hell broke loose on the ranch for NIDS people. It was like every time NIDS people were on the ranch, which was all the time practically, there was stuff happening. And it was about 2 a.m. when we had 2 observers on this ridge which overlooked a small pasture, and the pasture had been a sort of an epicenter of all sorts of strange happenings previously. So, they were staking it out. It was 2 a.m., it was getting late, nothing had happened, so they were beginning to pack up their equipment when one of them noticed this small, dull yellow light that began to appear on the ground about 200 feet below them, very close to the ground. And as they watched it, they could see, it was strange, it was getting bigger and bigger. It looked like it was just growing, located about 3 feet off the ground. So they thought, well, might as well unpack the equipment again and take a look at this. So one of the things that NIDS had was they had state-of-the-art equipment, including night vision equipment, and then equipment to measure alpha, beta, gamma, you name it, X-ray equipment. So they unpacked the equipment. One guy grabbed the night vision binoculars. The other guy grabbed a camera with infrared film in it. And the guy looking through the night vision equipment could see, he started describing a 3-dimensional, rather than a dull yellow light, this actually was a 3-dimensional, brightly lit tunnel. And he started describing at the far end of this tunnel that looked like there was movement happening. And the other guy was watching this large about 4 foot in diameter, dull yellow light. He could not see anything three-dimensional. The guy noticed movement at the end of the tunnel, and then he gradually discerned this shape. It looked like a humanoid shape that was crawling towards him through this tunnel of light that was located about 4 feet off the ground in the middle of nowhere. And this creature became clearer and clearer as it got towards the mouth of the tunnel. And it looked like a human, a large humanoid creature that was entirely black, no features in the face. It was just like a black shadow, like face, heavily muscled. And the creature was literally elbowing and maneuvering along this tunnel of light. And finally, it reached the mouth of the tunnel, reached out, struggled onto the ground, stood up, and then vanished into the night. Now, in the meanwhile, the guy who had the camera was taking these long exposure infrared film shots. But immediately after this creature stood up from the mouth of the tunnel and vanished into the night, the diameter of the light started to shrink. And within a couple of minutes, it had shrunk almost to nothing, and then it was gone. So immediately it was gone. The first thing these guys thought of was, you know, this thing is coming up the ridge right after us. So, you know, they were listening for maybe 15 minutes. They didn't hear anything. So eventually got the equipment and clambered down the 200-foot cliff all the way down to where the incident had happened. And the first thing that was obvious was a very strong smell of sulfur in the air exactly where it had happened. And the other thing was there was no sense, there was no tracks, there was nothing except that strong smell. They immediately activated all of this portable instrumentation. They searched for anything that might have been left there in terms of residue. They checked for radiation. There was absolutely nothing visible. So after about an hour of reconnoitering, they went back to the command center, where there were 2 other of the researchers who had been stationed further down on the ranch who hadn't seen this incident. But you know, this was a classic incident that happened on the Skinwalker Ranch, where once technology that could see into the infrared was utilized, something became very, very clear, because those dull yellow lights were very, very common on the property, and this was really the first time that they had been captured in the infrared. This night vision technology went very, very deep into the infrared, and it was pretty obvious that this activity was not visible to the human eye, because the guy with the camera could only see the dull yellow light, whereas the guy with the infrared technology could see an awful lot more. Now, I would think
then, I'm sorry, I would think then that you'd be using an awful lot of infrared from there on out.
Yes, pretty around that same time, a set of surveillance cameras that could see into the infrared were installed on the property, on telephone poles, and you know it was 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If they were rolling, they were monitoring pretty well everything. There was a lot of incidents that happened that were just outside the range of those cameras. You know, it was extremely frustrating, because every time we pointed the cameras in one direction or in multiple directions, stuff would happen off camera. So it was almost like a cat and mouse game.
I seem to recall there was one incident. I believe they had cameras. Finally, I guess in frustration, you had a couple of cameras pointed at each other, each on poles separated by I don't know how much distance, and something was done. I'm recalling a story that Bob relayed to me in one interview about something that was cut, right?
Yes, that's actually, you're right. We had a set of cameras, you know, covering the property, but one of those cameras was focused directly on another set of cameras, and for whatever reason, this happened in July of '98. Those 3 cameras suddenly lost power, and the whole focus started investigating why. And once we reached the pole and found what had happened, it was pretty obvious that something had, with tremendous force, ripped the wiring out of all of the cameras on that pole. There was duct tape, layers and layers of duct tape that were binding the wiring that went from the ground into the cameras, the video feed and the electric feed. All of that stuff had been ripped off. PVC piping anchoring the wiring to the pole had been forcibly ripped off. So, you know, something was very angry and was very forceful in dismembering those cameras. But we remembered that we had another camera on another pole that was still running that was directly focused on this damage. So obviously we ran back to the command center and played back the videotape. And this happened at about 8:30 at night during the summer, so there was plenty of light left to still see what had dismembered these cameras. We rolled the videotape, and then it went all the way past the 8:30 timestamp of where we knew the previous cameras had lost power, and there was absolutely nothing on the videotape. You could see sort of cows in the distance grazing sort of peacefully. You could see the pole, and you could see the cameras, but nothing whatsoever could be seen. Now, obviously, we took the footage back to Las Vegas. We got it digitally enhanced. We got it blown up. We really went the whole route on this, and we got it enhanced to the extent where you could see the tiny lights on the three cameras as they lost power. You could actually see that on the videotape, but you could not see anything about what or who had completely destroyed those cameras. I mean, what had happened, it looked like there was a very, very forceful, brute strength operation that had completely destroyed these cameras. And we had caught it on film, but there was nothing on film.
So that's completely impossible.
Well, I mean, we went through all of these gaming exercises about was there any possibility that somebody in deep camouflage could have crawled along the ground. But I mean, there was sufficient light and there was sufficient granularity on the video, especially when it was blown off, to detect anything close to that telephone pole with the cameras. And we went round the block on this. We replayed it hundreds of times. We analyzed it up the yin yang. And the bottom line is there was nothing caught on camera, but at the same time, there was this tremendous physical force. It goes back to your scientist from last night talking about vibrational frequencies. These are physical impacts that leave evidence that have nothing to do with vibrational frequencies.
Yeah. Since we have you for only such a short time, Colm, I'm curious. Since I've been told that there's recent activity, what kind of recent activity at the ranch or the area?
Well, I know that there's a lot of witnesses coming out with strange flying objects, balls of light. One of the classic things about that we're seeing multiple times on the property were these orbs of light, and they may be different colors. We saw bright white ones. The Gorman family used to see blue ones. Red ones caused a lot of damage to cattle. Other eyewitnesses have come forward, especially recently around the property, to also claim that there's flying lights in the area. We don't know why this activity is continuing or what has triggered it again, but we know that there's a strong discouragement from going anywhere near that property. It is under surveillance right as we speak, and so trespassing is absolutely out of the question. If trespassers will be prosecuted.
Okay. Colm, you said started up again, so there was kind of a lull period. When did it begin again?
Well, this is just hearsay because it's been 2 years since I've left, but from the feedback that we've got, it started up less than a year ago. And, it's not only on the ranch, as I said, a lot of the eyewitnesses that have come forward as a result of of reading this book have essentially completely supported all of the activity that's on the property, but have extended the radius not only on the ranch to the entire area. So this particular area of northeastern Utah has been a hotspot for so long. There are, we went through all of the aeromagnetic surveys of the area. We were trying to track gravitational anomalies. We did an awful lot of footwork to see if there was anything unique about the area. We couldn't come up with anything.
The only rap that I've ever heard on Bob Bigelow and on NIDS is that it keeps things pretty close to their chest, your chest. I guess you're still involved, you're still there. So, and I guess, George, you've probably heard this from others, other researchers, that they get a little frustrated because NIDS does keep things to themselves until they've got everything investigated and the final reports in. So at the beginning, when you heard about this ranch, George, I know you've got kind of an in, but did you get in right away, or was there a bit of work involved?
Yeah, it took a while for me to convince both Colum and Bob Bigelow to let me on the property, especially with the television camera. And I assured them, look, I'm going to work on this thing, but we'll wait until the time is right to go public with something. Because frankly, I mean, this is an ongoing scientific investigation. And I know it's frustrating for people outside of NIDS that they don't know what's going on. But I mean, you don't invite the public in to participate in cancer research or something. Yeah. This entity, this precognitive sentient entity, which is Colonel John Alexander's name for it, it's an interactive process. And people being on the ranch, it affects what goes on there. So having trespassers and things of that sort is not something that NIDS wanted to do. So yeah, they kept it quiet. In addition, what the heck do you tell the world? I mean, the problem for scientists like Colum and others is that there's nothing on this ranch and the more than 100 incidents that NIDS investigated is reproducible. Nothing ever happened the same way twice. This thing, this entity, this intelligence was wily and cagey, almost like stalking big game or something. It never did the same thing twice. And it seemed to be able to read people's thoughts. Well, if you're trying to investigate something like that and nothing is reproducible, and you're trying to be a reputable scientific organization that interests mainstream scientists into investigating paranormal type activity, you don't want to come forward with something that's half-baked and say, hey, by the way, we had a giant Sasquatch crawl through a tunnel of light, and what do you think about that?
So at this point, it's a good question, George and Colum. What do you tell the world? What was, I haven't read Skinwalker yet, but what essentially did you tell the world about what you conclude is happening there?
Well, we essentially cataloged all of or many of the phenomena that had happened, and then we went through all of the possible explanations. The usual cast of characters. We investigated the idea of fraud. We went through the idea of dimensional realities. We went through extraterrestrial visitation. We went through hallucinations, this kind of thing. But we deliberately did not draw a conclusion, an absolute firm conclusion from the research, because, as George mentioned, this has been an ongoing project. I left NIDS 2 years ago, but I know that the research is continuing at a different level. But the object is not to draw any specific conclusions, because if we do, I think we can go off on a tangent that could just lead nowhere.
Okay. Did you ever feel that there was a time when you were close to communication with some kind of intelligence or making a breakthrough of some kind that would be documentable and, the smoking gun?
Yes, we really felt during the summer of 1997 that beginning with that calf incident, right through the summer, there was a tremendous amount of activity. We were interacting with something. It was obvious. We had constructed a series of watchtowers that had dogs with biosensors on the ranch. We were getting a tremendous amount of visual sightings, and we were interacting with something that was manifesting in many, many different ways, but we definitely had the sense we were interacting. And we even went to the extent of attempting to be proactive in interacting with whatever was there, leaving messages out, leaving boxes full of bricks and bricks with different symbols on them, and there was many different attempts to communicate, but it was never, the communication never happened on our terms. It was always on whatever was on this property. We were never able to, catch it unawares, so to speak.
Were you trusted by your neighbors?
It was a very slow process. When we first arrived, we had the reputation as, this was this kind of very wealthy organization of scientific people with probably government connections, this whole thing. So there was a lot of distrust, but I think over time, we visited the neighbors many times, we talked to them. I think over time, we did build trust. And certainly the immediate neighbors around the ranch all reported almost identical phenomena to what the Gorman family had reported on their property. So, the 5 or 6 properties that surrounded the ranch were experiencing exactly the same thing. So that gave us a tremendous amount of credibility,
I guess that,
a tremendous amount of credibility.
yeah, I guess that word has leaked out in some quarters where the ranch is located, but let's make this appeal right now. It's really more than an appeal. You said it, an appeal. You said it earlier that trespassers will be prosecuted.
Yeah.
So if you know where the ranch is, don't go there. This is serious scientific work, and it's underway. It's still underway right now, right, Colin?
Yes, the ranch is under constant surveillance, and there are people stationed on the property. So it is absolutely not acceptable to trespass on that property.
All right, Colin, the hour's up. That's it. Boy, it went that fast. Colin, thank you for being here. I can't thank you enough for taking the hour and spending it with us.
Well, thank you so much, Art. It's great to connect with you again.
We'll have to have you back for a whole show. I can do a whole show plus with you. All right, we'll do that. Colin, thank you. Good night. And George, you're coming up next. Here I am. George Knapp is here. And he really is, I was joking about it earlier, but he really is a legend in his own time. He is an amazing man who was a mainstream reporter in Las Vegas, an investigative, albeit eventually an investigative reporter, but quite a guy. And then suddenly, in the way that I did, in the way that I turned Coast from what it was to what it is, George kind of did the same thing. It's been a very strange career track for George. We'll talk about all of that and a lot more in a moment. A lot of people wouldn't know it, but George and I actually go back quite a ways. We've been in meetings that I can't describe with Bob Bigelow and all kinds of interesting things. So we've been at it for a while. George, what happened to your career? I mean, if you go way back, how in the world did you get from point A to B?
Well, sort of like you, Art. Remember Area 2000?
Yes, very well.
That goes back, what, 93?
Sure.
It's sort of like with you. I mean, I stumbled into a story about Area 51. I approached it the same way I'd approach any other story, and it's pretty much changed my life. Now, I'm still a mainstream reporter. I don't do a lot of UFO stuff. There's no prohibition by my employers, but they prefer me to do other things. And I do a reasonable job at it here in my hometown. But I guess I'll always be known as a UFO reporter because of those stories we did back in 1989. May will mark 18 years since those first reports about Area 51 sort of helped put it on the map, the whole Lazar stuff.
Well, of course, the whole nation.
To you, Art.
Yeah, there are. The whole nation didn't hear about Area 51. They didn't hear those early reports. George, you know, that first one, the first one you did must have been rough. I mean, really rough.
Well, yeah, it was amazing how it touched the pulse of the public, the reaction from the public, how much interest there was from just people on the street, just everywhere. I mean, the phones rang off the hook, and then other media beat a path to Area 51's door, and I took a lot of grief over it. Sure, I still get grief when someone has a problem with me, some politician that I'm going after. They'll always whip out the flying saucer, little green men stuff, ha ha ha.
Sure.
I don't mind. Because I work for the people, the public, they want to know about this stuff, so I don't craft my reports for politicians or other journalists.
No, I can understand why they whipped that one out, of course, and it's done to me, but it's a lot easier for me because it's my bread and butter. I do this, this is all I really do. For you, you've got to occasionally switch from very mainstream to Area 51, for example. That's a much tougher path for you.
Yeah, I suppose so. But as long as you keep focused and try to approach the topic the same way you would any other news subject, you can't get in that much trouble. I mean, you catch some grief here and there from people that wish you ill, but I don't mind.
I approach it the same way. Area 51, is it still there?
Well, of course it's there. It's still a vital base in our national security apparatus. It is still as busy as ever, contrary to some erroneous reports. The planes leave the Janet terminal every day and fly out there, and they fly back at night. The buses still go up that dirt road. There are thousands of people there. You can see from satellite photos that they've installed new facilities. They're expanding, building things underground.
There was this big story, George, as you know. There was a big story that, what was going on at Area 51 had been moved to somewhere in Utah or somewhere in New Mexico or whatever. You're saying it's not true.
Right. I think that guy from Popular Mechanics went up a wrong road, found nobody there, and concluded that Area 51 had somehow shut down. And boy, was he mistaken. I think perhaps the stuff we're talking about, if in fact there were ever any recovered alien vehicles out there, that they probably had been moved somewhere else or stuck in a closet somewhere, for the simple reason that so many people still go out there looking for it. So if you wanted to test fly that stuff, it would seem you'd have to find a place deeper in the test site or some other base without so much attention.
From the investigation you did do way back when, is there any doubt in your mind that they were flying craft and testing craft that had been recovered or obtained one way or the other from elsewhere?
Well, I suppose there will always be some doubt. I lean towards that being the case. I mean, it was not just Bob Lazar. I had more than 24 people who have worked out there over the years who've told me bits and pieces of the same story, witnesses who've seen these things flying around, people who have worked on the program and seen things inside hangars and know that we were taking these things apart to figure out how they worked, not the other way around. So I believe that it was there at some point. Can I prove it conclusively? No.
If you could go back now and not do those reports and not get involved with Area 51, Bob Lazar, John Lear, the whole thing, if you could just erase it and not do it, would you?
No, I'd do the same thing. I might do a better job of it, but there's no question that I would do it. It's just opened so much up for me, not only as a journalist, but as a human being, and opened my eyes to a lot of stuff that I might not have otherwise seen.
Yeah, I bet. All right, now the ranch. When you finally did get access to the ranch, did you see enough? Did you investigate yourself enough to become a believer that these stories that we were hearing were indeed happening?
Very much so. In part because of the credibility of Bob Bigelow and the people that work with NIDS. I mean, these are serious guys. They weren't out looking for attention. They were trying to investigate this stuff. And then, going up there and interviewing witnesses, talking to neighbors, people who live in the area, researching the history of it. People wonder if this is a government psychological warfare campaign or something like that. This stuff has been going on in that region before there was a U.S. government. Father Escalante, who had his sightings and wrote about him in his journal, that was back in 1776. Native American traditions say it's been going on a lot longer than that. So, it's not a government operation. It's there. It's real. I've interviewed enough people to be convinced of that, plus the evidence collected by the folks at NIDS over a 7-year intensive study. I mean, that area is the most intensely studied paranormal hotspot in history.
Any guesses? If you had to guess, and I am asking you to guess, what do you think is going on there?
It's, and this is purely a guess. We tried to rule out more things as opposed to coming to a conclusion because there's not enough evidence to demonstrate something conclusively, but it seems dimensional. It seems like this is a portal of some sort. The rancher, Tom Gorman, recalled seeing what looked like a sun in the sky through which objects would enter and leave, And on the other side of this big orange ball sun-like object, he could see another sky. It suggests that maybe there are other worlds out there, parallel universe, alternate dimensions. I'm not smart enough to be able to figure that stuff out, but as we mentioned in the book, it's sort of consistent with some of the research on the cutting edge of physics and cosmology right now, the concept of the multiverse.
That's right.
It fits, it fits. There's a physicist named Dr. Jack Sarfati, who's a regular listener of this program, who he read the book and a sort of light bulb went off. It sort of fits with where modern science is heading about the nature of our reality. And it seems like what's going on at the ranch is kind of a learning curve, that they're giving us a little bit of rope and dragging us along a bit at a time so that we somehow understand that the reality isn't what it used to be, that the world is a much bigger, more mysterious, and more complex place than we ever imagined.
You carried cameras up there. Did you ever catch anything that you could air?
No. Well, we've got stuff that we can air, but if you're asking me, do I ever catch anything anomalous on camera? No.
Yes.
I do have some of the stuff from NIDS archives, the mutilation incidents and tracks and things of that sort. We interviewed a lot of witnesses up there. We interviewed NIDS staffers, collected a great deal of material for this documentary that one of these days I'll get finished. But nothing like a flying saucer, no. My buddy Colum, one of the first trips I made up there, my pal Colum, he decides that I have this inherent weirdness quotient, and that maybe I might make something happen. So he takes me out in the middle homestead where a lot of this strange stuff had happened, where that tunnel of light had appeared, where animals had been butchered and others disappeared, where a predator-type object had materialized and scared the bejesus out of everyone. It's the middle of the night, and he puts me on a chair there and leaves me to see if something comes to get me. Now, before this, yeah, my pal, right? Before this, we had done some things that in the past had riled this entity up. We got a big earth mover and dug around a lot of dirt. That seems to get its attention. We built a big fire, made a bunch of noise, tried to get its attention, and then plopped me out on the chair for a while in the middle of nowhere and left me. So I'd like to tell you that I was brave and I wasn't concerned at all, but I was. I mean, it was a scary thing. The only thing
you were like chum in the water.
The only thing that came to get me were mosquitoes, though, so I'm happy to report.
Okay, back to Mr. Bigelow for a moment. He's quite a guy, and Ross, I get these little messages. I do the program here. Ross in West Palm Beach, Florida, said, Art, I'm looking at Mr. Bigelow's website right now, and honestly, Mr. Bigelow reminds me of S.R. Haddon, the billionaire in the movie, your favorite movie, mine, Contact, and I've been saying that for years. He really does remind me of H.R. Haddon. How about you?
Yeah, that fits. I got a tour of his facility out there right from the first day that it was built, and I've been there many times, and he invited us to be there on the morning of the launch. And Bob Bigelow had never done a TV interview before. I know he's spoken to you many times, and we got him to go on camera, and he was good at it. And now we are negotiating to get him on camera to talk about the ranch, and when I can get that nailed down, that'll be a coup.
Oh, it certainly will be, and quite a story. My God, what a story that'll be. And
it's everything. It's a paranormal Disneyland. It's the UFO stuff of everything from Winnebago-sized UFOs to flying sombreros to the balls of light that Colin talked about. It's poltergeist type stuff. It's a laundry list of strange things, and it's a heck of a story for a newsman.
Boy, it really is. There have been sort of offshoots to all of this, and the early stuff involved Bob Lazar, John Lear. Now, from today's perspective, as the story has unfolded and bits and pieces have either been confirmed or refuted over the years, I guess I've got to ask, what is your take on the two of them, Bob Lazar and John Lear?
Well, on Lazar, I know that the world of ufology is pretty made up its mind that Bob is not truthful, and I don't think it's as simple as that. Now, there are gaps in his story and things that don't add up. For example, I always have said from day one that the weakest part of the story dealt with his lack of academic credentials. The schools that he went to say he was never there, and Bob has never gone to any great lengths to prove that he was there. However, you know, I lived through this stuff. I know the strange things that were happening back there. I know how government agencies reacted to the story coming out, and the phones were tapped and people were followed around and threats were made back then. I know how Los Alamos Lab reacted to my inquiries about his employment. I know what happened when he got into legal trouble here and the stories that he told the courts when he was facing prison time. I believe him. I believe he is telling the story as he knows it. That does not mean it is a literal truth, because we both know that games can be played by the folks who run these kinds of programs. So, you know, I think there was something out there. I think Bob is telling the truth about it. I don't exactly know why it all spilled out as it did, but I hope to one day. John Lear is also a complicated guy. I don't take everything he says literally. But I owe him a debt of gratitude, because way back when I was starting in this stuff, in fact, he got me to do the first UFO program. I had a little talk show called On the Record that we did about a year before I ever met Lazar. And it was incredible. I put him on that little talk show that nobody watches, that aired like 5 o'clock in the morning and had politicians normally on it. And my phone rang off the hook. And I wonder, what the heck is this deal? I mean, I'd always had the same kind of curiosity about UFOs as the next guy, but I had John on again, and the response was tremendous, and I realized this is something I've got to look into. This is something that touches the pulse of the public. So I owe John a debt of gratitude in that sense, and he provided me with a great deal of information in the beginning. I do not take everything he says, though, literally.
That makes two of us. I agree with you on all counts. I have interviewed now, I think Bob Lazar 2 or 3 times. And I'll tell you something, George. When you get somebody with a wild story, you interview them once. There it is. And generally the second and third time you interview them, the story grows. And that never happens with Bob. Bob's story is so consistent. His presentation of it is so calm, collected, and the story doesn't grow. It's just what it is. And I believe he's telling the truth.
Well, it's a plus the fact that he doesn't care whether people believe him or not.
That's
right. He doesn't go out of his way to seek attention about this stuff. You don't want to believe him? Fine. He has
No,
nothing.
in fact, actually quite the opposite. He's hard to get to come on the radio at all. It's kind of like, I've told my story. That's it. I'd rather not come on again, but you can sort of drag him on, and when you do, you get the same story. He is so consistent.
That's right. I had a chance to fill in for you, Art, when you were in the Philippines, and had Bob on the show, and it was like pulling teeth to get him to do it. But once you get him there and get him rolling, it's good stuff, and it's the same stuff that you heard almost 18 years ago.
Do you believe that they took element, what was it? I think 115, right? Out of Area 51. Do you think that happened?
That Bob and or cohorts did? Yeah, I do believe it.
Yes.
Yeah, because I saw it. I saw it it was in a leaden container that was at his house for a time period. I saw some experiments they did with what they call a cloud chamber, how this thing sort of bent light.
I had no idea you had seen it.
Yeah. When Bob thought he was going to be, I probably shouldn't say this, but I'll go ahead. When Bob thought he was going to be taken out, he had this particle accelerator at his house, and he had this container with the 115 in it right in front of it, and he was ready to flip a switch and say goodbye to Las Vegas, I think. I don't know if that was a dramatic gesture or what it was, but thank God he didn't do it. Now,
I've never heard this.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's not a pretty picture. I've really made some effort over the years. I guess obviously not enough effort to find that stuff, because it's obtainable. I think it's obtainable.
There was a movie in which they called something like that unobtainium.
Yeah, right.
It is obtainable. So you actually saw this stuff. You saw some of the experiments. This is really important.
I did. They had it in a lead-cased, disc-shaped container. They also, at one point, had done, like I said, these experiments with this cloud chamber, where this it appeared to bend the smoke that was floating around inside this cloud chamber. I couldn't figure out how they did it. I'm not a scientific expert. I guess they could have pulled the wool over my eyes, but they were they were doing these experiments for themselves, Bob and some of his cohort, and having fun with it.
Yeah, but see, this is doubted. This is one of the parts of the story very much doubted by many, and so you just sort of put a piece of the puzzle in the truth area that frankly I wasn't all that sure of. So wow.
Well, Bob had said they had several hundred pounds of this stuff up there, and of course the scientific community scoffs at that. When Bob first said they had 115 up there, 115 officially did not exist. It does now. Right. Although the stuff that was synthesized lasted only a few microseconds and does not sound like what Bob described. Well, he sticks to the story that this would be a different isotope. It's you got to mix different stuff in there for it to stabilize as he saw it.
Yeah. Wow. Do you know what became of the 115 that Bob had?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
Proceed.
Well, I don't think I can tell you that. We can talk about it off the air, Art, but I still have sort of a plan in mind. It's going to be difficult, though, so maybe we can do that together.
So the 115 continues to be in existence.
Yeah, the interesting thing was all the folks who made fun of Bob for that stuff didn't realize that there's this heavy ion research lab in Germany that was calling him up all the time asking for suggestions and looking for guidance in how they could eventually make the stuff, and they have. Now they've made it.
Oh my God. All right, we're breaking. We'll be right back. This is Coast. I do live among the creatures of the night. My guest is George Knapp. Colm Kelleher was here in the first hour. George is a institution within the reach of the CBS affiliate here in Las Vegas. Absolutely an institution, actually a legend. And he just delivered a bit of serious breaking news. We'll be right back. All right, I'm going to leave the area 115 part of it for a future conversation. I'm going to ask you, George, how much you know that you have not yet reported on that you keep to yourself. I mean, is there a lot of stuff that you know that you can't or won't talk about?
In regard to 51?
Or any of this area?
Well, there are some details about that particular story, personal stuff that has not come out. On the subject of 115, by the way, Art, there is in the second series of UFOs stories that I did in 1990, there is a brief snippet of video of the container, and it just is in passing. I don't make any reference to it. It's just sort of a little inside joke. So there's some of that stuff, yeah. There is some stuff about the ranch that has not come out. Colm and I had a debate about it as we were working on the book of how much to include, because some of the things just get so far out there that we worried it was, essentially it's something for everyone to hate. It just gets so, it almost becomes ridiculous at a point. And we debated about whether to leave some of it out. We tried not to, only because, if we censor ourselves because we're worried about looking silly, we're not doing a very good job of telling the story. There are bits and pieces that have not come out, but I think they eventually will.
Okay. Lee in Wasilla, Alaska says, hey, Art, just signed up for Streamlink. Love it. Good plug, I guess. First, Past Blast. Question about the Gorman Ranch. How much do you think the federal government knows about what goes on there? How much have they tried to find out? Have you had people poking their nose that you think are government types around the ranch?
Yeah, they've been there since the beginning. Tom Gorman had numerous sightings of these folks on the perimeter of the property. There have been a lot of flyovers, things of that sort. My most recent trip, I found a guy, a rancher, who was a friend of Gorman's and wanted to buy the property himself. They had some investments together, so there are people who know each other real well. He'd been on the property, saw some of these objects floating around, had his own experiences. He was visited in the height of the activity. He got visited by a guy from the U.S. Navy, and I thought, well, this story is not going to go anywhere. As I'm interviewing him about this guy, asking questions about what's really going on the ranch, and then he whipped out a business card and he gave me the guy's business card. So I wrote all that stuff down. He's a real person. I'm not going to give the name just yet. I can tell you privately, but I'm going to track the guy down and see if I can get him to tell me who the heck he was working for. Now, the question arises, I suppose, is the government there monitoring what was going on, or are they causing it? And I think Tom Gorman, the rancher, for a lot of the time he was there, thought it was some sort of a military operation, that the government was doing this, trying to, for some reason, drive him off the property. That's not the conclusion we reached. I mean, because some of the stuff that happened, it's just not something that humans can do. You know, the scariest stuff, not the monsters, not the UFOs, the scariest stuff to me were the more mundane things that happened on the property. And this I can't imagine some Delta Force commando doing. For example, the mom goes to town. She buys a week's worth of groceries, comes home, takes all the groceries out of the bag, puts it in the cupboard, goes to the bathroom, comes back, and all the groceries are back in the bag. Or she would, every morning she'd take a shower. She locks the door, she puts her towel and her hairbrush on the cabinet. She would get out of the shower and they're gone. And she'd find like the hairbrush in the freezer, or weird little stuff like that that just makes the hair on my arm raise up. And it's the kind of thing that I don't see a commando force or military ops doing that sort of thing.
No, I don't think so. Although, you just have to wonder if I don't know. I guess it would be a way of diverting attention if they could accomplish something like that. But as you point out, that kind of thing, no.
Well, plus the fact that it's been going on for so long. I mean, the military isn't responsible for the UFOs that were flying around there 50 or 100 years ago.
That's right. All right. What your reports, as much as anything else in the world on Area 51, have caused, I get these calls all the time. Art, I'm going to go to Area 51. I'm going to take some friends of mine. We're going to crash and get our way into Area 51. Do you have any advice for these folks that think they're going to crash their way into Area 51?
Don't try it. You're out of your mind. I mean, it is a secure location. A lot of people have tried that. They get in trouble. They get caught. They have sensors all around the facility. I've heard bits and pieces of stories of people who have tried. I only know of one that got in, and that was this guy who walked all the way across the test site from the other side, looking for evidence that the 49ers had traveled across Papoose Lake, and eventually he found it. And he managed to evade all that. He's dying of cancer now, perhaps from radiation exposure while he was out there, but he's the only one I know that's ever managed to do it. I really strongly advise against that sort of thing.
I remember working for KDWN in Las Vegas, George, during the years they were still doing the tests, and we'd go on the air and say, look, there's going to be a test at such and such. We're now warning people on high buildings and precarious locations to get down, and then, of course, there would be, a nuclear-induced earthquake. And so that went on for years and years and years. Do you know anything at all about how dangerous it still might be to go trekking across that ground?
Well, there are hot spots out there. I think there are radioactive waste sites as well that you can see on test site maps. I mean, they map it out and spell it out pretty clearly. I think most of the above ground tests, those areas are pretty safe, but there are bad spots out there. There's no question about it. Plus, they're testing all sorts of other things. They have different programs where they're trying to find use for the test site, materials programs, chemicals, things of that sort that goes on out there, and there's dangerous stuff. I mean, it's a national security installation for a reason.
I'm sure. Do you have any insight? Are you able, for example, to occasionally, because you've been on this story for so many years, even when you're not on it, you're on it, and I would imagine that an Area 51 employee who wanted to talk would find you. Have they?
Sure. More than 24 of them over the years.
Wow.
Some of them I did not find credible, but the 24 I'm talking about are people who I did find credible and who had little bits and pieces and weren't trying to make more of it than they should. Sure, they find me an occasion. It's been a while since any have come forward. That program, like I said, I can't imagine that anything is still out there. And I suspect that they may think that I'm monitored in some way, and if they had information and wanted to come forward, might think twice about it. But yeah, I get them.
You probably are monitored.
I don't doubt it. If for a while I certainly was, because some of the guys who were following me around for a while told me about it years later. So I'm not sure that they still tune in, but maybe they're listening to all of us.
I'm sure they listen to this program. I've assumed for years that my phones were tapped, and I still assume that. I just assume it, and I'm sure yours were, but you actually talked to people who had been assigned to follow you?
Yeah, they sort of laughed about it. This was 6 or 7 years after the Lazar stuff sort of peaked.
Huh. Well, if the Lazar story was pure fabrication, if the Lear stuff was complete fabrication, then why assign anybody at all from the government to follow you?
Yeah, it's curious. You know, the phones, there was clear evidence that the phones were being monitored at the TV station, and it really bothered me at the time. But I had 6 different people who called offering to give me bits and pieces of information who, right after it, were visited by various entities and told to shut the hell up.
Mm-hmm.
And I verified those. One of them even used to work for the TV station. He had been at 51 and offered to give me an interview with his face blacked out. And the very next morning, he's followed to work by guys speaking into telephones and microphones and stuff, and followed home, and he got scared. I had a lady who works for the local court system who had previously been a secretary for a test site contractor, one of the big companies out there, who said that she had transcribed this meeting where they discussed crashed saucers, recovered discs and bodies, and she, through a third party, a police officer, had agreed to meet with me and tell me the story. And the very next day, after we had our initial phone conversation, she gets a visit from these 2 guys, supposedly from her former employer, who first of all reminded her that she still was under some sort of security restrictions. And then they said, "We know that you travel back and forth to see your daughter in Los Angeles, and that she comes here. We'd hate to see an accident happen to either one of you." Well, she was petrified.
Yeah, of course.
And like I said, that happened 6 times in a row, and I don't think it's a coincidence.
Now, I know there are signs in the area that say lethal force. I guess there are still signs saying lethal force can be used if you go beyond this point.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you think that for somebody who might want to tell a tale, the government is prepared to use lethal force no matter where it needs to be applied?
I don't think so. I mean, they've had so many intrusions out there, and you recall that, you know, at the edge of the base is 11, 12 miles from the main facilities itself. You'd have to, you know, so they have a lot of leeway there. There's a big buffer zone, and they know you're there. So they don't need to shoot you as soon as you cross the border, and mostly what they do is detain people and then call the Lincoln County Sheriffs and haul you away. I've heard the wild stories about shooting out tires and things of that sort. I've seen video that they will buzz you. They've buzzed me in helicopters and will chase you out of there if it comes to it. But I don't think they'd shoot you unless they really had to, and you were barreling along in your Winnebago intent on getting out on the flight line or something.
Right, but they do have that official authorization.
Oh, they do. Yeah, it's written. I don't know what the U.S. code is, but it's written right there on the warning signs all over the bay.
Would you say you're convinced or close to convinced that at one time they had UFOs, they had alien craft there?
Yeah, I think so. I think they had something that looks like it. And as I said, you know, enough of the people, in addition to Lazar, have said that we were taking them apart to figure out how they worked. And it makes a lot of sense on another level that if in fact there is recovered technology like that, and of course in ufology there are many, many stories about that sort of thing, some of them very well documented, the Roswell case coming to mind. If you, in fact, you had that stuff, then Area 51 would be a logical choice where you would take it.
Sure.
You know, now as a result of the stories and the coverage you've given it and I've given it, you know, there are still thousands of people every year who make the trek out into the desert to see whatever is flying around down there. People have suggested, well, maybe this is disinformation to divert attention away from something else that was flying around out there. Well, if so, then it's been a miserable failure because it has attracted far more attention, the UFO stories, than they ever could have possibly imagined. I mean, every major news organization in the world has been there. You can't hardly turn on the television without an Area 51 special airing at some time of the day or night. And as I said, people are still going out there. So if they didn't want attention for something they had going on out there, that was a bad call.
I had quite a number of interviews. I was lucky to have interviewed Colonel Corso a number of times before his death. Now, he maintained that as a result of Roswell, There was a lot of recovery. There was recovery of all kinds of technical stuff that was slowly then, in fact, it was his job to filter this stuff into U.S. industry in a quiet kind of way. Do you buy into that?
Well, I do. I met Colonel Corso in, I think, 1992, which was, 5 years before the Roswell anniversary, 5 years before the rest of the world heard about him. We had a deal for him to come out here, and I was going to interview him on camera, and that didn't happen. A couple of years later, I told Bob Bigelow about that story, and he arranged to go back and meet Corso and to hear his story. I have a copy of his original manuscript, which is far different from what eventually was published. And we checked him out. We did a lot of legwork to find out that he was who he said he was, that he worked where he claimed to work, and that it was entirely possible, and supported by, I think, the memoirs of his commanding officer, General Trudeau, that this really did happen. And I know that there are problems that people have with subsequently what happened in the material and how things like computer chips and fiber optics developed and who should get the credit. I'm not gonna jump into that. I just don't know enough about it. But I find Colonel Corso, I found him to be honorable and believable. And and if in fact that stuff happened, and if our government had it, the military had it, then it would have ended up at Area 51 eventually. That would be my guess.
Okay. You said the manuscript was substantially different. Can you document any ways that are important for us?
Not quite as ambitious in its scope in claiming the different technologies that we know so well today, that all of them developed directly from recovered stuff from crash sites. That's the main thing. It just wasn't quite as expansive, and I did not find that Colonel Corso was quite the dashing swashbuckler that he became in later years. It just seemed a lot more ambitious when it finally came out. Now, Bill Burns, who has been on your show many times, I find him to be a very credible guy. He's the one to put these questions to because he knows a lot more about it. But like I said, it was a much more modest version, the one I read.
Okay. Next to Roswell, and certainly in modern times, the Phoenix Lights, close by to us. In fact, we actually had sort of an offshoot sighting in Las Vegas, as you well know, from the Phoenix Lights. Seems to be the most modern, big occurrence. You looked into the Phoenix Lights, obviously. What did you conclude?
Well, I looked into it somewhat. I would hate to be, an expert, considered an expert on it. I looked at it somewhat, and I don't know. I really can't tell. I know that those videos don't look like flares to me. They don't operate like flares. I think the military really screwed up in their explanation for this thing, first by saying nothing and then coming up with this lame excuse about training operations and exercises. I don't think those look like training exercises to me, the videos I've seen. So I think it was something else, whether it's from way out there, I don't know, or whether it's some secret military plane. I mean, people are seeing a lot of these giant black triangles all over the country. NIDS did an excellent study on that, by the way, before the operation sort of faded. But it sounds to me like we've got something like that.
We, as you know, I saw that triangle. I saw it so close, George, I could have thrown a rock at the damn thing. It came directly over my head and that of Ramona, and then just sort of kept going, floating across the valley. It certainly wasn't flying. It was floating. It's real, whatever it is. Do you have any insight on these triangles?
Well, it seems to be some sort of a weapons platform, an observatory platform of some sort. One of the stories I had heard from some intelligence folks is that it's basically sucking up data, that it flies over and sucks up computer records and phone records and intercepts all kinds of electronic communications and just sucks it up and analyzes it. That's one version. I can't tell you if that's true or not. But it would seem to me it makes a lot of sense. I mean, these things have flown slowly over American cities. If it's a secret project, that doesn't seem very smart to it exposed to that kind of thing. There are trajectories that have been analyzed by NIDS that show sort of the most common routes for these things involve air routes between different military bases, Air Force bases. So nothing definitive, but I suspect we've got something like this. Doesn't mean all the ones that we see like this are ours.
Well, What I saw wasn't flying. The only explanation could be it was a lighter-than-air craft of some sort. There was no noise. It was going so slowly, it must have been doing 30, 35 miles an hour at the most, maybe less. And no noise, big, metallic-looking, not flying. I mean, you've got to put enough air under something for lift. It wasn't doing that. It was floating. So either it was lighter than air or it was defying gravity. I have no idea which, but it was doing that.
Well, you know, there is a paper trail of our military requesting those exactly a craft just like that for transport or whatever, asking that these things be developed. Now, whether they have, I don't think there's a smoking gun on that, but it would make sense that we might want something like that. Now, does it mean that, you know, because some of these things float as you described, but I've also heard descriptions of them floating for 1 minute and then zoom, taking off in the next.
That's right.
Yeah, I really don't know what to make of it.
All right. We've covered a lot of ground. When we get back from the break, which is rapidly arriving, we're going to open the phone lines for George Knapp. Now, please, folks, if you can, make your questions relevant. They can cover an awful lot of territory because that's exactly what we've done. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I'm Art Bell. Good morning, everybody. Here I am. George Knapp is my guest. He is fully an institution and a legend. I should laugh about that, but I won't because he really is. He's been in Las Vegas for as long as I can remember, reporting for our CBS affiliate here. Any number of times he has officially, for the station, looked into Area 51, and an awful lot of what you're hearing tonight. Now, I want to get his comment in a moment on what happens in ufology, and what happens is it eats its young. It's absolutely horrible what goes on. Ufology just sort of self-destructs. So in a moment, we'll find out what George thinks about that, and your calls coming right up. George, ufology does more damage to itself than all the chuckling newspaper articles that are ever written. Any comments on that?
Can't argue with you there, Art. Ufology is a mess. I mean, it starts with the premise of what's a ufologist, and anyone can become one just by saying so, you know, and there are a lot of really good people in the field who've worked for a long time to get to the bottom of this mystery, but they do it in spite of ufology because you got so many crazies and zealous religious type saucer nuts who are firmly convinced they know what the truth is. They know the mind of the aliens. They know where these people come from. You know, I try to approach it as a news story that you follow the evidence where it leads and don't lock yourself into something. You know, ufology wants to be taken seriously. It wants respect from mainstream science. I don't blame mainstream scientists from staying away from it because of all the backbiting and backstabbing and infighting and nastiness there is in the field. It drives people away. Dr. John Mack is an example. You know, he became an instant luminary in the field and stuck with it despite the fact that he was under attack by his colleagues at Harvard University and despite all the loonies that the field attracts. Dr. Jacques Vallée, who I think is maybe the most important researcher in the history of ufology, he basically walked away from it. He was tired of it. You know, it's not getting anywhere. So, yeah, it's a mess. I don't see it getting any better. People dig in their heels and think they know the truth, and it's almost a religion to some folks. It's, you know, it's a wonderful and important mystery that deserves to be taken seriously and be investigated fairly. It hasn't happened. And I think a lot of that has to do with just the nutcases that it attracts.
Carl in Akron, Ohio, asks if we're getting any closer to government disclosure of UFO reality.
I would have to say no. I don't think so. You know, Art, you and I have been this a long time, and it seems like every year you hear it, oh, yeah, it's just around the corner. I don't think so. If you want to go back to Area 51 as an example, I had been working with this congressional investigator who worked on the black budget, and, you know, he put it this way, look, when this stuff comes out, people will go to jail. I mean, they've been stealing money, diverting it from legitimate national security programs, lying to Congress. You know, maybe in the beginning there were good reasons for the cover-up because of how upsetting the reality might have been if the news had broken. Now I think it has a lot to do with covering their butts.
George, do you remember the official government explanation for Roswell. Do you remember the silly press conference they had after we saw the dummies that they claimed were dropped? You remember that?
Oh, I sure do. I mean, you know, which version are they going to come out with next week? They've so hopelessly muddled that story, and maybe that's on purpose, you know, because, you know, they told what probably is the truth in the beginning. Then there was the first cover story about a weather balloon. Then later it was a double secret probation weather balloon, and the bodies. And you know, ufologists have not done a very good job themselves. We can't seem to agree on what the exact date of the crash was, and whether it's one crash or two, and where it happened, and how many bodies. You know, I suspect something really did happen. I think the government's lying about it, but it's now so hopelessly muddled, I'm not sure we're ever going to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, me too. Roger in Detroit, Michigan. You're on the air with George Knapp. Roger in Detroit. Going once, going twice, go on. To Jason in San Diego. Hi. We don't seem to be hearing the people that we're putting on. Jason in San Diego, are you there? I think we may have, are you still there, George?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's try one more. Let's see. Mike in North Dakota, you're on the air. Ooh. Are you hearing anybody, George?
No, I'm not.
I'm not either. I wonder where our board op went. Okay. All right. They're checking into it, George. Apparently, these people are here. They're all actually there. For some reason, we're just unable to hear them. So we'll work on it. We'll see what we can do. It's some sort of technical problem. Anyway, have they used up at the ranch any professional psychics, remote viewers, people of that caliber? Have they brought them in?
Yes. There was a remote viewer. I don't think I can use his name, but you can guess about him. It's probably the most renowned remote viewer who was tasked by Bob Bigelow to take a look at it and described it to a T. I think he was here. He was up at Mount Charleston when he did the remote viewing and had never seen the ranch, but drew it an exact replica. It's really amazing. He had a sense of some sort of foreboding, some sort of an evil presence underground in a particular part of the ranch, and it sort of fits with a lot of what we've heard over the years from other people. The Native Americans believe that whatever this thing is, that it sort of lives in the ground at least part of the time. The people who lived on the ranch, the people who still live in the area, say they often hear things underground, almost like a train rumbling down there. And as I mentioned before, one of the things that seems to get that entity stirred up is digging, is moving earth around. In fact, when Tom Gorman bought the property from the previous owners, they included a very strange stipulation in the contract, in the sales agreement, that he was not to do any digging on the property until he had until he gave the previous owners prior notice, which he thought, well, that's just sort of an eccentric little tidbit that they threw in. Couldn't understand it, but he sort of understood it later.
All right. Well, that brings up one more interesting topic. Then I'm told we can go back to the phones. And that is, they sensed a great foreboding. So if you had to make a call, George, and you had to say, these are friend or foe, Dr. Jacob thinks we're all pretty foolish to think they're warm, fuzzy little creatures who have our best interests in mind. What do you think?
Well, it's sort of a mixed bag. I suspect that whoever they are, that they're a lot like us, that maybe they have more than one motive. There's more than one agenda being played out. My general feeling, though, is that they could do us a lot more harm than they've done if they chose to do so. That was amply demonstrated on the ranch. They didn't mutilate people. They mutilated cattle. They incinerated dogs. They did other things to other kinds of animals, but made a distinction between doing that to humans. They certainly terrorized people there, and there were psychological scars and a couple of minor physical impacts, but in general, they could have done a lot worse if they wanted to. So there is at least some level of restraint there. And what their real motives are, I have no idea.
Well, it's a little bit of hope anyway. All right, I'm told that we now, I apologize for those that we missed because of a technical error. Bill in Arizona, you're on with George Knapp.
Hello, it's good to talk to you both tonight.